All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? It should be an interesting one. This is the first time that I will be judging a debate. I've done a number of my own debates, but very interesting to see that what it'll be like from the other side. So we got, make sure we got everything set up. I'll just put the chat up there. In general, I know nobody's here to fucking hear this, but in general, what we're gonna do is I'm not gonna be cammed up on Discord so that I can talk to you guys. Get this all set up. I didn't set up the goal. I gotta get set the goal. Shout out lone wolf. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. So the way this will likely work is that we'll be in the voice channel, obviously, but I'll be over here. I'll be muted in there, and I'm not going to be cammed up, so we can talk as if it's like a normal thing, but obviously I can't pause it, and of course I need to pay attention because I'm judging the debate. And again, because I won't be able to pause things, I do have ads turned on, but if you guys are generous, then I will turn the ads off. That is the way to go. Of course, we got our stream goal, so let me set that up. How are you doing, Lone Wolf? How are you doing? As always, 15 super chats of any amount, or puppy, a special treat. Puppy. All right. Start the goal there. Let me start the goal there. All right. Oh man, did I put 30 minutes on this one? Yep, I did. All right, take two on move. Okay, take two. So this was on the vertical one, not the vertical one, the landscape one. Shout out to the landscapers. Yeah, well, and that's exactly what I want. You're judging me. I've never done this before, so I'm definitely going to be. I'm not going to let you guys tell me what to think, obviously, but in terms of things that come up and whether I should be focusing on this versus that and all that stuff. I very much want you guys to judge me. But the other, so there's that side of it. And then, of course, there's the side of, instead of hearing just the debate, and then at the end I come in and I'm saying, well, this is what I think, throughout the debate, you'll be able to hear me. I'm like, he said that and said this and da-da-da-da-da. I don't know. Because on the vertical stream, it's such a big difference between my camera here versus here. But I want you guys to be able to see it. I don't want to completely go away, right? Good enough. Good enough. All right. Well, here's the thing. The thing is, I am going to be focused on the things that I like to see in debates. So it's actually very convenient that I don't really have a strong opinion on the IP rights topic itself, because so that way I can go in very neutral, because I'm not pro IP rights or against IP rights. I generally think that intellectual property is a good thing, but shout out to Zippy and Liberty Plus TV, always talking about how they're not good things, and I don't really understand their arguments. But so hopefully these guys will be able to articulate it in a way that's more easily understood. So I think the the opening statement is important, but I'm looking to see, are you setting up what you think, like your thesis? You need to put out your thesis, and you need to talk about why you think the other side thinks what they think. Other than that, I don't care too much about sticking close to your opening statement. You know, once you get into the debate, it's the debate. And then in terms of the debate itself, I'm going to be looking at things like how you are using the rhetoric that's out there. So even if somebody, let's say side, because it's 3v3, so it's 3 on each side. So let's say someone on the positive said something that I disagree with. Or no. Let's say someone on the positive said something I agree with, but someone on the other side, oh, you guys can't see. So as soon as this guy said something I agree with, this guy comes in and says something that I don't agree with, but rhetorically is done well. That's what the debate is for. That's what the debate is for. So we're definitely going to be judging, and it's not just about was I convinced. Although, again, because I don't have a strong opinion, that is not going to be a non-factor. Shout out to the first Avenger. So the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears is their final, most essential command. Well, I gotta give you the projection whistle there. I'm not screaming and doing all that stuff tonight, but we also got CDB Music. Welcome. Why the name? Because I'm Indian and I look like Jesus. All right, so we're gonna jump into here and make sure everything is good. Let me know if you guys can hear them, because if not, we got some issues. So,
sweet Jesus.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Welcome in, everybody.
Yep,
we can actually say a few more things for me, Jesus.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Everybody should subscribe to my channel.
I agree. And put your link in the chat. Castle, same thing. If you could say a few things for me, just so I can get everybody sound checked as they come in.
Can you hear me? I'm working on my stuff right.
Okay.
I can't. My audio is.
So can you guys hear the Discord?
Can you hear me? I guess that's.
Can you guys hear the Discord?
Yeah,
that is a very important.
Give me a few bars.
Because if not, I gotta figure some stuff out. Shout out to
right,
Death Poet. Welcome to the party. There you go. Fair enough.
Tyler
has all right, brilliant, beautiful. Thank you. Awesome. So
but everybody else looks good already. And I was worried Jesus wasn't going to make it, so I'm glad. I was actually just about to tell everybody that we might have a slightly slow start of people. The only other person who didn't confirm was Kay, who just Doomer's here. Welcome in, Doomer. Can you give me a few words, sir, so I can get you sound checked? I'll take that as a no.
Full screen.
I'm glad we're sound checking.
What do you guys say?
I saw the mute button.
There we go. Tyler.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to try something else. Okay.
Fucking hell, man. So just so you know, that is going to be the after party. Normally the after party is us going over everything that we did in the debates, but I'm pretty sure we're going to poke all the corners in the debate. So I don't think we're necessarily going to need to. But it was requested for us to start a meaningful conversation about what's going on.
Are they not moving
tonight? So we will be getting to that in the after party. But you did sound good. Doomer, still, I heard you start talking there for a second. If you can give me a few words.
Can you hear me? Sound check 1, 2.
Yep. Beautiful. Perfect. Then we are just waiting for Kay. Ironically, the dude who requested this debate.
And sound is all
so
good.
As soon as he gets here, we'll be able to kick this off.
I gotta try it. I can't
if ever. is going to be streaming on Twitch tonight, correct? So maybe Kay will. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't think we're going to have to worry about the shared comments and chat. However, well, actually, no. Jesus, are you going to be live? Because I know you have been starting to do the Twitch as well.
Yeah, actually, I just forgot. Indeed, I am on Twitch. I forgot that.
Well, then let me get that going. Get you them fucking views, bud. And I'm going to forewarn everybody, there is a couple of things that are going to be a little bit different.
So can you guys still
those of you
see?
Who have not seen,
because on my end, if I'm not on the
started
Discord,
trying to do
then everything
things
is
a little
frozen.
bit more professional, a little more polished.
See,
and some of the
can you
things are
see
going
everything
to
that's going on
involve
when I'm on this page? Like now, can you see everything, or is it everything blacked out?
Jesus.
As
There
opposed to.
Oh, you're even going to get a favorite. How about that, buddy?
Oh,
there we
thank
go.
you. It's cool. Is it cool if I don't come up till the panel?
Till we start? Yeah. 100%. That's fine.
Cool.
But anyway, yeah. So there's going to be a couple of parts. Like for instance, I do have a thing that I'm going to read at the beginning, just because it'll make it easier for me to be able to cut it in later. And it's just kind of like the cold opening, the intro. But there for the most part, it's going to be the exact same.
Like we're doing a debate, and
all
I'm
that
judging
stuff is going to be just like the other 3v3s.
You're going to be able to see behind the scenes.
And
again,
I'm actually really excited that we're still
yes.
doing some 3v3s. I was worried that we were just
going
to do the 1v1s, but
when I'm big like this, can
this,
you
this
still
definitely
see
makes me happy.
So everybody
the
in the Discord,
Kay?
or no, you can't see? They're blacked
somewhere
all right.
over the rainbow.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Gradish, you need me on cam the whole time once we start, or what's the, just so I know?
Yeah. Well, okay. So it's better that way, just because, and it doesn't have to be your face. Hey, beautiful timing.
There we go.
I'm gonna go cam up on
hang
there.
on 1 second. Kay,
so that we do that. So let me turn my camera off here.
Say nothing.
It might make me quiet. It might kick me out.
God damn.
Nothing. Be quiet.
Holy shit, bro. When you EQ your voice, just because bass is good doesn't mean you should only put up the bass frequency.
Right? Like I actually felt that in my nostrils.
I'll be right back.
Say it again.
I just plugged in my
it's just your voice sounds really low compared to usual.
You sound super fuckable. All right.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right, so I'm gonna have to dip out of here and come back in. Give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, hold on 1 sec. So what we're gonna do instead is this.
I've learned that there are pluses and minuses to Discord, and some people have told me that there are this Discord studio thing might be a solve for this, but I haven't tried it yet. So basically, in order to make it so that all of the affirmative is on the top row, all of the negative is on the bottom row, and the judges and moderators are on the center row.
Right, so
that's why I put the little letter in front of your name, because alphabetically it just kind of works out that way. But it prioritizes people with their cams on. So what that means is, if you don't want to have your camera on, that's fine. You can see like Doomer is using a virtual cam. And he just has a picture. Same thing with McGruff, and even LetsChief. LetsChief is doing a moving virtual cam. So whatever works for you.
I'm glad you find it emotionally touching.
So what I'll do?
It does. No,
I
get choked up every time I see it. It's the flowers. I like the flowers.
Now, is Lutch in his bed? Are we being judged by Lutch in bed?
After
he does
dark,
appear to
baby.
be in bed.
After dark.
Oh my.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to.
I'm gonna roll some cones just to fit in.
It's Lutch after dark.
Yeah. See, so I'm actually.
Who knows if he's wearing pants even?
Please don't show us. Please don't.
That's for the Patreon later.
And so then I'll come back here, and when you
see
it blacked out, Maybe I'll do this.
So
When you see everything-
no.
yeah.
O-
when you see
OnlyFans is
everything-
played out.
No.
buddy.
So I'll come back
it's
here
nothing but no,
and make
don't
myself
say that
big
on stream.
so I talk to you.
So real
Then-
quick, can we all acknowledge I love Circa? He's the best, but his icon kind of makes me uncomfortable because I'm pretty sure it's like him sprawled out in a really naughty bed, and it makes me
Is it
think he
really?
might be a porn star. Yeah. If you look really closely at his avatar, it's him shirtless, sprawled on a bed, and it's like, bro, like I don't know what you're fishing for here, but I mean, you might.
That
get
is
it. I don't
funny.
know. Anyways, so all right, this I think I have to say is the most professional debates I have seen yet because every goddamn one of you is here on time, and I thank you for it. Okay, can you give us any sort of a cam, sir? No matter what it is. At your leisure.
Working on it.
Mm-hmm. And I will wait until you are done. To let everybody know. Oh, did we get the stream together thing going? We did not.
Yeah.
Invite
So when I
guests. Send invite.
so
Actually,
yeah
already
when
taken.
I go
All right. So
over-
just so you know, whenever you Lutch, I know you're talking your stream real quick, but if you go to your Twitch, what do you call it, dashboard, where you've got your notifications, you'll be able to see the invite. If you click the little box that says that you
Okay,
have.
I don't even have Twitch open. I just go through StreamYard. Is that something you need me to do?
Yeah,
now?
no worries. Well, in order to be able to do the stream together. So.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see. So, Twitch. Yeah, I usually just pop it into Nope, that's not what I want.
I always forget these are a thing. Maximus, Prophet.
Oh, come on. All right, yeah, it's making me do all this sign in and extra stuff.
What if I
Said take your time. We're in no huge hurry. It looks
That
like
just sounds
Tyler
like a
is
lot of
talking to
work.
his
I'll just
chat.
do
Are
it
you just
later.
streaming on YouTube, Tyler?
Yeah, just YouTube.
All right, cool.
I don't support Twitch because I support Israel.
I don't understand what that means, but okay. Like, I mean, I understand the words, but I don't understand what it means.
Yeah, so
Like
when
the
I'm up like
context?
this,
Damn,
I'm
okay.
talking to you guys.
Tyler, move your mic closer, bud.
Oh, sorry. Hassan Piker and the whole support for terrorists and not getting banned for it and all that.
Oh, come on.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, I don't follow or pay attention to Hassan. So
So
'cause
As you
I'm a grown-up.
shouldn't.
Yeah, because I'm an adult.
I'm not going to be able to be in the chat as much
All
as we
right,
want.
so where we
but
at?
I'm
We
going to do my
got
best.
Kay's feet on screen. Wow, you look so different. All right. Okay,
I'm gonna
so
have
we're
both
just
chats
waiting
open. I'm gonna have
to
one on
see
my
if
phone
the
and
Indian
one on
Jesus
my
is going to be able
TV.
to get that going, but it looks like
So,
I don't think he's
yeah.
gonna.
Yeah, it's just making me do all this stuff. Don't worry about it. We'll get it for
No.
next time.
Well, that's all right. So just make sure that whenever, and this goes for you as well, Tyler, if you can hear me, buddy. For anybody who's streaming just over on YouTube, whenever I do put the votes out there, please make sure that you guys put your votes in or put the link, copy the link into your YouTube chat as well, so that way everybody can make sure and get their votes locked in. All right. So like I said, I do have a little thing I'm going to read here. It's kind of a cold opening. This is my first time trying to do this, so if it seems a little choppy and I have to start over again, forgive me. but the fact of the matter is I'm going to be able to edit it to make it so that it sounds like I'm really good at this. So, all right. Oh, wow. That's what your head looks like, huh, Tyler? Okay, buddy. Right on. No, you know what? Here, let's all go guns out. All right.
You didn't see me at the Baycon?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I was there live.
I don't even know what the
debating
fuck that
motherfuckers.
is. I don't even
All
know
right,
what that
so
is.
I've got
Stupid
both
show.
chats open. I'm going to do my best to
Wilson
stay on top of
shit
it.
today.
Actually, no, yeah, there we go.
Gotcha.
So,
Yeah,
but I'm
no.
not going to be pulling
I'm
chats
pretty
up.
sure that they wouldn't like me. So,
Well, I might, but not as much.
It's probably best if I don't swim in those waters. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So, at least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit slinging that have plagued our society for far too long at things like DebateCon. But our audience does get a say here. There will be a link in the chat where you can vote at the end. So limber up those voting fingers. It is
your
free
audio.
after all.
Your audio on Twitch is not working.
At all.
That's
I'm
what your
sorry.
people
I've got
are
my
saying.
chat covered. God damn it. I'm going to have to fucking read all that again. God damn it.
Hey, it's good practice.
It is. Y'all saw
I
my
got that
angry
muted,
face
but
there
your
for a
chat's
second.
saying that. That's
Yeah,
why.
no. It's true. I had my audio.
Okay,
Bring it
perfect.
back.
So I've got
muted, so
the
you guys
landscape
were all
chat
hearing
on my
it,
phone.
but
I've got
not
the vertical
them.
chat on my
We're also
TV.
well behaved.
I'm not
too.
going to be able to pull stuff
Yeah, I
up
know, right?
as
And
often.
it looks like my
but I
goddamn
will
my.
try. And
Why
as you
does
guys
OBS
see,
just shit the bed sometimes?
as you guys see,
people?
when I move
I've never had
over,
it shit the bed.
it blacks out. So I'm going to try
Really?
not to do
Same.
that. But I
You're-
am watching.
You're very fortunate. It so it just malfunctions. Why did it make my chat so huge? I don't get
And
it.
remember, if we get some donos, then
Symbolism.
we'll turn off the ads.
Ooh, damn Castle! Look at that cake.
Were you just staring at his ass? Is that what cake is? Is that what that means?
I was also
Yup.
thinking about putting a thumb up there.
My goodness.
You only get one look. That's it.
Only get one
one.
thumb.
Oh, I was gonna say one thumb. All right.
Make
One
it count.
thumb.
I heard one lick.
Ugh.
Yeah. All right. So give me 1 second. Let me fucking start this over because now I go. Oh no, my goddamn chat still doesn't look right. Some bitch. Properties. Let's go width of. Go 1,000.
So First
here,
Avenger
go
just
1,000.
talking
and we'll
shit
go
still.
Like what?
MAGA
maybe
fools' minds have
700
been
there.
are-paid by the right-wing
Okay.
propaganda misinformation machine. So they won't have
Still doesn't
completely
look right.
lost touch with
Motherfucker.
reality.
Why do I go?
Projection
See,
again,
and this
my
is,
friend.
I'm
Projection
so
again.
goddamn proud of myself because I got so much shit right and set up and everything was done in advance and then shit like this. Jankiest fucking stream on Twitch, I tell you what.
This is
All
why I
right,
go with
we're-
StreamYard. Everything is so simple. I don't mess with OBS.
Preach, brother.
Who else agreed with that?
No, I was being
Because
sarcastic.
I'm just going to kick you
No.
out. Oh, okay, cool. You were just joking.
StreamYard for the win.
All right. That's it. Yeah. Oh, wait a
Shout
minute.
out
You're not.
to,
You are a judge, so you don't have to butter up any judges tonight. Good job.
Lots of wiggles.
It says
Welcome,
Keep it
welcome.
simple.
Keep it fucking simple. Stupid. There we go. Okay. That should do the trick. Huzzah. Yeah. Huzzah. That's still a little tall. One more try. Height.
Yeah,
we're
right.
Go down to
Warehouse saying,
800.
Avenger, you're in the wrong place here. We're
That
trying to have a
would
real
be
discussion.
perfect.
I
Love
mean,
it. All right.
people are gonna people.
Ah,
But this is why we do this kind of stuff to show the,
the
right
fuck?
way.
That was weird.
Is this a good? Does
I
this
don't know
work
what the hell that was?
in terms of when I'm talking to you guys? I pull myself up bigger.
All
Does
right, everybody. We're going to try this again. And I'm actually going to put my head back on because I'm kind of blowing out my green screen on this side. All right. So, where were we? From the top. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome again to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas.
This
and
little
don'ts. We
mute
cultivate
sign
meaningful,
is a good
intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the
So
other
if you can
person, even if
see
it is just to find
that
the
I'm
flaws
muted
in what
down
they're
here,
saying.
then
So,
I'm talking to
At
you.
least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit slinging that have plagued our society for far too long. But our audience does get a say here. There will be a link in the chat to where you can vote at the end. So limber up those voting fingers. It is free after all, and exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case. Tonight's prompt will be, as you see above my head, should intellectual property be legally protected? So sit back, relax, and enjoy as we introduce tonight's debaters and judges. From the top, in the top left corner, we have
I'm gonna try one more
Average Debate
thing.
Enjoyer. And
I'm gonna
As I
add
say your names,
myself.
if you guys have any sort of socials you want to drop into the chat, that would be awesome. Links to be able to follow you. Now would be a great time for it. In the top center, we have DoomerPatriot.
Let me
And
know
in
if
the top
there's
right, we
any
have
bad sounds
LetsChief.
or anything.
Of course, those two on the right. And actually, I think all three of them have been judges here before. But tonight, judging for the first time on my far left is going to be the Jesus. The Indian Jesus. And in the center is Castle. Both of them have been debaters here, but have never judged. So I'm very excited to see how this goes. And in the bottom left corner, one of our regulars, AnComSciComm. Bottom center with his feet in the fucking air is going to be Kay. And in the bottom right-hand corner is McGruff. Now, for everybody who has never been here before, this is going to be a timed debate with a formal structure. We go 3-minute open, 2-minute cross, back and forth.
So I can't see the comment on the screen
until everybody's had a time to speak and a time to question.
But I can see
the cross-examination time is
for
the debaters to use as they see fit. The person whose cross-examination time it is has control of it and is supposed to be in control over it. They are able to use it as they want to. With that said, we will then open the floor to a 20-minute open panel conversation. Afterwards, we will go to 3-minute closes from each of the debaters. However, throughout the course of this, if I or either of the judges have any clarifying questions that they want to have asked or that I want to hear the answer to, we will be putting those before the closings. So throughout the course of that opening, or throughout the openings and through the open dialogue, please take notes on whatever you think got missed or what you think needs to be asked. Finally, once all of that is done, I'm going to go ahead and put the link to the vote into the chat.
Actually, no, I'm just going to stay
everybody out there
because I don't need to talk.
Click it one time. Tell us what you think was the best team, was the best arguments presented, not just what you think is the position you agree with necessarily, but who you think was the best debaters for the night. And then finally, after that, we will be listening to the judges' takes. The judges will give some feedback, not just their actual votes. The judges are going to vote based on a 10-point structure. They have 10 points to distribute across the two teams as they see fit. When we are then to the audience, we are going to round it out so that the percentage vote is going to represent their 10 points. And once it's all said and done, I personally have one vote that I get to cast for the MVP, the debater that I think was the best performance tonight, regardless of which side they're on. So does anybody out here have any questions? All of you guys have been here many, many times, so I don't think that you guys will. No? All right, cheers. Well, then in that case, so this was a 3v3 debate where we actually had two two
I need you, brother.
And they just happen to be in the center, on the top, and on the bottom. This debate was originally proposed by Doomer and Kay. However, we made it into a 3v3 debate so that both of them got their teammates that they chose to be on their side. And so I'm going to look to them for the order of performance, starting with you, Doomer. I'm sorry, you had something you wanted to say, Kay?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so I messaged you about something in regards to our opening just to get permission to do it because it's the first that would happen in the debates. So I wanted to make sure before.
Is it a song?
Close, yeah, close.
The affirmative side didn't get a copy of this.
Once we get into it, we're going to get into it. We just slow rolling a little bit, but we're here now.
Honestly, yeah, I checked my docket. I didn't get any filed motions today.
Yeah, nope. So you know what? Here's what I'm going to do, okay? And I feel like this is the most fair. It is a video clip. How long is this clip? It's about 20 seconds. 20-second clip that he would like, that Kay's team, that the negative team would like to open with. They will take it out of his opening time. If the affirmative team has no objections, I will allow it.
Allowed.
20 seconds is a long time. I could have sex in that amount of time, but I guess I'll allow it.
Twice.
That's not
twice. Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ. Chief, do you have any problems with it?
Go for it.
All right, cheers. Well, then in that case,
I very much agree. And I'm not very well educated.
Negative,
on this,
affirmative goes first.
Here we go.
So, Doomer, on your team, who's going to open? Actually, you know what? I see that you got a no. Okay, we got that message. We got this message. And there. All right. Yeah. So what is going to be the order from you guys, Doomer?
I think it's going to go me, Chief, and then Tyler.
Doomer, Chief, Tyler. And I'm going to look over to you now, Kay. What is going to be the order of performance from you, gentlemen?
It's going to go me first, then it's going to go to Grufus, and then AnCom's going to finish it off.
Sounds good. And remember that is going to be the same order for the closings. And remember that the next person to go is going to be the person who is cross-examining the previous speaker. So what that means is after Doomer is done, Kay, you're going to get the 2 minutes. Then Kay's going to go. Then Chief's going to get 2 minutes to cross-ex. Then Chief's going to go. Then Grufus is going to get 2 minutes, so on and so forth. So once again, if we have no further questions, let's fucking go. All right, I have 3 minutes on the clock.
Modi still gets a treat.
We're gonna start with you there, Doomer.
Every donation,
and,
I can't do it right in the middle.
If you are ready, I will start the clock when you start speaking.
Those treats.
Yeah, intellectual property protections exist to do two fundamental things. One, they ensure that creators, inventors, and small innovators can invest in new ideas without the liability of their work being copied instantly. And two, they incentivize innovation by limiting the exclusive rights that they give and push innovations to the public domain after the duration protected. Innovation, no matter the form, be it like a new product, process, creative work, it all requires time, risk, and labor to produce. Without these protections, all this intellectual property can essentially just be stolen by any other party. It leaves inventors with little options to protect their ideas, and many of them will probably just choose to either never implement an idea, never reveal the discovery, or anything like that, just because they really just stand to only lose. The framers of the Constitution understood this risk. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution actually gives Congress the power to promote the progress of science and arts by granting authors and inventors limited exclusive rights to their works. The intent to this was to encourage investment in innovation and not to create some type of permanent privilege. So a lot of people try to cite things like copyright and patents as a way to protect monopolies, when essentially it was created to avoid that. The founders were fearful that innovation would be slowed without these protections, so they set forth the system that would encourage innovation by limiting the time a party can enjoy these exclusive rights, and then pushing it to that public domain to be utilized by the public interest after. Intellectual property protections help prevent these monopolies because without them, really the only protections you have is to keep it a secret. And by keeping it a secret, other people really never get to see these innovations or build on anything. Intellectual property protections actually changed that because they required the disclosure after a certain amount of time of protections. So pretty much the public domain and the public interest gets to benefit from this. To summarize, IP not only exists to protect creators and inventors, it exists to make sure that even those with the means to implement ideas without the knowledge at first still have that chance after a certain time. It balances the need for incentive with the greater public interest, and it enables innovation to flourish without knowledge being locked away from others. And that's why my team's position is that IP should be legally protected.
Well done. Well done.
There we go.
All right. So,
now we're going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock for
that's
your
pretty
team
much where I'm
seems to
standing.
approve.
You know,
going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock, Kay. The 2 minutes is for you.
Like, that's
go ahead
where
and
I stand.
cross-examine.
So
I'll start
I'm
the
here to be
clock
proven
when you
wrong.
start speaking.
Okay. If people are able to own ideas, where does this line in the sand get drawn?
What do you mean line in the sand for ideas?
Well, you need an arbitrary line to be like, okay, this is when you can own an idea or when you can't. Unless if you think that maybe you can patent something like the PB&J. Do you believe that?
Oh, no, there's certain standards for copyright and patents. It has to like contain a certain use. It has to be specific. It can't be just a copy of anything else, because that's kind of implied in the whole copyright kind of deal. A PB&J would be not specific enough and not different enough from any other type of idea to be patented, I believe. That'd be more of like a trade secret kind of thing.
So you don't believe in broad patents?
For a PB&J, no.
All right. And when it comes to patents preventing monopolies, it states in the very same government that you're citing that patent law is actually a privileged temporary monopoly. So you're saying that they prevent monopolies, though the government that provides these patent laws actively acknowledges that it is a granted limited monopoly.
Yeah, limited by what? It's time. It's like the exclusive rights is the time period. So you get the exclusive rights for a certain amount of time, and then you have to share that knowledge with everyone else. Without it, people can just take that knowledge, keep it to themselves, never share it, and then no one gets to benefit at the end.
Does any other property expire because of time? Like, should I be able to take your home away after 7 years, or?
No, but this is intellectual property. It's nothing like scarcity like that'd be introduced in like real estate or whatnot.
Well, do you believe in supporting artificial scarcity then?
For ideas, this would be kind of that, correct? Like it would be introducing a slight artificial scarcity for a certain amount of time to protect those inventors and creators' interests. Yes, but it's not a permanent monopoly. This isn't saying like these people get this technology forever. That'd be more aligned with no protections, and they just keep the trade secrets themselves.
And that's time. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock here for Kay's opening. I'm going to share the video clip into the Discord channel, I think, or I should be able to.
I basically came down on innovation, protecting copyright, and the notion that if we have to keep everything a secret, then people don't benefit from that. I think that's a good point.
Dude, the perfect time. Twitch just ran an ad. They know.
That's fine. All right. So, and
okay,
I'm going to go ahead and start the clock.
I didn't understand that.
The video.
But you're absolutely right.
Oh, I screwed that up. Hang on. I had it muted. I'm going to reset the clock as I start the video.
Right here, Kevin, is the patent for the product. Right here is the patent for the process. Can I see the process patent? Here, take them both. So nobody else can make boneless ribs? Let me be more specific. No one else can
They
make a
fucked that guy over.
with either one or more bones removed from it. Wow.
So this is kind of in line with the peanut butter and jelly thing. And going back.
So there you go.
Like,
all right. Do you want me to start now?
No, go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. What you just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, was a man patenting both the product and the process of making boneless ribs. Think about that for a second. A food company is telling you that you can't take bones out of ribs and sell them like he did. So ask yourself when you see something like this, who and what is this protecting? Earlier, during my cross-examination, it was stated that they would not patent the peanut butter and jelly because it's too broad. Yet, we have examples of the patent fully working in such a manner to prevent people from simply cooking and selling ribs without bones in them. So before they say the patent law does not work like this, it doesn't operate like this, and it only does this, I want to keep in mind that that is from one of the largest shows in America, showing a full example of granted patents doing such a thing. The idea of IP is one that's artificial, draws lines in the sand to create barriers and prevent others from capitalizing on pure thought. This essentially makes any violation of IP a thought crime. I challenge the audience and the judges here today to think about what life would have been like if IP laws have always existed. Imagine a life for the first person that whittled a bow, brewed a stew, developed the wheel, created bricks, or even forged swords, had exclusive rights over the idea. And ask yourself, would we have gotten where we are today with that mentality? My opponents are going to have to justify either a moral or utilitarian case to justify the authoritarian use of IP law. I find that it is hard to justify either when IP law infringes on natural property rights, restricts inherent freedoms, and it's this adherence to a system that perpetuates poverty and needless loss of life. I also want to point out the fact that we're all streamers here. I think the fact that the streaming is propped up by the open source use of technology such as OBS is a pretty telling sign of what life looks like without IP interference. And when he talks about the Constitution and how our founding fathers also supported monopolies, keep in fact that America during Alex Hamilton's time actually took out and paid bounties for people to steal IP law from Britain and bring it back to the US to kick off the Industrial Revolution and is credited for making us such a self-reliant, rich, and prosperous nation.
And landed it on the button you did. All right, we're putting 2 minutes on the clock. Let's Chief. I hope you are ready for cross.
So then again, we
I
have
will
a
start the clock
rebuttal.
when you start.
Sounds good. I guess I just want to know generally how you feel about regulation. Do you think there should be like no regulation in general, or do you think it's a good thing, or
I think regulation could be good or bad depending on the circumstance of how it's used. But I generally believe whenever you're looking at the government, you should go with the least invasive means of treating stuff. This is a medical concept where, like, if my arm hurts, you don't go to chopping off the arm. You go, oh, try stretching it, try wearing like an arm brace, try medication, try minor surgery, then major surgery. And we should treat all infringement on freedoms in such a way. So when thinking about regulation,
hold on, but so the most, like, essentially, like you're saying, just like the most fringe and frivolous, like, regulation would be, you know, not acceptable and like not ideal to have in the system, right?
You would have to define what you mean by like fringent and like.
I just said fringe or like frivolous regulation, like just a regulate, like you're saying, like not all regulation is good. So I'm just imagining that there's some level of regulation where you're like, you know, this is actually frivolous and hurting business. So that's why I wouldn't want it.
Yeah, there's regulations like that exist. Yes.
Right. So would it be possible that not all uses of IP would be ideal, but the most like fringe and frivolous, like saying like a patent on baby back ribs would be like one of those, you know, fringe and frivolous things that you could like cut off and like not even like say is like a prime example of what intellectual property is even meant to protect. It's just one of those kind of more frivolous things that, you know, like too much regulation. It's just not
saying, like the exception doesn't make the rule.
Job, I
so
guess.
that's a bad. That would be a bad example.
Time's out, but I'm going to go ahead and let you respond to that, Kay. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can try to make that argument, but it would only apply if there was regulations and IP that actually supported some type of moral or utilitarian good overall that was unanimous and so clear and evident to see. But I think you're not going to find that, so I don't think it applies.
All right, good stuff. 3 minutes is on the clock for you now. Let's Chief. Clock will start when you do.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'll even start by responding really quick, saying that you're saying that it must be moral, but you know, I feel like maybe the best uses of IP are things that, you know, morality only like barely touches upon. Like I could even grant that, you know, some things for like life-saving treatments or, you know, some things in the medical industry that are just like, you know, too high cost. Like we can make some changes there, but that doesn't mean that
these are the affirmative and these guys are the negative.
Isn't worth protecting. So like there's plenty of reasons not to like big corporations, and I'm sure we'll hear plenty of that as time goes on tonight. But you know, I'd say that we should consider how IP protects the consumer. Something we all likely agree upon would be work done by agencies like the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, and maybe its various subdivisions to go after things like faulty or counterfeit products. We've seen videos of vapes exploding in pockets. We've heard stories about like tainted medicines making people sick or even killing them. So I feel that in some way to take away IP is to take away the ability for those consumer protection agencies
I only just now read this.
to do
IP is
the work required to prevent serious harm in any number of ways across our country. So if you are truly worried about the power of corporations and their ability to take advantage of people, I feel like that's all the more reason that IP should be protected. And I'm going to yield my time there.
I was going to try and take notes, but it's getting a little
left almost a minute and a half on the table for us. Grufus, it is going to you now for cross-examination. 2 minutes is on the clock. Grufus, do you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
Will start the clock. Start the clock when you start asking.
All right. Do you agree that if IP were treated how current property is treated, like how a house or land, patents and copyright would last for the owner's entire lifetime and could be passed down to their heirs indefinitely with no expiration?
Yeah, if it was treated that way, that would be the case. I think it's currently, the lifetime of the author plus 70 years, but I think when it was initially implemented, it was only 14 years. So saying that it could be, for less time is, a good negotiation that would help protect IP and get the best use out of it, without fully having to destroy its fundamental idea.
In practice, with IP on thousands of overlapping components in modern products, is it possible that people might face repeated licensing negotiations or restrictions from multiple owners when trying to build, modify, or produce new things?
Might they face repeated license negotiations from multiple manufacturers? Is that what the question was?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the case regardless. But in something like auto parts, if you have some faulty counterfeit product or just some bullshit product that is a full-on replicant of a high-value product, while you're trying to slow down from being on the highway at 70 miles an hour, I feel like that's a good reason why that IP should be protected.
If IP created even significant additional barriers to productive action, like more negotiations, higher cost, delays in building or innovation, would that make the underlying
I was just thinking about that.
At least
I was just thinking
what
is his name?
Once again, time is up, and I'm going to go ahead and let you answer, Chief. Go ahead.
Yeah, interesting. Disney.
I mean, there's all sorts of moving parts at play when developing a product for market. So I feel like it's just kind of it's one of those things that comes with the territory.
3 minutes is on the clock for you, Grufus. It is your time to open.
All
Clock
right.
will start when you start.
So now we're going here.
All right. Self-ownership. Each of us has exclusive rightful control over our own body. We direct its actions, and to deny this is a performative contradiction, as you would need to use your body to argue against it. From self-ownership, it flows that you should not violate other people's rights to self-ownership. Humans act in the world using scarce means, like resources, land, and materials that are rivalrous. If I use them, you cannot use them without conflict. To enable peaceful cooperation and avoid violence, we need objective rules for assigning exclusive control over these scarce goods. The
Money talks, right? Money talks.
Respecting self-ownership is that the first person who actually finds an unclaimed resource, like empty land or raw materials, and puts work into using or improving it, becomes its owner, keeping it as long as they want to until they choose to sell it or give it away. This way, the ownership is actually tied to effort and use, not just saying mine or waiting for someone else to do nothing.
It sounds like it goes
now
in
let's
line
apply this to
with the
so-called
affirmative.
IP. Ideas, patterns, inventions, and symbols are non-scarce and non-rivalrous. My use of a recipe or design doesn't deprive you of it. There is no inherent conflict over the idea itself, only over scarce physical embodiments of your own ink, paper, or factory. Granting IP rights gives the creator partial veto power over everyone else's scarce goods, forbidding you from arranging your own materials to build a device or
sounds like
print
a good
book.
thing to me. Like if I made something good, that sounds good. I don't want to.
If ideas were truly property, like if you own property, and then patents and copyrights should last forever, indefinite until the holder transferred them. Yet virtually every IP defender insists on limited terms to avoid monopoly harms or gigantic holdup problems that would stifle society in the long run. This concession reveals IP isn't property at all. It's a temporary government policy tool masquerading as a right. But let's take their
Aren't
logic
all
to its
rights?
conclusion. Embracing perpetual IP would paralyze human action. Modern products involve thousands of components, each potentially owned indefinitely by someone else. You would need endless licenses just to produce, innovate, or even sustain life,
So then
creating
what I
a
need
web
to
of
hear is
restrictions that
why
halts
that
all
changed.
progress. You need to
'Cause
ask
I'm not
someone
hearing
else's
it.
permission to use their idea.
That's the argument
but
that needs
that
to be made.
itself is an
Even if
idea
I don't
which you must
agree,
press
that's the argument that
permission
needs
to
to be made.
use. And so on, the chain goes ad infinitum. This ethic implies the near immediate cessation of productive activity, dooming humanity's stagnation and extinction. Proposing such a system is self-contradictory. You must be alive and acting and using scarce resources to argue for it, while claiming those very actions should be forbidden. Thus, the IP ethic is fundamentally anti-human. It's subordinate to our survival as rational, productive beings to artificial claims over known scarce ideas.
I shouldn't be so reactive.
That's time. Good stuff.
Anti-human.
2 minutes is on the clock. Tyler,
I would jump
average
on
debate enjoyer. It is your time for cross-examination.
What do you mean it's anti-human?
Once again, clock starts when you do.
All right, I think I got 3 questions for you. So I heard your spiel about self-ownership, and self-ownership means don't violate others' rights to ownership, but if someone steals your property, that infringes on their ownership, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Welcome.
Yeah.
I am judging this
Okay,
debate.
so then we just need to
Welcome
basically
the party.
tie the knot here to show that intellectual property is property, because you're conceding that if we can prove that, then it would also fit your self-ownership definition. Are you holding that same standard to land? Like if I buy property and I don't use it and I just sit on it, could that also fit your infringements of self-ownership?
Yes.
Okay, and that's actually pretty interesting. I was expecting to know that.
So was I.
I get that correlation doesn't equal causation, but would you not agree that in the last 50 years that we've seen the most human technological advancement? At the same time, we've also seen the largest expansion of intellectual property laws.
So there you go.
Directly at the same time.
Point here, because I specifically wanted to
Yes,
go
but
on
as
the
you said
anti-human
earlier,
thing.
I would argue that's just merely correlation, not causation.
I understand that. That's my follow-up question to that is, so where do you get this idea that IP and this infringement would be an infringement on our markets and slow progress from if maximizing IP laws also sees us maximizing technology?
Because empirically that is the case. I have AnComSciComm, and I have found a study that shows that, and we have plenty of human innovation before
owning the land
before IP or
so far
in spite of IP.
So far,
like insulin, for example, was
not understanding the negative argument,
and the
creator he's making
deliberately didn't
strong argument. So we have to hear it play
create
out.
an IP because he felt that it should be a product that should be owned to the world, not to a bunch of corporations who would be able to hide behind a patent.
All right, and that's time. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Tyler.
Said I don't know, but okay.
3 minutes starts when you start, Tyler. Go ahead.
Ask the ladies. I don't need that long. We are here today to discuss intellectual property and how important that is to the fundamental growth of the United States and the living standards for every human being. Throw the baby out with the bathwater arguments are what we've been hearing so far tonight. And even though it's just highlighting a handful of worst case scenarios, these anecdotes still don't underwrite the empirical. It's like saying that one guy making a patent one way is of deboning ribs somehow makes all deboned ribs patented is just false. 99% of ribs don't follow his process. They don't really have to deal with his patent. The idea of ownership that was made, of property is fundamental to the United States. I'm sure everyone here would agree with that. And capitalism fuels innovation. We all know we've heard that. What does that actually mean? Well, that means that somebody goes and puts $20 billion into research, testing, hiring skilled workers, and comes with a new medicine or builds a building or something like that, generally with property. But what we see with IP is we now have cures for obesity. We have smart home algorithms that can lower climate harms and your energy costs. We have unique specialized programs and apps that can order a taxi cab for your fucking dinner with the click of a button. And none of these things would exist without IP because nobody would put up the money to do this. Nobody would ever do this because the $20 billion it costs to build this extensive thing would never get recouped because the next person can just go, oh, cool, thanks, I'm going to sell that now too, and undercut you severely. They'd be waiting for the next sucker to step up and fund something, and then everyone would come and steal it. So IP is necessary for innovation.
I'm looking for why
is it fair for someone to take your sacrifice and just steal it for themselves? Why not wait for the next person again to just come and spend their money on this research? Why not just steal? Because without IP, that's theft of their ideas, their labor, their manufacturing, their research, and their money would be completely fine. So now that that's been established, I'm going to use a microcosm because I tend to speak long-winded. I tend to use a lot of citations and get really into the nitty-gritty. I'm trying something different today. I'm trying pathos. So we're going to use a microcosm for this idea. We're going to move it over. We have an entrepreneur who came up with a recipe, and since recipes are technically intellectual property, this entrepreneur is named Eugene H. Krabs, and his intellectual property was the Krabby Patty. And there's a bastard named Plankton that's stealing the Krabby Patty. Are you with Plankton or are you with Mr. Krabs? I got one fucking question for you. Are you ready, kids?
And time. All right, good stuff. We got 2 minutes on the clock now.
Points for entertainment for sure.
To follow that up, cross-examine starts when you do, sir. You are muted, my friend.
Oh, sorry. Tyler, you said that without IP, we would just see a bunch of theft. But the thing is, without intellectual property, using someone else's idea cannot be theft by definition. How do you square that circle?
Well, more what I was saying there is if we got rid of IP, we would see a bunch of theft. If we didn't have IP, we wouldn't see any innovation because nobody would spend the time, money, and effort into this massive undertaking it takes to create a new medicine or whatnot. So nobody would put that $20 billion in because you're never going to recoup it. It wouldn't technically be legal theft anymore. You are correct. I was using the term colloquially. You got me.
Fair enough. You say that if we don't have, you know, that limited monopoly, that people won't create medicines. What do you say to all of the vaccines and other medicines that were made free to use immediately after their creation? Examples like the Vaccinia vaccine, better known as vaccine for smallpox.
Depending on how the contract
things like insulin and penicillin. All of which, after their initial discovery, were made free for everyone to use.
Well, those
you realize this is a debate with people on either side, and I'm not on either side.
Has been significantly improved
might be
to fit different body types, different situations, different things. It's not like we're using old school insulin. Medicine has always existed. You can go take some herbs and berries and crush them up into a bowl to get advanced medicine, like a cure for obesity. That's what takes $20 billion. New research, not just things that we just guess and check, and maybe 10 people in the village die before we find the right way and hope that it works. And maybe it's not confirmation bias, but we have no actual testing.
I'm trying not to be.
Yeah, but then you end up with situations where they take these products and patent some ridiculous minor change on them to charge boatloads of money, and we see people dying because they can't get their insulin as a result. Like, how is this a morally justifiable system?
Well, that
once again, go ahead and answer. Yeah.
Yep, that to me is a baby with a bathwater argument. If you have a specific qualm with the fact that people can change something and repatent it, maybe we could take that away. But that's not invalidating the prompt. That's just saying, I don't like the current system as it is. Hey, man, maybe I'm with you if you give me the argument, but that still says IP is a good thing.
All right.
Yeah, it sounds like he's saying, well, if we don't have intellectual property, then there's no property to be stolen. An idea is not property. That
I'm going to open with here is to say that I'm not with Plankton or with Mr. Krabs. I'm with humanity. I want everyone to be able to benefit from the ideas and advancements that humanity creates, because we're ultimately creating them as a advancement for the whole human civilization. Sure, we have our limited greed-driven motivations in the short term, but ultimately all technology builds on previous technology, and by limiting how easily we can use previous technology we are actually slowing down innovation. We have studies posted by the St. Louis Fed by economists Boldrin and Levine showing that not only do patents not increase innovation over the long term, they decrease innovation. If we remove the idea of patents from our productive system, we would actually be able to increase innovation and overall productivity, even despite the fact that there will be, some people that end up putting a lot of money into these advancements that don't get to recoup it. A great way around that is to create nonprofits. There are lots of nonprofit research institutions that rely on donations to do this research, and when they have that research, they give it away for free. All of that research is still being done. So to say that they're not going to do the research just because they can't make a profit on it ignores the fact that this kind of research, this kind of innovation, this kind of advancement is something that has always happened whether or not patent law exists. Patent law just makes it more difficult to actually get ideas out there and into the hands of the populace as a whole, rather than limiting it to some limited ownership.
How? I'm
just
not
so
hearing
they can
how.
make billions of dollars in profit on something that would benefit everyone.
I'm hearing
that's
that.
That's my
in time
will happen,
Yeah.
but I'm not hearing how.
2 minutes going on the clock. Doomer, it is your time to cross.
No, he's going to
Start when
cross.
you're ready.
Much like Tyler, I probably won't take this whole time. First off, just want to say baller ass shirt. I want one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Second off, one question: does time limit, like the time limit, the exclusivity rights of a patent, does that stop all innovation from happening?
It doesn't stop all innovation, but it does significantly slow it down from what it could be.
So if, like, say I
That's negative
patented
points.
an idea and it's protected for 10 years, it might be slowed for 10 years, but then my idea gets shared to everyone else. Does that help or hinder innovation?
I would say that hinders innovation, because what if that idea can be improved upon by other people, and that process?
Well, it still can be after, like, let's say if
it
it's
could go the other way too.
But why would
other
you?
people
Why
could
would
fuck
you
it
want
up
to delay that
before you ever
enhancement?
get?
Why would you want to purposefully make it to where people couldn't make it better for 10
they'll
years?
fuck it up.
That seems
well.
that
Well,
seems
technically they
entirely
could.
backward to me.
Just like you said that they could like repatent a medicine to just change it minutely. They could do the same thing, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing is they can't do that until the original patent expires.
Well, no, it wouldn't be the
saying
same
if you
thing,
take
right?
Why is that wrong though?
It would be based on
If you innovate on my idea?
which would be it. If I innovate on your idea that is still under patent, then you can sue me for patent infringement. Rather than if I improve on your idea with no patent in the way, then that improvement can come out that much sooner.
They had teepees. That's about it.
Okay, would you say that the patent, the time exclusivity on the patent's the main deal for you, correct?
Fuck, I should have peed before.
Because if I patent something, it has to come out to public domain.
Yeah, the exclusivity is the main problem I have with intellectual property generally and patents specifically, yes.
What if that was reduced to a blanket 1 year for everything universally? You'd still be against it, obviously?
I'll tell you what, go ahead and hold on. Oh, no, go ahead. Answer the question.
I was just going to say, it's still slowing things down. So, yeah, on principle.
So even if it was a day?
I would have less problem with it than the 10-year, but I would still have a problem with it from a principled, basic principle.
All right, so I'm going to put 20 minutes on the clock. This is now open conversation. Feel free to speak, whoever wants to, and I will.
So I think that they're saying, well, it's not property. Well, we're not going to call it property, therefore there's no property. But that, like, I have to hear how that plays out.
5 to 10 minutes as I see fit. So the clock starts now. Enjoy the conversation.
I just have to I feel like it's important that we touch on what Doomer kind of lightly touched upon, because it's important worth capping, that if you innovate on an existing patent and develop kind of new, not obvious improvements, those are often patentable themselves as their own thing. So
that's actually patently false.
Yeah, we literally saw this with the Google Sophos lawsuit. Sophos
Not
had
only
a
that-
patent on like grouping speakers
Who else
together
is
and being able to
OD
control their
loud?
volume all together. Google incorporated something like that into their Google Home setup, where you could control the volume of multiple Google speakers at the same time. Sophos sued them and won.
Yep. Not to mention that we have patent trolls and patent thickets where they do broad patents.
Yep.
An example would be like Humeria, who filed 100 patents of biosimilar composition, which, you know, there can only be so many.
I'm willing
And
to
this
hear
cost an
something that
estimated
changes my mind, but I
$7.6
need to
billion
hear.
extra dollars to American healthcare payers in 1 year. Or we can look at how the similar tactic was used by Ozempic, patenting injection pens and torsion springs and laying out patent thickets to prevent other people from
They're not
pretty
making the
much
argument.
innovating
They're-
on
they're
top of that. It's not as
presenting
simple
it,
as,
but they're
let me
not
just add
making
one
the
extra
argument.
thing. Companies already thought about that and utilize the system to prevent you from doing that. If we just get rid of it, and you can innovate. Plus, you're assuming the basic idea already that your premise is correct, that someone can own an idea. You're the affirmative. You need to justify to a people why you think you can own a fucking idea outside of, oh, it's just different. All right, my
Because we
arbitrary line is
decided to.
better.
What do you
You
mean?
need to stand on that and explain why is it better. You're just assuming it already exists.
He already
when you haven't
did. That's
justified
the whole
principle.
opening. That it
I
allows
think we have
people
justified the
innovation.
principle fairly
Yeah.
well. All of us talked about the fact that like one
With
of these
what?
large scale products cost 20-30 billion dollars. Like let's talk about like AI, for instance. You have to build a data center, you have to hire researchers, programmers, QA testers, IT software to maintain the databases and whatnot. This costs you $20-30 billion just to start up. It's a massive barrier to entry that most people can't
Well,
do.
we're here to
And
resurrect.
nobody's
Wait, open
going
source
to
is-
do it.
Oh, comment.
Hold on,
that.
nobody's
AI is
going
open
to do
source.
it. Some of it's not.
How do they get their
A
training
huge
data?
amount of the AI models
Like,
that are used today
ChatGPT
are open
is.
source, or they are being
huge-
directly built on top of by the companies that are then closing the source to privatize it. Imagine the kind of innovation we could get in AI if all of these companies were to make all of their AI models and all the training data open source, and then anyone, regardless of whether or not they have access to a giant data center, could improve upon those models, could add additional training data, and then those companies could make use of it. Like, it is a
That's one of-
self-reinforcing system
That's the point I'm
to
trying to make.
allow
is
them to
Well,
innovate.
Your system,
one of the
hold on,
bonuses-
your system is propped up on the IP system. These places would not exist. Nobody would have put that billions of dollars in order to build this infrastructure in the first place. If the
I
next person
challenge
can
that.
just
I
come
challenge
out,
that.
hold on, let
premise.
me get the whole
You have
sentence
not
out.
demonstrated
Hold
that,
on,
though.
let me get the whole. If the next person can just hit Control C, Control V, and now they took $20 billion worth of research
Yeah,
and development, and it's theirs now, and they can undercut you on the market for that thing.
How can
Certain
that
products
be?
are necessary. They need to charge a certain fee to make back the money that they spent in the investment.
And the
And you're
labor.
saying they're
Yeah.
not allowed to do that because they can
Right.
no longer say that thing I built is mine. You're saying they can build
This
a
is
house.
outrageous.
They want to
You're-
change the idea and say,
You're
well, it's just an
going
idea.
off this, or based on this premise that nonprofit research doesn't exist. Like that's basically what you're saying right now, and we know
No.
this by itself is false.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that private research completely dwarfs public research. And again, if
Oh, really? Does it?
Only because IP exists
Wait, let's
to
fact check
give
that.
them that dwarfing.
AdCom, let's
Yes.
fact check that. Interesting. It
No,
seems
but
like the
let me get the whole
NIH funds crucial. Wait. 99%.
No, let me get my whole sentence out.
Okay,
You
go
just
ahead.
keep cutting me off.
If you want
Not
to-
my channel.
Again,
When I do
this
it,
is the
it's
world
clean.
without IP. The world without IP is, instead of this new cure that comes out, for this amazing cure that comes out, because they don't have any privacy rights on it, because the next person can just take it, break it down, replicate it, and undercut them on it. They now say anyone that needs this miracle cure has to fly to our facility in Ohio, go through all sorts of security, then they can come in and get it. Because of the fact that it can't be distributed to every home like every other medicine could, the productivity is significantly lower, meaning we keep the price significantly higher. So now we're purchasing out most common people that would be able to afford something that if it was mass produced would be significantly cheaper. So you're
So-
saying, yeah, sorry, no IP.
It
If
goes
you want to
green.
keep your secret, you have to
So you
keep
can
it
see
locked
it's
up in a
green
military
around whoever's
bunker and have
talking.
nobody have access to it. You're limiting a
Yes,
potential
because
So
Ozempic
there's going down
cancer.
here.
Ozempic pens really
look for the
cost
green.
$1,000 a dose to make. This is a ridiculous argument.
Well, let me take this because
Speaking of ridiculous stuff, real quick, I just sent Horse a link. Can I ask that you pull that up? I just wanted to ask AnCom.
Does that help?
Or not AnCom? Sorry, Kay. Is this process the same as a PB&J as you referenced earlier? As simple
Does this
as
help
that?
if I keep my cursor over?
This is the patent that you were talking about. The process for deboning the pig. Is this as simple as the PB&J?
The process is not as simple, but it's the same conceptual idea. It's a broad idea of deboning.
Oh, okay. So this entire process that Horse can scroll through.
You're not trying to get away from your boy who just.
This is the example you brought up.
That you're trying to get away from your boy who said that innovation is.
No, I'm not trying to get away from it. I'm just bringing back the fact that you brought this up as like a PB&J or something. This is a lot more complicated than that, right?
41% of all basic research.
This isn't just stopping people from making all those boneless rib
done
sandwiches,
by
right?
private individuals. 11% of the total R&D alone is done by higher education, despite 2% of it. Despite the
you don't have to answer. That's fine. But I was just bringing up the fact that that's not a PB&J.
We're not going to let your friend get away with this. Nearly 28 to 30% of all U.S. patents rely directly on previous federal funded research. 30% of all patents filed today are rely off of government funded technology. 35% of all basic research is done.
Yes, laws are being used. They are in place and they're being used. Yes.
Okay. So
why should they not be?
That's not the argument I made,
market is the one that's innovating. You are
it's such a minor frivolous point.
Privatizing.
That's not the argument I made.
Pulling the ladder up. It is.
You're just fact checking something. No, the argument I made is that the private sector dwarfs the public sector on R&D spending, and that's absolutely true. 60 to 80% of global R&D spending is from the private sector.
Right.
That's why we need to get the principle down.
Specifically,
because it's going to get more and more important.
It's going to be a little bit different.
Sorry, what was okay?
I was just saying that specifically the medical field is going to be a little bit different. But I know like AnCom, like if we go back to AI a little bit, I know AnCom previously has posted about, like AI art and kind of how that's shitty and I prefer people use like stock photography rather than AI, which uses like a ton of resources and everything. But I assume that if you prefer they use stock photography, that and the stock photographer, the photographer for that work would get like a kickback for it, as you said.
Can you say more on this?
That you would want their work to be protected from like AI infringement as well. Like if AI replicated their work and it was obvious,
I want
like
their
wouldn't you want
identity
them
as the creator protected? Like
so just their identity. So the AI could still like sell, like use all those resources and sell and profit from their work for some huge
$1 million
corporation.
question.
Just as long as it says Joe
this work
Schmo
was
took this
generated
picture.
or was generated using the works of all of these other creators that they like. Yeah,
so it's
like,
recognizing their
give the
intellectual
giant
property.
list.
As long as you do that, then you're okay.
No, it's recognizing their labor, that they have done a thing.
Right. That's what the argument is.
He just wants it to be sourced.
So
Like, hey,
just
listen,
changing
this is
the words.
sources where I got my information from.
Like
it's not intellectual property.
Like the Creative Commons license or the general public license. These are all forms of copyleft that are designed to get around some of the problems with intellectual property overall. They wouldn't be needed without intellectual property, but they show a world in which intellectual property is not needed to protect the identity
That's
and the
what I'm not
labor
hearing.
of people who create these creative
That's
works,
what I'm not hearing.
because
Explain
all
that.
they do is they say you have to you have to give attribution for any works that you have done based on this previous work.
We could kind of do that in manufacturing too, if you think about it, right?
I imagine we would.
That's
be
what I'm
able
saying.
To, but
that's what
you
I'm
gotta
saying.
be
Yeah,
able
it's
to
just be called.
Changing
It's just called licensing, I think. So you just license that work to be able to recreate it yourself.
I mean, licensing implies a certain limited use and like more
Right, because you're not
just
the original owner.
Who owns the idea? You can't own an idea.
But
you own an
licensing
idea, what
says
if
you have
someone
to-
comes up with it?
You
how do
have
you come
to
up with?
go to the person who created it for permission. All I'm saying is give them the attribution, but you don't need to ask them to build upon their work. That's silly.
Right. Certain ideas of ownership are a little silly. You're like, oh God, a river runs through your property. You own water, but you don't own water. It's like weird. Like there's certain arbitrary things about society that just a thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of arbitrary shit about society, and
that doesn't
part
make
of the reason
frivolous.
we do these debates and we talk about these issues
100%
is
agree.
because we see that, hey, some of these arbitrary things don't make sense, and we
arbitrary.
Want to them. It's the whole
You're
point
taking
of this
arbitrary
debate.
to have an assumption of bad. Arbitrary, like
No,
lots
I'm
of things
saying
are arbitrary.
Good catch from
Lots of
LetsChief.
things are
automatically mean
arbitrary,
bad.
and we are challenging whether or not they still belong here. Some of them will, some of them won't, because they serve certain purposes. We're arguing that intellectual property, if it ever had a useful purpose, has long outlived that.
Okay, what is that purpose, and why has it been
argue that
outlived?
it never had a useful purpose. I will even grant, for the sake of this argument, that it once did have a useful purpose, but we have outlived that point.
What about the point of IP and having distinguishable products that are essentially like traceable with a process, procedure, and ownership being used to protect the consumer when things do go awry or are being like counterfeited?
How was IP outlived?
Sorry, say that
That's what I need to hear.
I was a little bit lost in the question.
Like when products are being counterfeited, and say there's like a half a dozen Tylenol PMs on the shelf, and they're all like kind of one-offs of each other, and it's nobody owns any sort of like idea, and it could all just be like there could be legal knockoffs of any product, and like how do we answer for that taking away the ability to enforce regulation and protect consumers?
It doesn't. There's a fucking 10 million different companies that make fucking Build-A-Bear like stuff, or it's like, hey, this is a teddy bear. This is a teddy bear. There's generic drugs as well. I go in, I don't just see Tylenol. I see like 10 other.
Where do those generic drugs come from?
Brand name.
Are those expired patents?
Yes, and they would have existed a lot sooner to a lot more people before they.
Imagine if they were just trade secrets and never shared.
Or
trade secrets are hard to keep in the modern. Wait, I got this. Trade secrets are hard to upkeep. Trade secrets are hard to upkeep in the modern age. People are going to reverse engineer and figure out how things are made. It happens all the time.
You should tell TSMC that, because they're going to be fucking scared as shit. They don't maintain patents because of their trade secrets, because they'll be published in public domain after a certain amount of time. That's how TSMC keeps their competitive advantage.
Yeah, and Intel is already outdoing them with better processes.
By stealing their shit from espionage, I believe, too, right?
So your theory is
just like America did?
As I was saying earlier, well, that doesn't really refute his point. As I was saying earlier, your guys' ideas here are based off of the system that patents brought you. It's like, well, these generic medicines all exist. Those generic medicines came from somebody doing R&D to invent a new medicine that cost them $20 billion. And if we look at, again, what I was saying about private to public funding, we're only looking at the patented funding. What you're not taking into consideration with that 60 to 80% of worldwide funding being private is all the failures. Most of these things fail. 95% of new drugs don't make it to market. This is a risk. This is a risk market that you're investing in, hoping for a high return. That's why it exists, and we just would not have these things otherwise. The idea that I kind of want to challenge another premise here, because you guys are saying that this would benefit the large corporation, but the idea that these corporations wouldn't benefit from your system as well is just kind of wild. And when you take out the idea, like the specialization, like I invented something, this is my specialized thing, this is what keeps my niche mom and pop business open.
Saw a video.
You're taking that away from them. So now everybody can make their exact product the exact way. And now you're saying all these companies that have massive production that can make things significantly cheaper can mass produce this specialized thing. You're going to force more mom and pop stores out the door the same way you did with grocery stores. And it's going to hurt the consumer. It's going to drive wages down.
No, the biggest way that corporations are the ones that use IP law more than anybody else. Nintendo is a good litigious example of using their IP to strike down other people from innovating on their ideas and being able to use it. Okay,
I acknowledge that in my argument, but my argument is they're also going to abuse your system just as much. They're going to abuse your
system has abuse. Every system has
Yes, so
abuse.
then
It
it's not a
depends on
good point
how
for
much.
you. That's my point.
Well, yes,
If
it
it's-
is.
Your
Dude, if
system
something is
going to
abused,
be
like,
abused.
if 80% of a system can be abused versus only 10% of a other system, and the other system gets you more positive externalities, wouldn't you want the other fucking
yeah,
system?
we're talking about dispensers.
Yeah,
You're
because
gonna
you're
grow-
getting fucked less.
You're
And
gonna
that's
grow
the thing. It's like,
monopolies
yeah,
and
everything.
cartels. 'Cause
So
Nobody's
to
gonna
point
be
You
out,
don't
able to
want
Tyler,
mon-
you were kind of
don't want
talking out of
monopolies,
both
you
sides
don't.
of your mouth by saying that our system would hurt big corporations because no one would put in the R&D money to develop these things, and then saying it would help big corporations in other ways. Which is it?
No, I'm saying it hurt the consumer because nobody would make that investment in R&D. But all these
Sorry.
corporations
But
that already
R&D only
exist, they
isn't
can
big
already
because-
like it might hurt medical corporations, but big box store Walmart is going to see all these patented things that these specialized stores sell and say, well, now we can sell all that. We can do it cheaper. So you're out of business. You're out of business. You're out of business. And we control 60% of jobs in the United States just because we know how to make shit cheaper.
But companies are always like suing and putting mom and pop and competitions out of business or buying them up right off the.
So let them
right
do it
off the
more?
top.
Very
no, what it is that
Day
if you're
one
allowed
liberal.
to innovate,
Like-
and without these roadblocks, you're going to have three ways that are going to benefit the customer. It's like to stand out, you're either going to have to innovate, which is why innovation is going to keep on going. You're going to have to make it cheaper,
How do you
which
protect
helps
innovation?
everybody in the U.S. How do you protect it? It doesn't need protecting. It's a natural
barrier
evolution of
Well,
competition.
if you need to
in the market.
compete, you need to innovate, and then Walmart just takes that innovation, runs with it. Now
Yeah,
you're
and then
dead.
you take
Like, you're done.
their innovation and you.
But you can't do it as well. You don't have the warehouses. You don't have the distribution. You don't have the processes laid out. You don't have anything. You have
It's
an
called
idea.
comparative advantage. No, it's comparative.
The comparative advantage is on them. They have everything compared to you.
Judges,
that's
if
not
you
what
want
comparative
4
advantage is.
companies running everything in the United States, vote for these guys.
I mean, companies are running
Yield to
everything.
the judges.
IP and
I don't. That's not a good argument.
50% of jobs are mom and pop in the United States right now. I think it's like 47%. So no, it wouldn't
A
be
lot
like
of
you
them have to
4
pay
companies running
licensing
everything.
fees. They have to pay licensing fees. This makes you poor. This makes you poor.
Who?
Paying licensing fees.
Who does the licensing fee go to?
It's going to go to the
Creator,
original
the inventor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but
just
you
making
don't
sure.
have natural
Or,
ownership
well,
over
more
an idea.
specifically, the patent owner. Which, if we
Oh
get
yeah,
into
whoever owns the
the
patent.
problem with patent sharks and patent trolls, that's a whole other argument that we can bring to bear to say the problem.
Yeah, but we can regulate that. We don't have to
There
throw
might
out
be
patents
some,
for that.
But
right?
most are going to create that barrier to.
Who's
Like, we can
Yeah,
regulate
it's
patent
one of
trolls.
the many problems with patents. So, like we're saying, there are so many independent problems with patents that it doesn't make sense to keep them around.
Do you recognize any benefit from them? The encouragement for innovation by pushing anything to public
question.
domain,
Good
or
question.
anything like that?
I mean, if everything was
question.
just public domain to begin with,
But they wouldn't. People patent it to get that exclusivity period, to take advantage of their own idea, to be able to license it to Walmart.
You already get
Like
that.
that doesn't
with
happen
first mover's advantage.
if they don't have the protections.
First
They can
mover's
keep it
advantage
to
is-
themselves and use it for like their personal benefit. That's fine. People did that historically, but you can't go out and publish your idea or whatnot because someone else is just going to take it. That's why we have so much historical
Science
like
is
advantages or
literally-
protections for like authors and stuff.
science has been built on people sharing their ideas and their innovations freely.
Yeah, their
for
ideas.
hundreds of years.
Their ideas.
So, like the history of the very development and
But
advancement,
there's the
innovation
history
that
of
we're
IP laws
talking
have gone
about.
along with it. There's been protections for
anything-
books and authors as long as you're talking about.
And if anything, it has hampered innovation because we don't get to see the advancements build upon one another nearly as quickly.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, again,
No question.
If you're a first mover advantage and you're getting your first move, you first created something. It takes time for everybody else to like figure out how to make that.
Manufacturing's
like,
so
makes-
expensive to get up
makes,
and running.
makes you
though.
stand up. I mean,
No.
yes, and that's the investment.
I'm
you
going to
take.
go ahead and put 5 more minutes
that's
on
why-
just so you guys
that's-
can put a bow on it. Go ahead.
And
go
that's why
ahead.
such bigger firms existing, like they were saying, already having the infrastructure like to sweep your legs out from under you after you've invested so much. Just,
hello.
That's why
We're just
you
finishing
deserve a
up. I'm
period of
judging this
time to
debate
recoup,
on intellectual
off your
property.
idea.
I mean, you only need so much money to recoup off the idea because you use IP law to constrain ideas, which means you're the sole, owner of that idea and need to do big innovations on top of it. If a lot of people are doing small innovations, most of the R&D work is being spread out instead of centralized. So you're able to piggyback off of everybody else as they're allowed to piggyback off of you. R&D would deflate under IP. And most R&D, again, is piggybacking off of public funds and research. Anyway, so
In the medical field, at least, is what you cited.
It wasn't just
I'd
medical field.
I'd also like to provide a source for what Kay is saying, because there is very little, if not no, evidence to show that IP or having IP shows that innovation, it protects innovation or encourages innovation. If anything, it just allows and incentivizes people and corporations to guard, to create a patent and then to guard it and not to go any further with that and try to prevent people from further innovating so that they can continue to make their money off their patent. And I will drop that study into Radish's chat.
Saber, put the link or the name.
Cite whatever study you want. At the end of the day, we have seen, again, as you admitted, the largest rise in technology, a growth spurt in humanity that's never been seen before, dwarfs the Industrial Revolution in terms of what we've grown from the first computer to right now. And also,
you know what also
been
dwarfs the
taken off
Industrial Revolution? Population. Population increase is the best predictor of innovation.
Not to mention the Industrial Revolution was credited to the push by the U.S. government to do corporate espionage and steal ideas from Britain and bring it into the U.S.
Basically what China did. Basically what China did for...
So China is out innovating us instead of stealing all of our IP? Because I think they're stealing hundreds of billions of dollars in IP in every year, not out innovating us.
Perfect name.
Inaccurate number, but also what happened when they ignored patent law. They had the biggest leap for any country ever in modern human history. They brought so many people out of poverty, and
I'm sure they did.
Catch up in a few decades.
Example?
I'm sure they did. And piggybacking off of all of our fucking work. They took
in
it
America,
all
piggybacked off of Britain, and Britain piggybacked off of other
No.
people. You're ignoring the fact. Treasure Secretary.
But who do you want to piggyback off of us right now by
Treasure-
taking this away?
Treasurer Secretary Hamilton literally gave rewards to individuals who brought secrets of extraordinary value from abroad. Slater illegally imported a loom and started and helped start the American Industrial Revolution off of stolen trade secrets from Britain. It was called the father of American manufacturing. And Francis Cobalt also took tours of factories in order to copy patents, bring it back. The Patent Act of 1793 allowed Americans to patent technology they had simply pirated from abroad. For example, George Parkinson was awarded in 1791 a patent for a textile machine that was an unoriginal copy of the British design. The U.S. government even paid his family for the relocation expense. America piggybacked off of what came before.
In China, the 1700s, that has to do with my tech point from the last 50 years. So I think you're missing about 200 years in between.
You just mentioned the Industrial Revolution. Don't act like you didn't.
I said since the Industrial Revolution. I use it as a goalpost to say how crazy the tech revolution's been. That's it.
And the
I was talking about the last
now
50
is
years.
piggybacking off of public funded research and government.
All ideas piggyback off other ideas. I really don't think this is that big
here.
of gotcha, whether it's like music or manufacturing. All ideas literally piggyback off another. This isn't that big of a surprise, I don't think.
What was the Patent Act that you said passed?
No, it's blatant. It's just
1973?
obvious.
1793.
The Patent Act of
1793.
1793.
I was about to say, I think that year's off.
Same. I got you.
No, 1793. The Patent Act of
Community. It's all about community. Yeah, I
So
definitely
what?
agree.
So what do we
That
have?
early
here,
stuff?
gentlemen? I mean,
that early stuff is good.
You say that it boosts innovation, but it seems that
still have
innovation
10 seconds
existed
left.
before. Okay.
I'd like to.
Innovation's not going to go away. It's just going to be less. We're not going to get big things.
I'd like to end this discussion with kind of a rhetorical question. Should philosopher X be charged with copyright infringement for using or taking the ideas from a previous philosopher?
Did they
What was the idea?
Exactly. Did they copyright it?
Did they patent their ideas?
For what it's worth,
I
the
was
time
talking
is
for
up, and
copyright.
he did specifically say it was going to be a rhetorical question, which, if I'm not mistaken, means
Well, I said no.
an answer. So, funny enough, I think both of the
Welcome.
judges asked the exact same question, which is kind of
All right.
ironic.
So I'm going to be
I'm going to
unmuting
go
and
ahead
talking
and interestingly enough, they are both asking the question about one specific person. So we only have one. I have a couple myself as well. We'll see how this first question goes to see if I'm going to ask mine. So I'm going to ask this first, and then I want I want to make sure that it is covering the question that the other judge wanted asked as well. AnCom, you said something to the effect of there was a study saying patents decrease innovation and not increase them. Is that the same question that both of you wanted asked or expounded on? Yeah. Okay, cool. Can you please expand on that just a little bit and explain to the judges what it is you meant by that? There was a study saying patents decrease innovation, not increase.
The study that Grufus posted is the study I was referring to.
That's the study? Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
And okay. And can you just give us a quick paraphrase, just a quick 1 minute telling us what it was that said? Because we obviously don't have the time to sit here and read it right now.
Yeah, no, I can give I can just read the introduction because I think it sums it up nicely. The case against patents can be summarized briefly. There is no empirical evidence that they serve to increase innovation and productivity unless the latter is identified with the number of patents awarded, which, as evidence shows, has no correlation with measured productivity. This is at the root of the patent puzzle. In spite of the enormous increase in the number of patents and in the strength of their legal protection, we have neither seen a dramatic acceleration in the rate of technological progress, nor a major increase in the levels of R&D expenditure. And then it goes on to talk about more of the paper, but that's a good summary.
Okay. All right. So once again, like I said, if there's no more questions from the judges.
Yeah, I got one more. Just
yep. Yep. Go ahead. So general, real quick before you ask, I'm going to say to the debaters, please answer the question. Do not debate the judges. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just you made the claim, ANCAP, that we've outlived the need for IP, and I don't know if you'd specifically explain that. So I just wanted to ask you about that.
Sorry, you said ANCAP. I think you meant AnCom because Grufus is the ANCAP, and I just want to make sure that the right person was being addressed.
Yeah.
So like this was more of a personal opinion that I can see why it may have had some utility in the past, but I don't think that we can make an argument that it still maintains whatever utility it has today, and even the utility that may have existed in the past is questionable.
Okay.
So we are now real quick. Thanks for the raid, Frank. Appreciate y'all. And
I still don't know what the fuck he said.
You guys know, you are at the tail end of a 2-hour-long debate, roughly. We are currently going into our closing arguments, and we have 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to start once again with you, Doomer. Are you ready to put a cherry on it for us, bud?
I gave him the opportunity to explain to me how it was used. And
clock starts when you start.
Now we don't need it anymore, and he did.
So yeah, first I just want to say thanks for everyone coming. Kay and AnComGrufus, always awesome having you guys on the other side of the table. I will say I think we heard a lot of emotional appeal about some of the protections, but I do just want to reiterate, when a person files a patent, they're getting those exclusive rights for only a limited time. And then that idea gets shared with everyone else. That's the big benefit there, is that ending part. And I think too much is getting focused on the exclusivity rights at the very beginning to kind of necessitate that kind of sharing and innovation that we want to encourage, which is ideally why the founders put it in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 says right there, Congress has the power to promote these for the progress of science and arts by granting authors and inventors limited exclusive rights to their works. This isn't like a permanent setup for monopoly or anything. That's actually what they wanted to address when they put this in, is avoidance of that. They saw with the British colonies, with some of even our early colonies, people accumulating mass, just taking advantage of their sheer size by hoarding knowledge and keeping everything a secret pretty much. So that's why we have this system to encourage the sharing of ideas pretty much. There is an exclusivity, right? But I think even
Maybe
if
he
we
meant,
limited
like,
that to a day,
we
I mean,
don't
that's
have
still
these
saying
elites
we
anymore?
want to
Like,
protect
that's why
these
we don't
legal
need the
rights.
rights? He didn't explain it.
I think the other side of the argument is just throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We can solve a lot of the problems they bring up with regulations without throwing out the whole system. And I'll see the rest.
3 minutes is on the clock now. Your turn, Kay. Bring it home for us.
Hey, thank you very, very much. And yeah,
right. So what we see today is a fundamental
when,
misunderstanding
you
of
get
the
your
concepts
shit
of market
started.
and freedom. The question was
do?
asked, why do people make things? Because they need money and out of necessity. Why do people innovate? To stand out from competition and improve how they do things. How would they make money if you can just steal their idea? Well, you need to make it better, cheaper, or a niche version. And with comparative advantage, not everybody can do everything. And with first movers advantage, you have a while before the competition can even catch up to you, which means that you've already established a pathway of doing these things.
That's not how this
they
works.
ignore
I
market
got an
failures
extra
such as
year,
Who finding that Gillette Science
but then you could just
was
steal all that year's
overpricing
worth of
about
work.
$84,000 for 12 weeks of treatment instead of the market rate of that could have been of 250, and this kept 93% of their customers of 71 million of global patients out of treatment for 71 years. And they also purposely found that they were using toxic HIV drugs for 10 years to maximize profits while waiting for their patent to expire. But it's not like my opponents even believe what they're saying. Average Debate Enjoyer over here has a video on his YouTube channel where he talks about wanting to an open source think tank and to use other people's ideas for his channel to debate. And he also on his Twitter says that the reason why monopoly laws were created is because markets use bad tactics to completely take over. So it seems that Tyler doesn't like monopolies and realizes that they're used to take over sections and hurt competition. Doomer messaged me saying DMCA is an authoritarian overreach, that he prefers open source, and that when that's not available, he rides the high seas, and even talks about completely switching over to Linux and Graphing OS. Open source stuff. And while I don't know Chief personally enough, I do know that we're streaming on a platform built on open source software, on a computer technology that exists because of patent-free technology, internet technology that was built off of public funds, and patent-free technology as well as open source research. So by default, it seems like everybody here agrees with me. It just seems that they aren't willing to admit it. So when you're asking yourself, if patent law is justified, realize that they didn't address any of this, and if in of themselves actively engage in a patent-free lifestyle and enjoys its fruits of labor. I end my time.
I'm giving you members permissions. There you go.
3 minutes on the clock. I believe you are up next, LetsChief. You ready to go, sir? You are muted in case you do not know.
Yeah, close enough. So there's focusing on medicine and a debate about IP makes sense. A lot of people think healthcare should be decommodified. I get that angle. But, when we were talking about IP, despite it being brought up as a moral issue, it's really more about economic growth. And like I said, pairing with the ability to protect the consumer. Innovators deserve the ability to recoup their investment and protect their ability to sell their idea. You just looked at videos from Shark Tank, but some good ideas, people that don't have the ability to have
they don't make it easy.
Very good idea.
They don't
get to
make
put it
it
in front
easy.
of someone who
I appreciate you.
can, instead of going on Shark Tank and having 4 different sharks walk away with your idea and start producing it in mass and totally fucking you into the ground with it.
They
you
did
get
fuck
to
over
actually
the rib
get
guy.
profit from that. So that paired with Twitch is on Amazon, YouTube's a major company. Just because the software we brokies use to connect to it is open source doesn't mean the platforms itself are. Those are huge capitalist firms, so that's fucking wild. But yeah, I get there's plenty of reasons not to like corporations, but IP does help protect the consumer as well as innovators. So, to allow agencies like the FTC to go after false and counterfeit products, we don't all have LetsChief's vape exploding in his hand, so we don't have faulty auto parts sending us off highway off ramps at 70 miles an hour when our brakes fail, so we don't get poisoned by counterfeit pharmaceuticals. I think it's worth protecting IP. I'll yield my time.
We all start somewhere, brother. We all start
3 minutes
somewhere.
is now in your hands, Grufus. Go ahead and start when you're ready, sir.
Everybody started with 0.
All right. We start with self-ownership. You have exclusive control over your own body. This leads to the fact that you should not aggress upon someone else. Scarcity is why property and rights exist. Land, tools, your ink, your paper, these are rivalrous. If I use them, you cannot. The conflict demands rules. If the first person to use an unclaimed resource owns it and holding it indefinitely until they transfer it. Ideas, inventions, and expressions, the core of intellectual property, are not scarce. My use of recipe, design, or formula does not deprive you of it. No conflict exists over the idea
thank
itself.
you so very
IP
much.
creates artificial
Obviously, you got to
conflict
wait
by
until they're
forbidding you from
done
using your own scarce property,
to put them
your
on
ink,
screen. But thank
paper
you so
tools to
very,
copy your
very,
bill.
very much. I
That
will
is the
absolutely
key.
make sure he gets his treat.
IP
Thank you
does not protect
so
property.
very
It
much.
invades it.
Did I put it up?
If
There we
IP
go.
were
Thank you,
genuine
thank you, thank
property,
you.
it would be held like real
Leave it up
property
there.
today. Lifetime plus inheritance, no automatic expiration. But no one who defends perpetual IP. Because indefinite control over
I'll do it after
non-scarce
this
ideas
closing.
would lock thousands of claims on every product component, requiring endless licenses and negotiations. Actions would freeze.
We got 2 different streams. We
innovation
got the
would die,
vertical and the landscape.
Humanity would stagnate.
So pick your poison.
An ethic that logically ends in the paralysis of productive action while you act to defend it is a contradiction. It is an anti-human ethic at its core. Our opponents say IP is needed for incentives, but if non-scarcity is the problem, why create artificial scarcity through state force instead of letting markets reward creators through first mover advantages, reputation, speed, branding, patronage, subscription, and secrecy where it makes sense? History proves it works. Boldrin and Levine's 150-year, 60-country study shows no strong evidence that IP boosts innovation, just more patents and lawsuits. Fashion, cuisine, open source software all innovate rapidly without monopolies. Choose freedom, choose humanity, abolish IP. I yield the rest of my time.
Not very convinced.
3 minutes is on the clock. We are now kicking it back over to you, Tyler. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
To address the character attacks for the goals of my channel being open source think tank, one, that's because that cost me $0. I'm not doing $20 billion of R&D. And also, it's my choice, which should be the choice of every inventor. I'm more than happy when people want to make things open source, but that should be their choice. What they want to do is strip them of that choice and force them to share the roots of their labor, which I expected from the communists, but not the other two. So we got Bloom plus Van Reen 2020, Kellogg/Northwood Research 2020, Change et al. 2013, 2018, Berkey 2013, and about 10 more studies that back that innovation flourishes under patents. But we got claims over and over and over that nothing backs it, nothing backs it, nothing backs it. Look at our one study, nothing backs it. I can give you a dozen studies that back it. So I just think either that was lack of preparation or intentional dishonesty. We have to admit that the rise in, we have one person, well, 2 people admitting that the rise in IP law correlated with the largest rise in technology we have ever seen. Just going back to one study over and over saying, well, actually, it shows there's no evidence. So nobody will spend $20 billion to invent something new if all that massive amount of work can be stolen and you're $20 billion in debt. Judges, if you had $20 billion, would you invest it knowing somebody could steal that and undercut you, meaning you could make
So sorry to hear that.
back?
Absolutely.
Nobody would do that shit.
Best wishes.
All these ideas that the other side we're talking about, generic drugs, for instance, piggyback off the system that we have where R&D already exists. Now, most drug research leads to nothing. 95% of new drugs don't make it to market, or drug research doesn't make it to market. 60 to 70% of R&D used in just the medical field in the United States is privately funded. What we got as a caveat for that, the addressing for that was just the ones that make it to patent. But that just completely ignores all the failures. Most of this comes from private funders, and it's a huge risk. What we see here was what I said earlier. The other side keeps hammering down on how corporations abuse this system. It's a bad thing. But they openly admitted that corporations would also abuse their system. They just say not as much. But they couldn't come up with a negation to the fact that this house out the middle class. Well, they even said, yeah, so what? So 4 companies would run the entire world, which is kind of the libertarian idea of a mega city, but with no Judge Dredd. But 4 corporations would run the world and price out all these specializations, all these mom and pop stores, further hollowing out our middle class. Most of these arguments have been throw the entire system out because I say so, and I didn't look up a counter study. So really, at the end of the day, I think most of our arguments kind of rang true here, and I hope the judges see it that way as well. You're both beautiful, and I love you, and we can hang out
Best
later.
wishes to the family, you moron. What?
3 minutes is on the clock. Last debater, you're closing. And
You want me like, well, I'm an atheist, so I'm not going to pray.
So we
Shout out
were
to Hecky.
accused of forcing people into something,
welcome.
the only people forcing someone to do anything is the ones who are forcing you to adhere to IP law. We can give dozens of studies. You guys haven't given one. We've listed about 15 different statistics. If we need to go over them again, we can show the federal government funds 41% of all basic research in the U.S. compared to only 35% coming from private innovation. We can show that higher education contributes 11% of total U.S. R&D, despite only making up 2% of patents. We can show that 10% of all new commercial products and processes are based directly on university research, and another 10% would have been significantly delayed without it. 28 to 30% of all U.S. patents rely directly or indirectly on previous federally funded research. Private funders piggyback on free and open source information. The risk and cost is bared by humanity so they can pull the ladder up from the rest of us. If information was made freely and openly available, you wouldn't need $20 billion to make a single innovation, because you would have so many more people all working in tandem and yet together to build innovations, because that's what humanity does. It is in our fundamental nature to advance ourselves. It doesn't matter if there is if there are laws protecting those ideas. The ideas come regardless. We have the communications infrastructure, which was the main reason that prior to mass communication, or even the basic telegraph, most innovations didn't get spread around. Now we have that. We can make these ideas available to anyone, and anyone can use their resources, their time, and their energy to build upon that and share it with all. That's my closing.
And closed. Okay.
Yep.
Well,
going with the
that concludes the debating portion of the debates.
Thank you again,
I
Warehouse.
have to say before anything
Very
else
much
happens
appreciated.
that was probably the best fucking debate we've had yet, everybody. So thank every single one of y'all for participating. And I hope that the judges are going to have as difficult of a time choosing a team as I am going to have choosing an MVP. But before we go any further, that right there link that I just put into the Discord, or no, this is not Discord, into the Twitch chat.
Thank you. Have a good
Click
one.
that. Put in a vote. Tell us which side you think made the most persuasive arguments. For those of you who are debating or who are streaming on YouTube or have your own audiences elsewhere on other platforms, go ahead and copy paste that, grab it, put it into your chat so that everybody who can gets the chance to vote. At the end of the day, just like real democracy, it only counts if certain people disagree with you. So that said, the judges are both going to get their votes. It is going to be a 10-point system for them to distribute as they see fit. And if the two judges disagree, then it comes down to the audience's vote. So that's enough talking from me. I'm going to look over at my judges. Give me a nod if you are ready to render judgment. I know, like I said, this is a tough one, so not much.
Just getting
How
the
about
link.
you, Castle?
Just getting the link to everybody.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, so no worries. And also, Tyler, did you throw that link in your chat as well? Good. So like I said, we'll give everybody a couple of minutes to get their votes locked in, and give the debater or the judges a couple of minutes to collect themselves and collect their thoughts.
All right,
Hey,
so
welcome in there,
that,
first time chat.
I just put that in, and go
Good
vote
Faith debates here. We
on
do these
who
every
you thought
Saturday night.
won.
This goes to everybody else. I want to thank you again, Frank, for the raid earlier. I don't know if you're still hanging out with us, bud, but I'm trying to get Frank in here for some of these debates as well.
I didn't know it was a 10-point system.
But yeah,
so I'm gonna
everybody, we are here every Saturday night, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, trying to make this kind of conversation the norm again, where people actually stop and listen to each other and actually try to make a case for themselves. So, all right.
So
looking at you, Jesus, are you ready to go?
I wasn't fully the 10-point system. What are we talking about then?
Sorry, it's just, it makes it easier for purposes of keeping track, because like I told everybody, for this new year, we're actually going to be having an entire like structured debate tournament, essentially, where I'm going to be keeping rankings based on people's cumulative scores. So that said, you got 10 points to distribute. It starts out as a 5-5 even. If it's a tie, you can have a tie if you want to.
Gotcha.
But anywhere from 1-9 to a 5-5 to whatever you think. But 10 points total to distribute across the two teams as you see fit. It's completely arbitrary, so it's whatever you think fits. Although I would love it if the judges would also give a little bit of an explanation, give us your feedback to the debaters, any advice, any suggestions, anything you think they might have been able to do better or whatever, but also why you're scoring.
All right, here we go.
Cheers. All right, so you ready to go first, Jesus?
Yes, sir.
So all right, walk on water for us.
I came down with 7-5 to the affirmative. That's what you meant by 10 points, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
wait, no, 7-5.
7-3, buddy. 7-3. No, okay, never mind. Hold on, wait.
Or 6-4.
6-4. Yeah, 6-4. 6-4 to the affirmative. I think that this is actually a really good debate for me to judge, because I have been I've had a lot of people talk to me about IP rights and all that, and I never really got into it. So this is really good. I didn't have a bias coming in. I do feel like there is a natural bias to be like, well, yeah, we want to protect our ideas and copyright, and that is kind of an inherent thing that we all think of and understand. And so what I was looking for from the negatives was things why that intuitive belief is not the case. And I don't think the argument was strongly made. I think that there is an argument there, but specifically even AnCom, when I asked you about the outlived, you kind of just kind of punted to a more generalized thing. I was hoping for something. Well, we had this situation where we needed IP in the past, and now we don't need it to compare those two situations. So I feel like you've got an interesting point that I would love to dig more into about maybe the idea of intellectual property should be rolled back. But I don't feel like you've the three of you in general. I don't feel like there was enough of that there. And then the last point was I took off points when LetsChief asked if you guys could see any of the benefits of their side, and there was just nothing there. And I felt that was either just lacking or intellectually dishonest. But I'll go with lacking.
All right, and that's it. Good stuff. We got 6-4 from Jesus towards the affirmative.
What was that?
Looking at you, Castle. Where'd you land on this?
Yeah, so before I give a score out, I do agree with you, Radish, that this is the best debate that I've heard so far, at least with a group that's 3v3. I've never been part of a 3v3 yet, so if this is the first
forgot
time,
that football
great.
was
If it's
still a
not,
thing, bruh.
even better.
Welcome.
I thought it was really high quality. So kudos to everybody who participated. So scoring wise, I always figured that the negative side was going to have a really tough time trying to convince me of this, and even though I don't think that they got there, I do applaud them for getting pretty close, because I also gave it a score of 6-4 for the affirmative. What I thought really came down to it for me was when I was thinking about the argument, I was thinking to myself while everybody's talking, like, what is the one thing that you could get me to kind of persuade me on the negative side? And it really came down to more of a moral argument for me. And that only really came when Tyler and AnCom started to talk back and forth with each other. I think AnCom brought up the moral arguments about kind of vaccinations and how they have been free to use, like smallpox or penicillin, or even things like insulin. And I think if they did a lot more to kind of showcase more of that moral argument, instead of kind of hitting just with that example in the medical field and kind of expanded that further, I think it would have gone a further ways, and it might have been a tougher match for me to vote on. But I think outside of that,
agree.
A lot of the arguments that the affirmatives came up with just convinced me a little bit better. I think at the end of the day, they'd even admit that for IP,
I feel sorry
a lot
for
of
you.
flaws.
I feel sorry for
and
you,
if
but that's
this
loyalty.
were a debate
That's
about
loyalty.
whether IP is good or not, I think that the negative side would have won. But it wasn't whether about if it was good or not. It was, should it be legally protected? And so I think with all the examples that were coming up, and even at the end of the argument with Kay, even kind of pointing out things that statements people said or things that people do that argue for their side, I thought it was a good way to close it. But I still think it didn't do enough for me to say, well, should we throw the baby out with the bathwater? And I think that was one of the main points that the affirmative side made. So it was tough for me to get over the edge because of that. But again, I think it was a good match. I just think affirmative just a little bit on this one for me.
All right, so that's 6-4 from both of the judges to the affirmative. So again, just like in America, your votes don't count. However, I do still want to see where they landed. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look. And
I was a Jets fan. I was a Jets fan. What is wrong with us? How did any? I mean, I don't know how you guys still.
Interesting. So because we round, and this
actually,
for what it's worth, I think is the most votes we've gotten on one of our debates.
What does it look like? I'm not looking at the
and it's
the poll.
going to come out to a 50-50 split from the audience.
Ooh.
So yeah, it was technically 53-46, but again, we round that out to a 50-50. So the audience is still torn, but the win ultimately goes to the affirmative team. Huzzah! Now, real quick, I just want to say that this was a very difficult one for me to choose an MVP, especially given the fact that I enjoy the fuck out of every single one of y'all, and I enjoy everything y'all bring to the table, and each of you brings a different
I don't have the heart anymore. I don't have the heart anymore.
Liam Neeson. But in this particular case, I was gonna give it to Kay for the PB&J and the boneless pork argument, but I gotta say that the affirmative side poked effective holes in that pretty well. But what I don't think was really dealt with was the Krabby Patty defense. So I've got to say that if just for sheer energy brought to the table, I'm giving the MVP for the night to Tyler, AverageDebateEnjoyer. So that said, I do want to be clear though, every single one of y'all brought it tonight, and I cannot thank you guys enough. I enjoyed the fuck out of this. And for everybody out there in the audience, again, this is what we're trying to do here. Though we're trying to get it to where people can actually have a meaningful conversation and actually be able to get across what they're thinking. Now, that said, normally I would go through and read my fucking 4 pages of notes tonight, people. 4 pages of goddamn notes. But I'm doing things a little differently this week, at least, to see how it goes. I'm going to be doing that tomorrow morning, Sunday morning stream, okay?
Have I ever mentioned I envy your note-taking ability? Sorry.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
How many
pages on that? Jesus.
Yeah,
like, it's not even the fact that there was clearly enough content for that, but the fact that you could actually write it all down.
Yeah, that Castle too. And
I started and then it just got all out of whack, and I'm like, all right, I just gotta listen.
That's fine. Yeah,
I couldn't even read some of my notes. It got messy.
Well, and that's what I was about to say. What y'all don't know is this is like some crazy ass John Doe fucking hen scratch nonsense that if anybody else looked at it, they'd commit me. They'd commit me tomorrow. Yeah, but like for instance, like again, and again, I'm not. But Grufus, the lack of perpetual ownership indicates not real property. That was a great fucking argument. I don't know why, no, but like it just slid right past. And the fact of the matter is, Grufus, I felt like you were unusually quiet tonight, but I'm still on the fence about whether that was a smart move or a bad move. Again, all of it was just amazing. I enjoyed it. I'm going to be going over this tomorrow, but I am going to also tell you guys that tonight's after party is going to be a little bit different. So this is another thing for everybody who is new here. After the debates, we go to an open panel after party. Anybody who has either been vetted or vouched, if you're part of the Discord channel and we already know you, or if anybody in this room says,
so we could
that's
do
my boy,
this,
bring him in, or girl, excuse me.
Or we could
That's
go
my
over to
homie,
compliments.
bring him in. Then you can come on in and
I'm
join
going to stay
into the
here for a
conversation.
while. But either way, you guys are welcome to
tonight,
come up
we're
as well.
actually going to do things different, and we're going to talk about probably the biggest thing happening in the country right now, the biggest thing going on, and that's, of course, the Minnesota situation. So it's going to be a bit of a change of tone, but I still want to keep it in the same vein, which is to say, whenever you guys come in here, if anybody's discussing it, please let's try to keep it adult. We're not trying to be assholes. Yes, we are, of course, we're all fucking clever here, and so make your jokes as you see fit, but let's also try to keep it above the belt as much as possible. Okay, now that said, Gorps, I saw you were out there in the chat. I saw you were out there as well, Sensei. Anybody else who wants to get in here, please jump on in. And on the same token, for the rest of you who have already been here, I know some of y'all got bedtime, some of y'all are on East Coast, I'm on West Coast. So if you guys got a dip, I completely understand. And if you do need to do so at any time, consider this my formal appreciation and thank you for all of your participation tonight. I will get the prompts out for next week's debates by tomorrow, the end of my stream tomorrow. I kind of already have them, I think, and they're going to have to do sort of with the Venezuela thing, I think, or something at least in that vein, the second most important thing going on in the news right now, I think. But that said, thanks again, everybody. I appreciate y'all, and we'll see y'all next week for the debates again. Now, great stuff.
Could I ask something real quick?
This week.
The discussion now, is that something that we can still discuss the debate, or are we just going to move straight into Minnesota?
Yeah,
stuff?
no. So the fact is, it's open. So the conversation goes wherever the fuck it wants to, and it's going to say open panel up at the top. But yes, if you want to keep going on this subject, I'm perfectly fine.
Can I bring up two things about the debate?
Let Castle finish.
Real quick, before you do, Game Boy, I want to go ahead and leave it open to the people who were under a clock a few minutes ago. So go ahead, Tyler. What were you going to say?
I just want to ask a quick question about the MVP. Can I get 2 claps and a Ric Flair? Woo!
Woo!
Congratulations.
Good stuff.
Anyways, I just wanted to say that MVP was rigged. He clearly stole the Diddy defense from me. And didn't give me any credit.
The panel.
Well,
like
it worked last time.
Idea.
Here, I'll drop the link.
I think the guy pro IP laws. I have a patent on that. Like
you
it's
did
not even
not
like
give
you
credit
are.
For it.
You are being sued.
So I'm looking at you, Doomer. Do you feel like that was a patent infringement, a copyright break, or do you think that that was fair use?
I'm gonna need to know when that was filed. I'm gonna need some links.
Now, I will also say, and this is just for what it's worth, I was kind of shocked.
So I just put the link
because I came into this just like both of our judges sort of said. I was sort of on the fence. I wasn't really firm on this. In fact, Auntie and I discussed this while I was getting everything prepped and everything, and I asked her, like, what that, for those of you who don't know, that's my wife. It's like, where do you stand on this? And she's like, I fucking see both sides, and so do I. And I feel like both sides on this. I'm glad I was not one of the judges because I would have probably ended up 50-50 because both of y'all made really, really compelling arguments, and both of y'all knocked down really, really good, compelling arguments. So, I love that.
I do want to cut in real quick. Because
go ahead.
When I first agreed to this, I knew it was going to be on intellectual property generally. And then when I saw the specific prompt, I was like, well, shit. Because
that's okay. That's the same. That's the same response I had when you were going to enter the debate. I'm like, oh, shit.
But like Castle mentioned it, and I think he made a really good point. If the prompt had been something a little more along the lines of IP is generally negative and should be phased out or something like that, then I think we would have had a little bit of stronger position, but just saying it should be legally protected makes that a really hard argument to win.
And so on that
because
note,
legal protection, legal protection could be anything.
Yeah. On that note,
what were you gonna say?
You were fuck. I completely forgot. 2 seconds. I forgot it.
Oh no, you were asking me about. I thought it may have had a useful, like a use in the past, and that it's outlived that usefulness, because that was your question to me, and I had to be a little bit vague because as soon as I brought that point up, I got yelled at by my teammates in chat. I'm like,
yeah, dude, I was like, what the fuck?
What the fuck? I can't go that far into my own personal ideas of this. I have to keep it with the line. So I was really trying to avoid that, but that was a major fuck up on my part.
And that was actually impressive.
In front of ice, all right?
Because I thought, wow, dude, wow, that was the most vague fucking call for violence I've ever heard. I'm actually impressed. I'm gonna allow it. So I was actually worried that I was worried that the ANCAP and AnCom were going to quibble over the semantics of it, but y'all actually kept it in your pants, and I was really impressed with that. Also, it's funny that you were kind of less thrilled about the framing of the prompt, because same with Grufus. Grufus messaged me and was like, dude, I do not agree with this framing of the prompt. Blah 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 blah. Hey, welcome in there, Joyful.
I said it begs the question.
But the funny part is, I went back to double check and I framed the prompt question, this one right here, based on his original suggestion. He was originally the person who put this one into my mind probably a month and a half ago. As you guys know, I put them in a list, right? And also, for those of you who do not know this out there in chat, what I do is I send out a list of prompts every week, and all of the debaters choose to either respond with their positions or they just ignore
this is what happened last time.
I then go through and I say, well, who's the most interesting and fairly balanced debate that I can get out of that? We go back and forth between 3v3s and 1v1s. And just like Castle said, this is not our first 3v3 by any means. We started out just doing 3v3s. And then several of my better debaters complained because, frankly, they had gotten bagged down by people, Game Boy, who would like just accidentally agree with the opposition halfway through the fucking debate. So that said, I started focusing more on the 1v1s. Plus, they're more competitive because debaters are competitive by nature. But I did not want to give up.
Is anybody watching his Twitch channel?
Because the 3v3 debates are nice situation like tonight, where, and I'm sorry to call somebody else out on this, but Grufus is an amazing prepper, like debate prepper, not like burying shit in his backyard. But Grufus is really good at debate. He probably has shit buried in his backyard too. But Grufus is really good at debate prep, and his prepared like speeches, openings, closes are always top fucking notch, right? But he's not so amazing on his feet. Like he tends to stumble over his words. Yeah, and again, like I said, I'm not trying to shit on you. It's just a fact. You're getting better, and I've seen it improving over the course of the time that you've been with us. But the 3v3 gives people like Grufus the ability to participate using their skill set without necessarily being required to be judged on the shit they're not as good at. So tonight was the perfect example of what I hoped the 3v3s would be. And it was extra cool because I got to sit in and watch as the affirmatives were doing their debate prep.
That's exactly what
all right, Joyful. It was cute at first, but now you're getting weird. Please knock it off. Anyway, so yeah, so it was really cool to get to watch them as they were doing their prep and to see kind of how they were doing it, almost like arguing with each other, but also like supporting. It was just, I enjoyed the hell out of that aspect of it. And it's the first time I've gotten to see the prep. So yeah, the 3v3s are going to continue happening. I just have to figure out how to work that into the structure. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so anyways, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree, because I mean, I was watching a panel last night, and it's almost like the more people you have on, the more chaos. So seeing a 3v3, I didn't know what the middle was going to look like. And I've debated with Tyler on panels. I've debated with other folks on these panels. And if you want to, you can butt in and you can be argumentative and kind of get into it and cut people off. But I think this group was pretty respectful in letting people speak and then saying their argument and then going back and forth. And it really made it easier for the judges to take in the arguments as well. So I appreciated that. And then second piece, oh yeah, go for it.
No, I was just going to say, and I think that part of that is that it gets set up in the openings being timed. So you have to engage. And then once it goes into the open part, I find that people, even who are generally kind of combative, are more deferential. Anyway, I'm sorry. Second thing you were going to say?
Yeah. No. And then on top of that, I kind of mentioned it at the beginning too, is like everybody said their pieces and was kind of an even contributor. Like there was no kind of real leaders, which I also enjoyed. I thought everybody gave points that I thought were constructive. Obviously, some people I thought had really good points, but it was nice to see there was, nobody who was just kind of there on a team. It was, those group projects means where it's like one person does all the work and has everything that they want to say and kind of represents their group. But I thought everybody did a good job of representing the group well. And then, I was just going to say in terms of the prompt itself, I wrote down the one thing that solidified it for me in my notes was the thing about generic drugs existing. And if they were trade secrets, they would never be shared. The fact that we have generic drugs, I think was a good kind of point to the affirmative that solidified it for me. That was the one thing I wanted to mention too, if anybody wanted to jump in on that or argue about that piece or not, or agree, but I just wanted to get that out there on the record.
Yeah, cheers. Anybody want to take that?
I asked the wife if I could stay, and she said no, so I gotta go.
All right, cheers.
So thank you.
Hey, man,
Yeah,
I want you to
start talking about
you did
the
great. I was
fucking
aggressive,
thing yet?
but you did great, and I just want you to know I love you.
Or are we still talking
same.
about
Take it
his
personal.
fucking schedule?
Unless it's LetsChief, then you take it personal. Anyway, I said that after he left, so that's okay. Those of you who don't know, there was
Dude, is that next Saturday?
Right, I hope so. I would love to get that to happen. So there is
All right, let's do
that needs
this
to happen about whether or not property violence is actually violence. Because that is some shit that LetsChief said to Tyler before, and it's stuck in his craw for a month now. Like big mad. So anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm curious who's on what side there, because I can see both of them making both sides of the argument.
Right. Long story short, in a debate, Tyler had used the phrase property violence. LetsChief was judging.
It felt like a Hail Mary because he threw it out at the last minute.
And the funniest part was Chief actually gave him props for it. He was like, dude, you're one of the most creative debaters I've ever seen. I've never heard somebody use that phrase before. I've never heard of that concept before, but you fucking sold it. Like it wasn't enough to win you the debate, but kudos for it. And Tyler was like for some reason in his mind, he heard that as you lost the debate because you said property violence. And so I saw him on his stream saying, fucking lost to these goddamn lefty judges, blah, blah, blah about property violence, goddamn. And I'm like, bro, did you not hear what he said? And so like, there's been 2 times since then. Anytime LetsChief's name comes up, he's like, oh, that's that property violence motherfucker, right? And so I actually told Chief this or let him know. It's like, hey, man, he's still got a fucking axe to grind with you.
I don't know why he wants to do so much word violence to me.
So we're still not debating. Come on, man. This is why we fucking leave.
So yeah, so Doomer chose the 2 of them for his teammates.
I don't care.
And in my mind, I'm thinking, oh shit. And sure enough, the first fucking thing the Chief, who is the ultimate troll, you don't know. Yeah, no, you provoked. You literally walked in and threw a fucking smoke bomb on the ground and said, "Ha!" And he took it. He took it hook, line, and sinker. And Doomer, I could literally hear Doomer's groan through Discord's chat. Where it's like, fuck, what did I do? And as I'm typing to them, what the fuck, y'all? He's gonna wish he didn't choose y'all. He even says, what have I done? So, anyways, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that debate myself. And I had never heard the phrase either. So
I have an axe to grind. Also, property violence is violence. But anyway, I have an axe to grind.
Okay, it's gonna be a 2v2.
2v2, yeah.
Interesting, because I'm on the side of property violence is not violent. Shit.
There we go. We got a 3v3.
We're up to a 3v3, kids.
I'll private message you just one question on that.
Wait, who's the
later? But I have an axe. Let me grind my fucking axe.
Grind your axe.
This rib
can't
thing,
judge that
I
one.
opened the patent and I read the patent. All right. So let me address why I didn't even want to address it for the first off. Is because I knew Doomer was using a tactic to get me off of eating the fucking, like, chewing off the head of Average Debate Enjoyer for saying a patently false statement. So I was like fucking on him. And I knew he was trying to.
I had to go eye for eye, though.
I was like, I wanted to like get his leg and rip it off. So I was just like on that. But after reading this patent, it's even more bullshit because if you read their claims, they have 23 claims on like how they prep it, and it all literally boils down to cooking it at a certain temperature, putting it in an environment where it's moisture controlled, and then taking like those tools that like rip out bones and just sliding it out of the fucking ribs. So I just want to say this is fucking bullshit and wordy, and I fucking hate it. So I wish I could have addressed that. During it, but I just want everybody to know this fucking rib patent just boils down. You can read it yourself. It's under the claims section. It has 23 claims, and all of it boils down to, again, they just cook it at a certain temperature multiple times, put it in moisture control, obviously season it, and then like take like that bone tool that a lot of like chefs use and like
but you don't honestly think that that's like really representative of like patents.
That was another thing I was going to say.
How do people cook unboned meat? Like, why isn't this person suing everyone?
Well, I know, if to use that example to zoom out a little bit, I think that like the negative side was appealing to things like that, but I don't think the conclusion from this rib guy just used water and whatever as a patent. I don't think that inherently damages the idea of having intellectual property. I think that's just a bad example of how the system and the rules and the laws and everything have played out.
Right. That's what I tried to say about regulation. There's some superfluous regulation, and then there's some that make sense. And this would be an example of some like fringe patent that's maybe a little stupid.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on open source stuff too. Just real quick. Like open source, like Kay said, like I use Linux and stuff. The Manjaro that I use for Linux, that's not open source. That's a private thing from a company. And that's other things like open source is still protected by licenses.
I don't know.
Like,
I'm not hearing it.
Like new, like I can fork an open source project, make it my own, and go profit off that.
This is the Discord that we're in.
Understand the whole allegory to
I can vouch for you.
open source.
But come through and explain
open source is the idea is being open and free for people to use, and it brings innovation. That's why I mentioned it.
But it's still protected by licensing.
You literally said that you pirate stuff. So, like, I mean,
allegedly, allegedly, yeah, right. On Minecraft.
Well, I support the U.S. and their piracy efforts, of course.
Right, but then you're only getting into you're critiquing him as a person. You could say that, yes, I think that this should be, this should be X, and then I do something that conflicts with that. That doesn't mean X is wrong. That just means I'm doing something contradictory.
Yeah, could I be steelmanning this?
Yeah, I think you might.
I was just going to say real quick about the whole rib thing because it sounds silly, but when that diagram was shown on screen, I think it helped, but also comparing it to PB&J, I thought wasn't as fair either because yes, you can argue, oh, you're boiling something at a certain temperature and you're extracting it.
Not for me. I just want to see what I can see.
But I still do think it's a little bit more complicated than how that sounds.
I used to be a
itself.
Guy,
like you still have to figure out this temperature. You still have to figure out the mechanics of
now
that.
The streaming side
I think
is
it's
so good.
In the grand scheme of things, it's not the biggest thing in the world. But I do think those things that do take time and effort. I'm sure it took more than a week to figure out.
Now that the debate's over, I can completely mute them and make our talking a little bit more clear.
Whatever it is. So I think it's not as jokingly as we kind of portrayed it in the debate. I think it's actually pretty.
But I can't be full screen.
Do you know the example that teachers use as a writing exercise with peanut butter and jelly with like students? I didn't get to like capitalize on this because of everything else, but it's pretty much you have to write down how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now, if you were to
that's simple. That wouldn't be patented.
No.
Can you show those fifth graders how to debone a pig?
Now, if you were to do that and you were to like break it out, a peanut butter jelly sandwich would start to look like that patent that we just saw, where it's like, okay, so you're going to take, you would have to like talk about the technology of turning, wheat into like flour into like dough, and that you use doughing in this way to heat it. And like you start like talking about how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's going to look exactly as like, comparable to.
I can help with this real quick. There's like a PB&J. You can't patent that. You can go patent the process for Uncrustables. Does that make?
Very good point. Very good point.
Like Doomer.
Yeah.
Something I wanted to bring up. You said that you use Manjaro Linux, and I've heard of it. I've never used it myself, but I went to look it up, and I found out that they are part of an organization called the Open Invention Network. And that network's specific mission statement is, it was created and exists to ensure a level playing field for Linux and open source software, safeguarding developers, distributors, and users from organizations that could leverage intellectual property to hinder their growth and innovation. Even Manjaro Linux understands that IP is a hindrance.
Okay, but can you dig into that? Explain.
I will ask the question again. Could I be steel manning this? Is my personal preferences negate any of the argumentation made?
But AnCom, that's specifically what I'm asking you to explain.
Yeah,
that was the part of the debate. Like, I understand the claim that you're making. I like, can you dig into that and explain how that is the case? This happens and then that happens, and then because that happened, then it's bad.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to understand what it is you're looking for from me. So you give this happens, that happens. So like,
So
are you asking me to like go down the road of how I think intellectual property can be used for nefarious and ultimately like
that's a good start.
Purposes that are harmful to consumers and innovators alike? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, more so an example of that demonstrates that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of patent sharks?
I think so.
Okay. So these are usually companies, but sometimes wealthy individuals. What they do is they go and they look for patents owned by inventors who maybe haven't yet had the ability to like or to capitalize upon their idea. So they go to these these inventors, they buy the rights of those patents. So the inventor no longer has the right to the no longer has the right to their own to create their own invention, and the patent shark then either holds on to it until it can be sold on to a manufacturing company for a huge profit, for whom they are basically just the middleman, or they do it and then they issue lawsuits against companies who have gotten slightly close to their patent. And usually what ends up happening is that these companies that are just starting out, they don't have the resources to fight those lawsuits. And so they end up just stopping operations. They fold to a C&D or to in an early part of a legal battle because they don't have the money to go through the entire legal battle. This is the kind of, and this is something that happens surprisingly frequently. This is the kind of shit that I see, at least the current way in which intellectual property is structured, to be ultimately restricting innovation. Now, whether or not we might be able to reform it, I don't think we can, but it's harder to make that argument. So I was trying not to go into the specifics in the debate. Sorry for the mild dishonesty there. It is what it is. But like, I had to, I do think that there is a strong argument to be made that the current way IP is done and the idea of intellectual property in the first place is problematic in a lot of different ways. And I think that there are arguments for certain forms of copyright, like I was talking about, protecting the identity of a creator such that any work based on their work has to be attributed to them. But the idea that someone can just come along and buy up a copyright or a patent or whatever, and then use it as their own and start making frivolous legal battles is just such an absurd.
Well, but how is okay? Because I think you just answered the question I'm about to ask with the lawsuit part of it. But in terms of the stealing the idea, doesn't the fact that the inventor having to sell the patent in the first place, like, differentiate from if there's no IP law? Then anybody can just steal it for no money. If I have an idea and I sell it to a patent shark, then no bueno. But if I have an idea and there's no patent law, then what's to keep anybody that I don't get money from to do exactly what the patent shark is going to do?
So the patent shark generally ends up using this for profit. So like either they sell it on to a bigger company that then,
like they acquired a bankruptcy asset and then sold it for profit.
Yeah, something like that. Or they will go after people who are making a slightly similar product, and because it's similar enough to the patent, they sue them and usually get some money out of it, either in licensing fees because they were able to convince a judge or a jury, or just convince these people that they had enough of the case to get a settlement.
Warehouse, I completely agree. I think it's a matter of the balance. Like, that's clearly a negative, but it seems like the positives are more, and I agree that AverageDebateEnjoyer would do a really good job here.
All of the complexities of this into a single point that I can make, so you'll forgive me if I'm having trouble kind of bringing it all together.
I feel like it sounds like what we do for a lot of other things. Like if I go to an estate sale and get some sealed Ninja Turtles like on the low, and then I sell them for a fuck ton of money, like,
so we call it come up.
Am I exactly? Am I to be blamed that there was that estate sale, or someone had died for me to buy their Ninja Turtles?
You're comparing a scarce resource with a non-scarce resource in the form of ideas. So the Ninja Turtles card is intentionally a scarce resource by the maker. And
so, there's usually massive power dynamic between the person selling them and the patent. The patent shark has way more resources. And so that's what I'm saying. Doesn't the fact that you need all these resources create a barrier from your idea being stolen? If I didn't need those resources, then I could just steal it. More people would be stealing ideas. No?
Better. So that's there are ways to do that right now under, the existing patent law. We were talking about the copyleft stuff because people have figured out how to manipulate licenses to make that happen.
Probably a good guess. Probably a good guess. Hey, shout out to Unwanted. Welcome to the good ideas aren't considered a scarce resource to that guy. I disagree. There are vastly more bad ideas than good. That is a good point. I'm going to bring that up.
We need to find a different way of sharing ideas. Mind you, I will also remind folks here that a large part of my anti-intellectual property is related to my anti-capitalism. And so I'm kind of the opinion that I don't like IP, and I'd love to see a way to get rid of it, even without, disposing of capitalism. But for me, they're kind of linked together. And so all of
right. So if this is great, you were a spot on. But that's what I'm saying. If the patent shark doesn't need the resources and they're just greedy, then you're going to have, you need two things. You need greed and resources. Without the IP rights, all you need is the greed. Right?
That's
what user reviews are for.
Have you guys heard of Hallmark Christmas?
Wait, hold on. I just want to point out that AnCom did the Roddy argument of people will vote with their dollars.
He did. Yeah, AnCom just gave us
I said user reviews. I didn't say anything about spending money for that shit.
So,
just because you have limited time to watch movies doesn't mean you should have to pay money
Hey,
for it. If you're
I
looking
vote with my
for the
eyes.
best movie, then you can rely on other people's opinions to
No,
find
surely you know
the
what he
things that are most
means.
popular.
Well, but that begs the question.
You surely know what he means. If you look on Google and you're looking at like a bunch of like places to get food, and one has 3 stars and another has 5 stars, you're clearly going to be like, hey, that one with 5 stars has a better like value for me as a person.
I'm trying to get back to that scarce resource thing.
The word of mouth is very important when it comes to deciding something's
Everything on
worth.
Uber Eats is
I don't know if
4.3
someone
and
tells me that
4.8 stars
the
and
cook
nobody
is
knows
an
what the fuck is
asshole,
going on with
then
their
I'm
ratings. It's
probably
all
going to go to
bullshit.
that place anyway because that cook is probably an asshole to people that are like Karens, and they probably make good food.
And I would also argue how many bot votes and bot stars and bot comments are involved in that. So
that's a fact.
It's
I
not
ignore
a perfect
those
solution,
stars.
and fair enough.
So can I go back to the notion of scarcity and like how IP it's different? Are we saying that good ideas
mean
are
abundance.
not scarce? Like
I'm gonna let Rufus take this one since this was the main
Yeah,
thrust of his argument.
This was Grufus's, and I had the same thought, Jesus, because it's like, yes, there might be a lot of ideas, but there's not a lot of good ideas.
Shout out to Unwanted Foe for that one.
What was the question?
So we're talking about the scarcity
Hey,
argument that
thank
you're
you,
making
appreciate you,
against
Chief.
IP.
Have a great night, buddy.
Thanks, everyone. Bye, guys.
Peace out, brother.
Have a good day, work.
Oh, hey, Lethe, didn't see you pop in.
Oh, bye, Chief.
He just slid in here under the radar.
Yes, he
So
tends
anyway.
to do.
So Grufus, the question was, you had made a comment. Well, actually, I'm going to let Jesus, you phrase it again, because I like the way you said it.
Yeah, so just we were talking about scarcity, and if something is scarce, then we would want to apply one aspect of intellectual property versus something that is not scarce. And so I think that begs the question of whether good ideas in and of themselves are a scarce resource. And I would say yes.
I would disagree with that because they can still be. There's no limit to how many people theoretically that can come up with said good idea, and people can come up with them independent. People can come up with, say, the idea to grab a stick from the forest and make it into a spearfish, or a spear to spearfish.
I got you.
There's no limit. I'm kind of
okay.
Going
so
in circles,
real quick,
but...
nope, that's okay. So let me ask you a different way, because again, like I said, this one was in my notes as well. I liked the argument that you were using there, but my defense or my response to it would have been to look into the number of patents that exist versus patents that are profitable, right? Because I can come up with any fucking number of ideas. Ideas themselves are not a scarce commodity. However, good ideas, profitable ideas, ideas that other people would want to build on are scarce. And so me being able to hold on to that resource, because I had never thought about, and I suppose this would be part of your ANCAP theory, is that it's not property. And for what it's worth, everybody, as I said earlier, Grufus was sort of contentious with the prompt itself because of the wording, because he said that it implied necessary legitimacy to intellectual property as a property. And so, I got it.
Good things come to those who wait.
I liked his point, and I saw what he was getting at, but in my mind,
and I'm not even done. I'm chill here for a while, but then I got another panel that I'm gonna hop on. So we're gonna have some fun.
Responsibility to show me why it's not property, right? Like that's your job, right? There's no reason that you can't do that within the framing of the prompt. But back to the question at hand, do you think that every idea is equally valid or equally profitable? Or do you think that the person who figured out ibuprofen originally is no better than the person who figured out silly putty?
Oh, I mean, sure, there are better. Of course, there are better ideas. I mean, the person who came up with insulin, I think, is more important than the person who came up with silly putty or ibuprofen or what have you.
Sure.
But, and of course, there's nuance there. But then you have to get into what how do you make an objective scale or an objective line, and who does that? Who decides that?
Money.
Who
Profitability.
Money, yeah, the market.
Yeah, we vote with our dollars.
No. Well, no.
How much more money has
I'm
been
saying,
made off of ibuprofen or insulin than Silly Putty?
No, that's not quite my point. My point is like you
point.
can't do that. But you, well, I know. I'm speaking about.
Sorry, we were debating you. Go on, please get it out. I'm sorry.
No. My issue with that is you can't. In order for you to be able to. Because the question is how will you enforce that? Because yes, you could say there's some objective standard. Or some
standard, yes, this is an open panel.
You could say money, but
the link.
How do you tie down, say, a patent that makes $1 million
to the Discord?
In principle, is that
I'll drop it again. I'll drop the link to the Discord, and you can. I don't.
Better than
not.
Yeah, I'll drop the link to the Discord.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Okay, well, and the simple answer is in a capitalistic state, that is how we keep score. It's that simple.
And the second point is, how do you enforce that without coercion?
Explain. How do you enforce the law without?
How do you enforce? No, how do you enforce intellectual property? How do you enforce people not being able to use an idea they either saw or came up with on their own, etc., without saying you cannot use your XYZ thing this way without saying, pointing a gun at them and saying you can't do this thing this way because I say so.
You're the one who's the AnCap, but there is still that cap part of your AnCap. The rest of us believe or agree. Most of us. I know there's a couple of other ands in here, but at the end of the day, we all agree as a society to comply with certain amount of rules. If we're all going to party together, we all have to agree nobody's going to shit on the living room floor. And if you start to pull your pants down, I'm going to tackle you. Right. So again, at the end of the day, you cannot have then just know that there may be consequences to your choices. And that's how a society works. Okay, Grufus, we can't have a society where we don't all agree to some sort of acceptable behavior amongst us. However, that's enforced is irrelevant.
Well, if you if someone shits on your shits in your house, you can I imagine it, so long as they know your rule because it's your property, you're fully within your right to say, this is my property. I can say I have final say of how it's used or how you use it.
And the United States is all of our property. So all of us, or a majority of us, agree on certain acceptable limitations to your behavior.
And I think the United States all of our property.
Yeah. Yes. We the people, by the people, for the people, blah, blah, blah.
That exists within the United States.
This is where AnCom and I are going to heavily disagree, but I don't think group ownership is valid at all.
I understand.
I mean, I also don't think that the so-called public property of the United States is actually public, given how it's controlled.
That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, that's a whole other realm.
But
we can agree on that.
We disagree with the statement presented by Horse for different reasons.
Yeah, hey man, I gotta. I'm not sure. I'm not a brain in a vat, but we gotta, take some type of context where we're in a shared reality.
I do want to ask you a question for Horse.
Real quick. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah. So I just wanted to Google something to counter. You were saying that the money is
crying that he's not American. Oh no, I wish I could be American
clean water
so
in the United
bad.
States reached a retail of $46 billion.
Harder, baby.
While in the same year, the gaming industry and the movie industry outperformed.
Let's give you a little.
The water sector, the gaming industry with around 184 billion. The movie industry, depending on the year. But if we're going to bring it to depending on the year, went from 33.9, which is under, to 82, which is above. So is movies and video games more important than clean water?
So real quick, we got to roll ourselves back. Hold on to your pantyhose, Lonzo. I promise you're going to go next. So we got to roll it back to what I actually said, my friend, before you mischaracterize my words. What I said was that the good idea is rewarded by our votes. Do you think that water is a good idea? Well, it's not really an idea, right? However, the way that you process it, the way that you bottle it, the way that you take it out of the ground and extract it, the way, et cetera, those could be patentable ideas, but water in and of itself is not a patentable idea. So the profitability of water is irrelevant to it being a good idea, which was my proposition. And go ahead, Lonzo.
I don't even remember at this point.
Cheers. So back to UK. Do you see the difference between that? I didn't
No,
say it
because
was
the
more
entire water
important.
industry,
I
including-
said that a good idea is
Well,
going
if
to be
water
rewarded.
becomes so scarce, someone will come up with an idea to start desalinating water and patent that.
and
then
it'll become
you'll get the
very
increase.
profitable.
Very, yeah.
Exactly.
Radish,
You're
can I
saying
also,
that we use money to prioritize, though. So that's
right.
I mean,
To prioritize what? I'm
Well,
sorry,
money
real quick,
follows
go ahead, Bruce.
priority.
To put priority over the good ideas or not. I would say that the idea of making
not say that.
processing clean. Okay, you want to run it
Money
back?
is a good money is a good measurement of the prioritization.
I'm going to
of
take a
something,
look
but,
around YouTube and
I wouldn't
see,
say that we
who's
use
doing
money
what. It's going to black out for a second, but
prioritize
you'll still
something,
hear
as
it.
in the value of money for certain things is decided by how important that thing is to the general public.
So what I had said, and I'll reconnect the dots for you, Kay. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe as I'm doing this, I will see the error of my ways and I will absolutely acknowledge it, because we're not in a debate, we're in a conversation. What I had said was, and what Jesus and I were saying really, is that Grufus had implied that there is not a shortage of ideas, and ideas are not a limited resource, like say water, as an example. We'll keep it with there. Water has a finite amount, so it is a limited resource. So I own that in perpetuity. However, there is an infinite number of ideas that could come along, so it does not qualify as a property,
we'll stick
because
around
it is not
and
finite.
see what's
However, Jesus and I were saying,
let me know if you
that-
guys want to
I love
develop.
saying that. Can I just put that out there? Jesus and I were on the same page.
You call me Lutch.
Anyway,
like clutch without the C. Lutch.
all right, cheers. But it's so much more fun to call you Jesus.
Oh, please.
Anyways, Lutch and I were trying to imply that what is in a finite supply, wow, that rhymed really well, is good ideas. And somebody said, well, who decides what's a good idea and what's a bad idea? And I was saying that the profitable ideas are the good ideas. And so as such,
No,
I'm
I
not-
disagree. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. You're allowed to. So what I'm saying, though, is that it's not that prioritizes the idea. It's simply saying that it is obviously a good idea because it is being rewarded. Now, to answer your question, the video game industries, that requires a whole lot more good ideas. The video games that come up with a cool concept are going to get rewarded by our dollars more than the companies that come up with no good ideas, or have a shitty idea, or they're just piggybacking off of somebody else's idea. However,
the existence of shitty AAA games very effectively rub off that point, and like
Right,
shitty
but-
blockbuster movies.
yes. Well, okay. Well, now, okay.
Pop culture,
The
I
entire
would
Marvel
think
franchise
Marvel.
for the past
No. Fuck off. That's actually exactly the evidence to my point.
Right.
For that last 10 years, they have not been making the money that they used to, which is why Disney is freaking the fuck out, because they've had bad ideas and they are not getting rewarded by their ducats.
Okay, well, I'm trying to say that if you could think about this in an entertainment perspective, then yes, you can sell something that's crappier and make less because you have to continuously keep putting out something. But if you're thinking about this in a general broad market, which is more important, I mean, then that implies things such as like things that you need that are not renewable. The better product would be something that you have to buy multiple times.
So on this panel now,
So what I
we're gonna
actually
hop around a little bit.
That's maybe
Have
the
some
most
fun.
profitable. We're talking about a patent, though. So again, the next thing that I did was I tied in the idea. I used two different chemical formulas. One was ibuprofen and one was silly putty. And the person who chemically patented the ibuprofen recipe is made more money than the person who made the silly putty recipe. And so therefore the money has gone to the person who had the better idea.
What about silicone-based lubricants?
Love them. What about them?
Yeah.
They probably make more money than both of those.
Probably so. We could have used that as an example, but yeah, sure.
1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I'm saying compared, no, but more just a pure example here. Let's say you had
Again with the Diddy defense. It never goes away.
Let's say you had an ibuprofen. You came up with this product, an ibuprofen, and you know that whoever you prescribe this to needs it as a pain relief. And as long as they're in pain, they'll need to keep buying it and taking it in order to feel relief from their pain. And then you have another product, which would just straight up heal whatever it is that's the thing that would just heal whatever the pain is that they're having. They would just fix the issue. Which one would you rather sell?
Well, but
Which
those
one
are
do you
two
think
different
would be?
things.
Yeah, that's completely. I don't
That's
understand.
like saying having surgery versus for a broken leg versus taking
question.
Tylenol. Those are two entirely different things. You don't take Tylenol to fix the problem. If you could, then nobody would take Tylenol.
Exactly where Lance was going with that.
I'm saying the better product does not always lean towards more profit. If anything, you take the better product and you make a version of it that would be less of a solution.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Offering Band-Aids is better than offering a surgery to fix the wound.
Right, correct me if I'm wrong, Horseradish. But I don't think you were saying that only profit dictates what's a good idea. That's just a correlate.
I was implying that was a primary metric, but it is not the sole metric. Correct. It's how we generally keep score in a capitalist society, I believe was my exact quote, but I'd have to go back and listen.
Can I also
go ahead,
respond
Grufus.
to
Sure.
earlier? So I've thought about this for a few minutes now. But scarce, but good ideas would still be scarce because property rights are about rivalrous, not how valuable they are on
Okay. So you want to discuss rivalrous aspects. The good ideas are the ones that people are trying to steal more. The good ideas are the ones that are being copied and exploited and built upon. Is that a better metric for you? A good idea would be defined as the one that somebody else wants to use, to build on, to do something else.
Shout out to Tennessee. Yeah, the only 10 I see.
Can I just bring in? Fine, I'll jump in. I was waiting for him to respond. I'll jump into this. Okay, we're misusing terms here, and I feel like Grufus, you should double down on this as a libertarian. Is that intellectual property isn't considered scarce like physical good are? Because one, like you said, it's not rivalrous. But the rivalrous, what he means is that your use of something doesn't stop the use of somebody else. So, like a rivalrous good is like if I get a house, if I buy a house, you can't use the same house at this the same time. But with an idea, inherently
all be using the idea at the same time.
Idea doesn't
but
what is market availability not a force?
When I'm driving a car, when I'm driving a fucking car, I'm the one driving the car, and that prevents you from driving the car at that. Which makes it rivalrous in nature. But if I had the idea of a car, that doesn't prevent you from having the idea of a car. That is what he's trying to say.
We get it. We're caught up. Right. Yeah, no, that's much better framing. And now that I understand that is actually a pretty good argument. Go on.
Wait, but if we're again, we're talking about the difference of the scarcity of an idea versus the scarcity of a product. And so just because it's not, I think you use the word rivalrous, like if we say there's one well in the entire county, in some, the only way to get water for this one well, I think we would say that wells are scarce. That doesn't mean that everybody can't get in line and use the well.
Real quick, Lutch, I just want to interfere. I think that Kay just knocked down that was our understanding, and that was Grufus's use of the word scarcity. But I think that what just Kay framed it as is it's not about the scarcity. We need to take that part out of the conversation.
Gotcha.
And the way that Kay said it is exclusivity, basically. That you can't use it while I'm using it. That's what he means by scarcity, or what he meant to say was only one person can use it at a time. So hence that makes it a person's property.
Yeah.
Whereas if
I have
two
a fishing
people can
rod
use it at the same time,
if we're on an island and there's a fishing rod, and I take hold of the fishing rod and I'm fishing, I'm using the fishing rod, you're not using it, or vice versa. But the idea to create a fishing rod, we can both sit down and try to take palm trees and the stick and make a fishing rod. The idea can be held by both of us. The fishing rod can't.
I did pin the link to the regular landscape stream. If the pinned link, if you don't like the vertical, you can go right over there.
We do have the ability to use property, things that you would view as property. Would you view, let's say, the pond in the backyard? Would you say that that's a piece of your property, Grufus? I will assume yes.
It depends. Is it there naturally?
Yeah, okay.
Or is
okay.
It, was it there?
Let's say your swimming pool. Okay. You could say that your swimming pool is your property, but I would say that I can be swimming in it with you. So therefore, multiple people can be using your property simultaneously. Therefore, it would not be your property by your definition.
Shout out
I
to
can
the
actually
landscapers.
You're confusing property with possession.
Okay, well, K is, I guess. So I'm gonna stop with you, Grufus. I'm gonna go back to K because K was the one who framed it this way. K, would you not agree that I can live in your bathroom? You may not want me to, but I could. Therefore, we could share that possession simultaneously and make equal use of it.
What you're forgetting is that for every person that would exist in the area, you're taking up space. So if a bathroom only fits one person and you're in it, I physically could not replace.
There's a finite amount of space. Yes.
Yes. So
and there's a finite amount of good ideas.
There isn't though, because
the issue.
Go ahead.
The issue with the shared use thing is. It doesn't negate scarcity. You still have to have one person exerting control over it, so to speak, at a time. Because if to have a second person,
the chat here,
owning a house, for example, would imply contradiction. Because when, say, you want to have one person, one of the owners, quote unquote, wants to paint a house red, and the other wants to keep it as such it is. Who do you? It's
gonna be a fist fight.
I mean,
yeah. How do you
at the barrel of a gun? Yeah, isn't that what you said?
There is already multiple.
Yeah, this creates conflict.
There is already multiple ownership of property. If a husband and a wife get a house, they both can have ownership of a property. So
husband and wife act as a single
which
entity.
is invalid.
Well, yeah, but there's still two people with two different opinions.
Yeah, you're making a legal distinction there.
Yeah.
Philosophically, it's still co-ownership or
Yeah, one person can't sell it out from the other.
Yeah, or if they do, they will face consequences and/or litigation. Right. There would be some sort of rule of law involved, perhaps at the barrel of a gun.
Bonzig, welcome.
Real quick, I just want to say, Letha, you have not said a word since you've gotten here. Welcome in, sir. How you doing? What'd you think of the debates? Did you get to listen to any of it? You had a good night? Huzzah!
I just got here. I was listening. I did not hear anything. I was eating Chinese food and.
Where do you stand on it? Do you believe that intellectual property should be legally protected? Do you think that it is a valid form of property?
Absolutely do, but there's like a funny idea that I was thinking about, and it's the idea like, yeah, ibuprofen's great, but to develop ibuprofen, there's a certain amount of ability you have to have, versus that one jackass that decided to put a rock in a box and sell it for over $1 million.
So wait a minute. Are you saying some good ideas? Oh, fuck. Actually, you just made a really good, strong argument against my position, didn't you? A bad idea can be very profitable.
But I mean,
but does that make it not a good idea then?
Well, does that even make it a bad idea? If people enjoy it,
exactly.
It's a good idea.
Then we have to get to the question of what do we mean by a good idea? Yeah. Because an idea that is profitable but harms people, I think most of us would say is a bad idea, despite the fact that it's profitable.
So I think
you could go kill AnCom and take his house. That's profitable for you. That's a good idea. Yeah.
Right. So
assuming you don't take code-own patent again.
We could talk about a multifaceted thing that has to do with utility, profit, like resources like time, well-being and versus suffering onto. So there's multiple things. But again, going back to when we were saying that, just because it's more profitable doesn't mean X, Y, and Z. Right. It's not a causal factor. There's all these different confluence of factors that would make something a good idea. So like you might have 10 points in one category and 9 points in another, and then 50 points. And it's a good idea because of the 50 points here, even though these aspects are not as strong. No?
There you go. And silly putty.
example for horse that I just kind of fucking came up with in my head. I'm working this, so there might be holes. But like, okay, so you would say there's a finite amount of words in the English dictionary, right?
Sure. I would say yes and no, because more words are created on a regular basis. But I don't.
Okay, so I don't actually. How do we get into? Let me ask him. Give me a sec.
Dictionary. The good ones rise to the top. Yes, the good ones, the ones that are most often used, are the ones who are credited as being good enough to be included in the lexicon, correct?
Yeah, but once you get in, you're kind of there. There's a bunch of words that we don't even use anymore that are dead words.
Yeah, there are a lot of
just because we don't use the patent anymore. Just because we don't use the patent anymore doesn't degrade the amount of benefit it brought us or the legitimacy of the idea.
Yes. Yes. So you agree it's never going to be a thing. Okay, let me continue my logic train with you then.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have the dictionary. There's a finite amount of words in it, or you can argue a finite amount of useful. Okay.
Right.
I don't think there's ever going to be a point where we can say there are an infinite number of words. So
okay, so
all right, so we'll see if he gets back to me pretty quickly.
Is there a finite amount of the word the or space or desk? No, you used it. You could use it right now. Say it. Say it with me. The. Can anyone hear?
But the is a determiner. Determiners are pretty finite if you actually look at.
That's a non-rivalrous term. There's a we already established that there's a finite amount of words in the dictionary here, but there was no rivalry. Me saying the did not stop anybody here from saying the. That is the concept of ideas, right? Is what we're trying to argue here. I just think it's analogous. If you guys want to try to poke holes in it, no.
I'm thinking it through. I asked Mo what you're cooking there.
What if your idea is to create and sell a product, but there's only so much of a market?
So what you could do
is that a limiting factor for?
Very easily, if you just go to the channel, you're already on the stream. So you go to the channel and you'll see the other one right there, and make sure you're subscribed while you're there.
So what's the question? Let me write it down. There is.
You want to restate it, Doomer, or you want me to frame it?
You got it.
So, actually, no, because I hit the vape. So you say it.
Okay, so if I'm making a product and my entire purpose of filing this patent or whatever is to patent the process to make this product and bring it to market, the finite people in that market, is that a rivalrous type of commodity for what you're saying?
That's it.
No.
So basically, the amount of people, there's only so many eyes to look at your Netflix. So is that not the limiting factor that makes it rivalrous?
No, that's market competition.
I can't watch two different shows at the same time.
That
doesn't make it non-rivalrous.
That would make
or not.
That's you spending your own scarce resources.
Let's say I live in a village and I just want to market cars to my village of 50 people.
Yeah, there's no limit to how many people can consume your content at the same time. How are your time itself?
Say the product is.
Resource
say there is a limit on the product. Say it's not Netflix. It's a car. It's whatever good that was previously being discussed.
We're talking about.
Well, I want to patent the process to make that. I want to patent the process to make that car.
Okay,
that's still an idea, but the manufacturing or the car itself.
Well, you're saying that sharing that idea isn't competitive or rivalrous, but wouldn't the end market that I'm trying to sell that car to be a limited kind of thing?
We might all be able to use the idea of how to build a car at the same time.
I hit him up.
There
I
are
DM'd
only
him.
so many people to buy the car.
I DM'd him and I put it in the chat. When I get a second, I'll ask him verbally. But yeah, it's just a matter of where exactly. So is there any other channels that you can go to?
Pretty much the replication or the ability to hold that idea, right? Or I guess hold that asset, right?
Say it again.
Okay, so market competition is.
Can you type in the panel channel that I'm on here right now? Oh, there we go.
Address market competition. It addresses whether whether that intellectual property is scarce or not, and that scarcity is built on whether multiple people can use it or not. Pretty much, like hold it at the same time without taking.
I guess I just don't follow it all the way. Like I can see that both people can use my process to create this car, and it's not like affecting each other. But at the end result, like the intent I have is to market this car to the 50 or so people. If my brother takes my idea and uses it as well, that limits what I'm using my idea for, right?
Okay, he's going to explain it in stream.
Yes, that's market competition.
Okay.
So real quick, I just want to put something out there. I want to reiterate something that I said earlier and I've said before. For those of you who are just tuning in or who are new to the
this is for you.
Stream,
this is for you. No, you.
In the open panel part here, anybody is welcome to jump into the Discord channel if you're vetted or if you're vouched. Now, what that means is if somebody in this room or somebody that I know says, yo, this is a person and I vouch for them, then I will let you straight into the conversation.
Yeah.
You'd have to join the Discord one way or the other. But as far as the vetted, what I generally mean is you have to have been in the Discord channel for 1 week. You have to have spoken in the Discord channel once or twice so that we get to see that you're a real human. We've had a lot of problems with people who would just jump in here and just want to shout. You guys have figured out the vibe here, right? And a lot of people don't know how to read the room. So if you want to be part of this, and you want to see what we're doing, you want to participate, especially if you want to debate with us, man, just let me know. Because I'm always trying to get more people. Right now, I have a list of about 30 debaters that I send out the prompts to. I get about half of them respond on a different, depending on the week.
Type in the panel channel.
And so again, I usually have, but if I had 60 people to choose from, if I have too many debaters, man, I'll just start doing this 2 nights a week, 3 nights a week, whatever the fuck. But right now, to get vetted, you just hang out in our Discord for a week and kind of comment and let us get a vibe for you, make sure that you're reasonable and you get it. And if it's somebody here who says, hey, this is a person for me, I'll bring you in straight away. Either way, you got to join the Discord channel. And if you are tuned in, I will drop it here, and Lutch can copy paste that into his own Discord, or I'm sorry, into his own chat. And yeah, and for what it's worth, everybody who streams, please, I don't want to sit here and shout all of y'all out. No, you know what? Fuck it. Keep going with the conversation. I'm going to start shouting all of y'all out. But before you do, I just want to say that I said earlier that I walked into this sort of on the fence.
So I vouched for you. He should.
What I think my actual takeaway from this entire conversation is that there is validity to the idea of protecting intellectual property, but that the system as it stands seems to need some serious reconsideration, and that there's probably a better way for us to do it, but there is benefits to shared property or shared intellectual property. And I actually want to shout out Doomer because he kept bringing it back to the fact that
I think it sounds more like the way that we do IP needs to be changed, because the notion of not having any kind of protection on your ideas doesn't make sense, but the way it's done also is not good.
Does that slow the process down? Yes, but it's not completely stymied. And I think that is probably the argument that kept me on the it needs to be their side, right? Is because there's already concessions for the public good. But I would then say immediately afterwards, fuck Disney, because I'm sure all of y'all know. I'm sure all of y'all know the story of patent and intellectual property when it comes to Disney. But for those of you who don't,
copyright, not patent, but yes.
Specifically copyright. Thank you. It's all the same to me, potato. But the long and short of it is that historically, what was it, 40 years, I think? Any created piece of media becomes public domain, which is to say that after a movie has been out for 40 years, I'm allowed to use it as I see fit. That's why if your local high school wants to put on a Romeo and Juliet show, they don't have to pay anybody for their rights. But if your local high school wants to put on Frozen, they're going to fucking grab their ankles for it, boys. Dun, dun, dun. So that said, Disney came along and said, when 3 circles in a specific shape was about to reach public domain, Disney threw insane amounts of money at it and said, but wait, can we make it a little longer and a little longer and a little longer? And here's the grossest fucking part about
who was asking
Disney has
who was
made
asking about Disney before
using historical folklore shit that was clearly public domain, such as Beauty and the Beast, And then by making their version of it, it now falls under their protections. So they're literally taking away things that that were already established public domain. And that is the worst exploitation of patent law and IP I think that there's ever been.
Now, what if I told you that's happening in every industry, and we pointed that out 3 times of how the public is fronting the cost for almost every technology that private companies. The reason that R&D is so much more profitable under a private industry is because our tax money, these governments funding and government programs, as well as the university grants, are the ones that are taking the risk. They're the ones putting in the development, and
he's sick now. He's looking around a bunch of different
so that
shit.
way a
Hopefully
company
we'll
can
get
go
you
in,
the permissions,
add a little bit onto it, and then pull up the ladder. That was a big point of what we were saying, is that that's how it currently operates. And right now, if you accept the idea that patent law and IP exists, like blanket, the line is artificial is what I was trying to say. They're saying it's artificially right here, and y'all are like, okay, I can agree with that. Or they're saying, well, it could be here, but also there's nothing that stops it from consistently blowing up, which it constantly does with like.
You can't type in the chat? I've never seen that before. Are you sure? Because sometimes if you like under the video, you could swipe back and forth. Make sure you click the chat. I'm sorry you're having so much trouble, but I appreciate you being here. And yeah, Ellicat, I think I'll give him another minute. If he doesn't say anything, I'll be like, hey, check out Ali.
So patent law exists. Let's just make it worse, make it worse, make it longer. Let's make it stronger. And this hurts all of us. Getting rid of it stops that process completely.
Can I ask you, Kay, since you were the chief of the get rid of it completely team, are you willing to concede that reform might be better than complete absolution? Abolition, sorry.
It depends what you mean better. I think if we reformed it, I bet you there's this
more effective. Yeah, exactly.
I think there's a reform. If you reform it, I think that you can look at it and be like, hey, listen, we can get better results. Like if we like when it comes to how much innovation is being produced and how much money and gross the product is like being like pumped into the economy, but then that addresses the utilitarian issue of just like pure stats. But then I would have to figure out and weigh the consequence of like the moral implication of the idea of owning thought, which is scary.
So in an attempt to find the common ground, right, where the yeses and the nos in here can both kind of touch tips, what suggestions would we have to make it so that what suggestions do we have and what concessions are willing to be made to make it so that we can find a better solution than what we have now? What workarounds and or limitations could we implement that would get rid of the...
I'm gonna be honest, Ellicat. Like, I'll be on this channel all the time, but this is kind of getting to where it's over. So I'm about to move to a different channel shortly. That is definitely an open panel where you just click the link. So if you up to you what you want to do, but just giving you a heads up.
Because it wouldn't be a forefront issue, right? It's just like when you it would be the thing of it might be not perfect, but it'd be so good that maybe I would just shut the fuck up. And that would be if we get rid of I'll address each like version of IP with trademarks. If we got rid of trademarking slogans and we expanded trademarks to be or limited trademarks to be a very specific combination of logo, sector, and like color, blah blah blah. So like it's like Apple couldn't just trademark the term Apple. It had to be Apple with this logo, with this background, with this color, with this certain specific entity. So that way you could be like, hey, I know that I'm buying shit from Apple and it's clearly a difference. And you could still have stores named Apple that are like selling fucking apple pies or caramel apples or whatever. You can have like different types of software called Apple as long as they differentiate in the market of software that they're in. So that's like
I have no idea what
I
we're
think
talking
for
about.
copyright, I would be okay with like it being a thing of like, hey, let's just call it 20 years after like publication, right? Fine. That you like have your works, and then I would say that like all.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna move over to that other channel, and I'll drop that link, and you'll definitely be able to come up immediately. I'm gonna dip out of here. That's it.
Part of a game, if I fucking make my own tournament for the game, all that shit right now is not is attacked by IP law, and you're not technically allowed to do. And even reviews are in this weird and like
I'm gonna use
Let's
the
Plays, and even streaming
midnight
video
excuse.
games on
It's
stream
midnight. I gotta go to bed.
Infringements of IP law, and Nintendo has utilized that to like DMC you. So if we protected it where non-derivative works that are like original, that expand on the original, were all protected, and that just the original copy, like you just couldn't copy and paste, that was protected for like 20 years, I'd be okay with that. And then when it comes to patent law specifically, I think you should be able to
question on that. Hang on, I'm taking notes. Yeah, let him get through it, and then we'll pull these apart. Go ahead.
And then with patent law, I think it's pretty simple. You would just have to limit the amount of patents a company can file, so that way they can't do patent thickets, which make it impossible to, reasonably innovate against their current innovations. If they had previously relied off of public research to innovate, then they have a shorter patent time and also have to disclose an equal amount of like information or something. If it's life-saving technology, they have the lowest amount of patent. Like, let's give it like 3 years of patent protection. If it's like just normal everyday stuff that has like no real big, like say, give them a 5-year lead on the market. And if it's something that's like a big investment, give them like 7 or 10 years of market advantage. And you can also be like, hey, we'll give them grants or allow crowdfundings and blah, blah, blah to like supplement. And we can have a like bounty system where like the government's like, hey, for this amount of like research publicly done for cancer stuff, you'll get like a huge, like instead of giving the incentives that we give to SpaceX and everything just willy-nilly for free, and allowing them to fuck us in the ass with that, we be like, hey, here's a bounty. If you do this, you get this amount of like subsidies and funding from the government to compensate you for like all the work you did, just in case those like 3, 5, and like 10 years doesn't work out.
Mad people join that other panel.
If that
I definitely
was all
gotta get out of here.
copyright law was, I would probably never bitch again for the rest of my life. Even though I don't think it's perfect, I would not think it's big enough of a problem to care about anymore.
Cheers. For what it's worth, I really wanted to hear all of that because Kay was the one who sold me on the idea of rather than universal basic income, instead we have universal basic services. And the way that he laid that out fucking converted me instantly. So I wanted to hear this too. We're going to work our way backwards, and I'm going to say each one that he just said back. And I want to hear, well, first of all, before we do that, on the other AnCom and Grufus, do you guys generally agree with his limitations?
No, I am
better than that. I think it would be better than we have now, but I would still be complaining.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd still be complaining. I will be complaining. There's one day.
Cool. So I'm looking for concessions and compromise. So go ahead.
Real quick, guys. Yeah, it's getting close to midnight here on the East Coast.
Oh yeah, East side.
Appreciate you guys. Good job, all of the debaters. I guess did all the winners leave already? Oh man. Well, there you go. Good job, Doomer. But yeah, good job, everybody. And even though I gave it to the affirmative, you guys definitely helped me understand it a lot better. I'll definitely see you guys soon.
Thank you for being a gracious judge, and love you, homie.
Peace
yeah, absolutely.
out.
And enjoyed the hell out of it. If you would just say something in my chat real quick so everybody can click your name and give you the follow, because I don't know, you got like letters and shit and weird symbols, and I can't just do a quick shout out. So
in the main chat or everybody, the VC chat?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, in the main chat, in Twitch chat, so that everybody else so the audience can see it.
Oh,
yeah,
gang.
On Twitch.
I was in bed and I left my computer on.
No.
I'm also leaving.
I
just got a notification from
I'll shout you out in the
messaging
channel.
me, and I forgot I was in here. So I'll
no worries. Have a good night, buddy. Appreciate you showing up. You didn't get to say much, but we'll see you next time.
Yeah, I don't have all that pulled up, but we'll do that next time.
That's all right. Oh, there you go. Doomer got you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
That's why he carries the sword, ladies and gentlemen. Give that man a follow. He also is available on Twitch, but I bet you if you follow him on YouTube, you'll be able to find that link. So
indeed.
See you later, Lutch. Have a great night.
Thank you, guys. All right. So now, let's see, is this going to let me turn my camera on? No, let me leave that. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. There we go. Oh, all right. And we're back. So I don't need this anymore. So we're gonna head over to fucking Confluence. My homeboy has got a little panel going.
It'd be flipped.
Well, no, we
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. I don't know what the
inherently
immaterial is.
we inherently know what the you know what the immaterial from the material.
I don't. I actually don't. I don't even
The
buy the
material from the
distinction,
immaterial.
being frank with you.
You don't buy the distinction.
Yeah, people
Is
talk about
Christian punching
physicalism
above his
and
weight class right
idealism.
now?
I'm not even. I don't buy the distinction.
What, are you a fucking monist?
What does that even mean?
All right.
Yeah,
Brandon,
because
are
they're.
You think it's all one?
Hey, Brandon's there. All right, I think we're gonna get into some wild shit. So I'm gonna drop the link directly. This is the StreamYard link to come up on the panel that is on the screen right now. I'm about to join. Right. We gonna get into it. We gonna get into it. And shout out to Disco a Fool for figuring it out. Guys, don't forget, we do still have Morty here. We do still have treats to give him, and he would like them very, very much. So come on through. All right, what are we doing here? StreamYard. Boom. Boom. Dutch. And we enter.
Be true.
Hey, Mr. Christian, you're a sandwich artist at Subway, and you're on Iron Chef right now, bro. Like, you are punching way above your weight class, sir. I don't know what's going on, but I know
Jesus.
that. Look at that. I made Zangief laugh. Look at Zangief.
Yeah, Lutch is here.
Bro, we got Zangief and Dalsim. We got Zangief and Dalsim on the fucking panel.
So, Lutch, what's your thoughts between substance dualism and?
They were so off track now. Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
I'll excuse myself. I ruined the panel. I'm sorry.
It was just a little side point about substance monism. Fuck.
We here now.
Yeah.
I just came from a intellectual property debate, and it sounded like you guys were talking about some more interesting stuff.
From nerd shit to nerd shit.
Yeah, nerd to
what
nerd.
A night! What a night, Lutch.
What are you guys talking about? Don't stop on my account.
Broadly talked about atheism, and then
a female used a women's bathroom, and there was no Republican within years.
No, not that. No, don't listen to the dude.
And then we talked about Zangief retiring from street fighting, becoming a philosopher.
Physicalism and non-physicalism, and if like you can get material from material, or if that makes sense to talk about. And yeah,
and the reason we were talking about that is because we're talking about morality, and the reason we were talking about morality is because we're talking about physicalism. I mean, it's just, you know.
We started talking about
turtles all the way down.
How do we even get here?
With a hint of Israeli propaganda.
Always.
I think it's because we jumped to the front. Yeah.
Someone did mention Hitler at some point.
I definitely mentioned Hitler. That 100%. I mentioned Hitler.
What's that like the internet theory that the longer a conversation goes on, someone will bring up Hitler at some point?
Always. So why not? Can we just go?
Worked out like Brandon. His name would be Adolf Hitler.
Can we just go? Since we're talking about religion and stuff, can we just go around real quick and everybody say, Christian, Orthodox, atheist, whatever?
Sure. Yeah, let's go clockwise. Christian, esotericist, theist, pan-psychist as well.
Jesus.
Christian?
Christian's a Christian.
Christian? Christian's a Christian. Wow, so on the nose. Wow, Christian's a Christian. Who would have thought?
Okay, the name right there.
Atheist.
Okay, Podesta?
Just atheist. Just hardcore atheist.
Dude.
I'm a slippery little snake.
Non-committal.
Non-committal. Non-committal.
I like that. I'm a devout practicing Catholic for the outward manifestations of what that represents.
That literally meant nothing.
Who said that? That dude, you work at fucking Chipotle with your Jufro. Like, shut the fuck up, you unexceptional unibrow twat.
Wow.
You are probably going to.
That's some unexceptional rage to the dude.
You are literally you have the high eyebrow, but you are the lowbrow commentary of tonight's discourse. I'm completely a neophyte in this arena, and it is so painfully obvious you're punching above your weight class. Don't bring the smoke, pal. Don't bring the smoke.
Yeah, right.
Bro, you're unfuckable. Look at you. You are the walking manifestation of an incel.
I feel like
the smoke.
What
is going on?
Are very the dude, you gotta settle down, brother. You gotta settle down. Okay, Brandon.
I know Brandon's
you're.
Bro, he looks like he's straight out of Auschwitz. Look at him.
Okay, we're serious. We're having serious talk. Okay, I feel like I said that like 10 minutes ago, but it still kind of holds true at this very moment. Brandon, your theological position.
I'm a presuppositionalist Orthodox Christian. I'm currently a catechumen. Just went to liturgy.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. I'm agnostic towards some gods. I'm atheist towards others.
I think I'm gonna.
Except for Confluence is God. I believe in Confluence is God because everything is God, and I think everything exists. So
stop.
It's not based.
Disavow.
You're an atheist, bro. You're an atheist.
Disavow.
Atheist fluence.
No, not atheist fluence.
We'll get him there. I'm definitely agnostic. I mean, that's a really good way to put it. I'm agnostic for most gods. And atheistic for some. Just because when you say God, I don't know what you mean, so I go with agnostic. But I do call myself an atheist.
Okay.
Wait, run that back again.
I'm an agnostic atheist, but I stick with the agnostic part because, in the words of Alex O'Connor, if I don't know what you mean when you say God, I don't know if I believe in that thing. So,
I'm gonna default to agnostic.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I'm going to assume when I say this that people are talking about God being some sort of sentient, existing, dynamic thing, not just a concept of everything being a god.
Right. So that's the difference between theism with a TH and deism with a D.
Wait, what's Keelan?
Lutch, I saw you talking about the IP thing. I dabbled in that live a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
Were you having fun? Was that fun?
I mean, I'm here.
I hopped in when someone was like reading. They wrote like a 3-page long essay on the thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to, say negative things about people.
Right.
But there's certain aspects of the platform that if you're not the debater, then there's a lot of waiting. And so I was the judge in this debate. So the whole thing was just me. Yeah. So so the whole thing I was just waiting. And so then, I got to talk a little bit, but the topic itself is a little bit over my head. So they were getting like into deep rivalry thing versus this. Yeah. I'm like, I don't really know what's going on. I don't really have much to say. Okay. So I was like,
so you didn't make the audience the judge. Or would you?
Well,
you were the judge. So are you like the moderator as well? Or
no? So the host is the moderator. Then there's two on-panel judges. Then, in addition to that, there is a straw poll that the host puts out. Like the link, and you vote. So between all three of those, we usually pick a winner. So like if the two judges are split, then we might go to the audience. If the judges agree, So.
Keelan, what do you believe in?
I used to be pretty like atheist back in high school, but then I stopped caring about religion in general. So now I'm going back to reading about the different stuff involved with religion.
So are you agnostic?
Yeah, I would say agnostic, but like I've been pretty interested in like, I don't know if anyone's going to flame me for this, but I think occasionalism is pretty interesting and cool as an idea.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
That's the first time I've heard it.
So occasionalism. Yeah, what does that mean?
I haven't read a ton about it at this point, but like as I understand it, it's that there are no like causes in the universe that are not God, so that everything that happens is caused by God directly.
God just causes stuff on occasion.
I'm getting the theory that all things exist or are controlled by chance. So you're saying that chance would be God?
No, it's that. So like say, I can't really explain it that well because as I hear it explained, it's usually like fire when put next to cotton causes the cotton to burn. But in this case, the fire next to the cotton would be God causing the cotton to burn.
Do you know what
he does this often?
Do you know what the occasional part?
I think it's
the opposite
that all
of what
things exist are controlled by chance.
Is that a
I
situation?
don't
you
think
can't
so. I
define
think
God?
I think it's the opposite of what Brandon said. I think from just looking it up, and from also what
Well,
Keelan
I
said.
mean,
I think
that's what
Brandon.
I think that would make
Right.
sense. I was
Right.
trolling, so.
Okay, you were
If-
yeah. I think yeah. It's saying
if-
I think wait a brief read, but I think yeah. Every event, I think what Keelan said, every single event that happens is directly caused by God. So like those, it doesn't make sense to talk about like pre-existing physical causes.
I'm saying.
Does that sound right, Keelan, or no?
Matrix?
The definition,
Yeah,
the definition they gave of the word just says that by chance. But if he believes this,
Yeah, I'm not sure what the basis of the word is. or,
Yeah.
like, what
Yeah.
the different parts mean, but yeah, I've been interested in that lately. I am like in the beginning stages of learning about it. It's just been an
Okay.
interesting thing.
You
So
know,
this is from
since you haven't,
Wikipedia,
I thought
so
you were-
grain of salted, but
since you haven't fully fleshed this out, if you don't have a good answer, that's fine. So do you think like causality is God, or do you think that God is something independent of causality, like a mind, or neither?
Yeah, I haven't gotten far enough to like where I feel like it could be a mind, right? Like, I think I'm more on the side of like causality being a definition of what God is than I am to like saying that there's a mind.
No,
Doesn't that
okay.
break
So
down
you're
language
similar
of
to
people?
confluence. Instead of
Well,
defining everything as God, you define causality as God.
So since we have most of the panel being non-believers, I'm curious what you guys think about the notion of essentially the ortho bro notion that the only way to be to have morality, the only way to do anything is to be Orthodox Christian. Obviously, you guys disagree, but what do you
That's
have to
my
say?
view. Yeah.
Well, we're getting to some of that with morality. Isn't that one thing that religion is supposed to provide? Community and morality?
Mm-hmm.
I think everything approximates, I think, the truth. And so I think different religious systems are more true and less true. And so I would never be able to commit that any one way of framing things is ultimately true. I think everything is we're getting closer, spiraling upwards to an approximation. And I do see human history moving in that direction, which is why I actually agree with Lutch when he says that there could be better systems that we create. I actually do agree with that because I think we are going in a trajectory that is leading us toward Godhead. I think that this is going to sound retarded maybe to most of you, but I think that the way creation works, I think God makes us, and then I think we move back to God. So I think it's like an ebbing and flowing of like divinity into humanity back into divinity.
Okay, L. Ron Hubbard Jr.
What?
I called you L. Ron Hubbard Jr.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, the dude. So I will accept that, I guess.
Do you believe in reincarnation with that, or is it just a one-way?
Is that powdered milk?
I think it's possible. I'm not like actually anti, even though like I know reincarnation is not Christian. Don't listen to what I'm saying right now. Yeah, I'm not actually anti reincarnation. I think it's possible. I don't know if I have good evidence for it.
Is it possible?
But I'm not opposed to it.
Possible in a sense that you can remember your old carnations, or just you're a bunch of energy, you become a human, then you become a bunch of energy, and then obviously energy becomes human again.
Well,
So
I would say I'm not saying this is like evidence, but I have talked to enough people that I really trust their like intellectual and like spiritual perspicacity that have claimed that they remember past lives. And I'm not talking about the woo-woo people. I mean like legitimately like smart people, like in the past, like in the 1800s, 1900s, like Eliphas Levi and Aleister Crowley and people that I'm like, I think that I have a degree of trust that they're not just like making stuff up. So
And
that gives me some reason to believe it, but I'm not them, and I obviously can't verify it. And so that's why I'm like, it's possible in my mind, and I think it's possible to maybe remember, but I don't know. It could also be not possible, and maybe reincarnation doesn't mean anything, but it's something I'm like open to at the very least. Because people that I really respect that I think are the smartest among us have claimed as such. So I'm like, okay, maybe. But I'm kind of I'm agnostic on the topic.
Someone in my chat said Crowley was a goon.
Well, just to answer your
Crowley
question,
was
Lutch,
a goon. Crowley
I
was
mean,
an absolute
a gooner?
goon. He was a gooner. He was so gooner coded. He was insane. The stuff that man did. Jesus Christ.
So then, what? Like, because I'm trying to get more of a different perspective on like what I'm trying to do, and like I'm trying to bring American humanity, whatever, to a place where we either can understand that there is nothing better than the God that we have, or we find that thing that is better than our notion of specifically Christian God, but like a monotheistic God. Seems as of right now, that's the best idea we have in terms of something that underlines the universe, creation, morality, all of those things. But how can we get to a place where, you know, non-believers like us can accept, okay, maybe that's not true, but there's nothing else better?
Anyone want to go?
Not all at once.
I don't want to monopolize.
I've talked to Lutch enough right now where I'll say that even at a subconscious level, there's something in you that drives you, and it's not completely learned. There's a reason when a 3-year-old kid hands you an invisible and the gentleman Podesta, he's obviously painfully intelligent, but he's, from what I've seen so far, like void of. Are you a happy guy, Mr. Podesta?
Yeah, I got 2 kids.
What brings you? And there's a reason I'm asking this. What brings you? What puts a smile on your face that just changes your whole demeanor? What do you find funny? What do you find brilliant? What do you find breathtaking?
There's a lot of different questions.
They're all the same questions.
Well, what I find breathtaking isn't necessarily what I find funny.
Valid.
Hyperliteral.
Valid.
Well, but this is
that was the autism speaking.
This is good because
are you autistic, Mr. Podesta?
I don't think so, but my daughter.
Someone said it. I'm not being rude. Someone just
said
that's my bad. Sorry.
Okay.
Shout out to Trench Deacon for the Big 10. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course,
we're all
every
Saturday night,
donation
and we're
gets
all
a treat
Stream Your Song with
for
Philosophy.
the
We're all
puppy.
a little bit autistic, probably.
Yes,
Like, somewhere
There we go. Thank you.
Let him answer the question. What is it? Here's the questions. If you're going to put in a movie to make you laugh,
Thank you. Very much appreciated.
What is it? What is something that's going to put a smile on your face and make you laugh?
Because I used to love slapstick. I used to love all like Steve
Martin.
Steve Martin movies. I absolutely used to love like
My Blue Heaven, The Jerk,
and The Man of Two Brains.
Okay, I
love Monty Python. You'll hear me quote Monty Python a lot. I'm a big absurdist.
Shout out to absurdist.
That's the very definition of comedy.
I'm not in a mood of being very serious. I just like to troll and be really absurd. I just find everything absolutely absurd.
That's literally that is the definitive definition of comedy, is to treat the absurd with hyper literalism. That's where what's the guy, Ricky Gervais? I think he's the most brilliant.
I love Ricky Gervais. Probably my funniest guy.
His new special is good.
So that's where I was just kind of, and the one thing I noticed with people who live in the intellectual sphere, whatever it is that you guys call it, where you live, there seems to be a void of, like, Lutch does a good job of like straddling that line. You know, so does Confluence. They have one foot on one side, one on the. Even Brandon, I got a couple little chuckles out of him tonight. There's something when people revel in their own magnificence and their intellect that, like humanity and you know. Food loses its flavor, music loses its luster, the stars lose their allure. And I don't know what causes that with people who are incredibly developed intellectually. And I think that's the disconnect from God. Maybe we're reaching sentience.
Well, if I could piggyback on that, Podesta, are you more right or left leaning politically?
More left.
Yeah, so I think correct me if I'm wrong, the dude, but it seems like you're going towards this notion of that spiritual emptiness that a lot of atheists have.
Disenfranchisement might be a better word. Like they're disenfranchised.
I agree with you, Lux.
Yeah, and I think you definitely have a point that there are too many atheists who don't have that thing. Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be God, in my opinion, but there has to be something. And I'm always curious. Curious is the wrong word, but I'm always very understanding of the Christian or just religious perspective of, atheists don't have anything to live for or any of that, which of course is not the case inherently.
Nihilist, but I find nihilist really freeing, but I would never recommend it to anybody because I don't know that many people could handle nihilism. Because when you
I sure hope so. We love our puppies, right? We love our puppies. Shout out to Wonder Bucket talking about religion.
You have to find your
religion and atheism. Welcome.
Religion is a really easy crutch that just would work with so many people. It's so utilitarian and it's so useful, but it's not true.
And you can be an atheist and believe in the afterlife. To be clear,
you subscribe to nihilism.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
what does an atheist believe? Just in the DMV for eternity?
It depends on the atheist. There's nothing about the afterlife in atheism, so you can be an atheist and have other beliefs.
Atheism is basically, and I think Ricky Gervais put it really well, is do you remember what happened the year before you were born? What happens the year after you die?
No.
So one more quick question. Is anyone here, do y'all consider Jordan Peterson to be a respected intellect?
Well, it depends on what you mean by respected.
He's not respected. He's not respected. I like Jordan Peterson, but he's not respected.
I think his old stuff, it was great.
I'm going back in the day, and he had the whole idea to act as if God were real.
And no God necessary, right? No God necessary.
What is there better to do while you wait than to try to alleviate the suffering of others and have an incredible journey along? So when I see people who...
You're lying to yourself. Do you like trans? Do you think it's okay that trans people act as if they're a woman because it? You like acting as if something?
Yeah, I think it's fine that they do it in individual instances, but it is bad that it is being done and it is not in alignment with reality. So because I'm more right leaning, but I am I don't believe in the claims of Christianity. So the notion of God made it so that there's a man and a woman, that doesn't appeal to, or fly with me. I appeal to biology. And so we have the two genders, and we don't need to pretend that because people feel a certain way that biology isn't what it is.
I think can I drop a grenade?
Oh, Colin wants to drop a grenade.
I think being atheist and being anti-trans is crazy. I don't think that makes any sense.
I'm not anti.
Why? Whoa, wait. What about atheism has anything to do with trans? Please explain.
Because I don't see, I can't, maybe it's a poverty of my imagination, but I can't see any reason to place biological markers and say that you shouldn't be able to switch your gender and that we deny a difference between sex and gender. Why can't we?
Biology.
Why can't
biology? What do you mean?
Right. But trans don't claim to change their sex, right?
Yeah,
they claim to change their gender.
Right. Okay.
So why is that?
Yeah, they made up a they made up a bunch of shit.
No difference between sex and gender. That's a confluence. That was a bad take.
But even it doesn't even matter. 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 Even if we go with the people who say no, gender and sex are completely different, and I understand that I am a female, but I present as a man, so I am I am a female. But if you have that position, then you are just wrong. So it brings me back to the question: what does any of that have to do with the notion? What does the question is? What does any of that have to do with me not having a God belief?
The reason for that is because I would say the main argument from a Christian point of view would be God made them male and female, and punting to how it's written in the Bible. But without that, I don't know why you're so opposed as an atheist to saying that gender could be something that's different from sex.
Because of the truth idea.
But
It's just an
Okay,
atheist.
okay. Let me try a different. Let me try a different angle. Let me try a different angle. So, would you say that it's crazy in the same way for someone to be an atheist and to believe that humans only have 2 arms?
Humans most of the time have 2 arms. Yeah.
No. So again, wait. I'm bringing it back to the way that you said. So I'm making a comparison. So I'll ask for a yes or no question and then make my point, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong. So you were saying it's crazy to be atheist and anti-trans. And you were talking about, well, the reasons that you are anti-trans comes from the Bible. The question was, why would my lack of a God belief have anything to do with biology? And so a different question in that same realm is, do you think it is crazy? Do you think it is crazy for an atheist to believe that humans have 2 arms? Is it crazy to hold those 2 beliefs?
No, that's not crazy.
Okay, so if that's not crazy, then what is different about the trans argument?
Because the trans argument is not a biological argument. The trans argument is that gender is a social construct which is separate from biology. And we can even see this when we say a lot of stuff like you're acting like a man, you're acting like a woman. We gender stuff in society. All societies do this.
Okay.
So it makes sense to talk about gender. Even as a Christian, it still makes sense to talk about gender, because if we say, like, I would say wearing a skirt, if I saw Brandon and he stood up and he's in like a mini skirt, I would say that's
Gotcha. Okay, fair.
What do I mean? I'm not making a biological argument. I'm making a gendered argument. So those they're not the same. Yeah.
Okay,
I would think he was role playing in Braveheart if I saw Brandon in a skirt.
But you're actually making it is specifically about gender, but it's more a philosophical take on whether or not gender theory or whatever is real, and that just brings us back to the same question: what is inherent about not having a God belief that would lead you to accepting gender theory?
I feel like I just explained this. Like, again, I don't see if you agree that Brandon standing up and being in a miniskirt that would strike us all as odd. That's because we have some idea of gender. In other cultures, Brandon, if he was wearing a skirt, would be totally normal, right? So gender is a useful category. You're saying gender theory as if it's like some scary thing to say.
Brandon,
what, Brandon?
Right now? I said put a bra on me too while you're at it.
No way, man. I'm doing
a bit of Brandon
Look, Compliments, you're doing exactly what so many Christians do. You are conflating the ideology of leftism with the philosophical position of being an atheist.
Nothing to do with leftism. No, that's you conflating something now. Nothing to do with leftism at all.
The notion that you would accept
any politics here.
But I'm saying you inadvertently did. The notion that you would accept this new thing that gender is separate from sex is a political, philosophical position. It has nothing to do with religion.
No, first of all, that's not the case. I already explained this. And you're not responding to what my claim is. Okay, so in every culture, there's something you can do that people would say, that's strange. That's not what like men normally do. But we admit that's cultural. In certain cultures, they wear skirts. In certain cultures, they wear pants, right? So we mean something with gender. It's not a nonsense term. Again, that's why I said you're using gender theory as this scary kind of specter. And it's like, but it always has existed. We might not have put it into those words.
You can't prove something that doesn't exist.
But there's always been something that we mean when like, oh, you're not acting manly. You're not acting like a woman. Every culture has had ways to distinguish those things. So even if we haven't made that divide between sex and gender, every culture acknowledges there is some divide in those two things.
Okay, well then I'm American. That's why. Like the point that I'm trying to make is that you are using the God as your justification as to why you have your conclusion. Fair. You are implying that without that starting point, you cannot end up at the same conclusion. And I'm saying there's nothing inherent about the difference between those two starting points that leads you to the conclusion that trans is stupid.
I explained. Well, let's test it out. I explained why I think that trans doesn't make sense under a Christian worldview. Can you explain why it doesn't make sense under an atheist? Like, build an argument. You can't just say biology.
I don't know what is an atheist worldview.
Just about biology.
I don't know what you mean by an
worldview.
Okay, so in my worldview,
I mean what you believe.
Okay, so
build it up for me.
In my worldview, gender and sex are correlates of each other, and yes, there is a difference. But being a woman is tied to being female, and being a man is tied to of being a male, because that's, you know, I went to school in America and that's what we learned in America.
Okay, so is there something bad about a woman deciding that they want to take hormones and they want to start dressing like males typically? Is there something bad about that?
And directly on an individual basis, no, I don't care. But as it's become a fucking trend and kids are being fucked up, then yes, it leads to a bad thing. But no, if somebody randomly were to put on a dress and fucking go do whatever, I don't think that would be a moral.
You got to focus on that. What the key, what you just said there is you don't like the
so under an atheist view, you don't think trans bad. So I was fucking right the whole time.
No,
you think trans?
No. You said just wearing a skirt.
Does anybody here not think trans is retarded?
I just asked you. I said,
you think trans is retarded?
I said,
you don't think it's retarded,
is there something
Brandon?
wrong with someone taking HRT and like?
I don't have an opinion on that stuff though. What's
okay, so there you go.
Brandon took HRT.
Okay, I understand.
Brandon wore a skirt and bra and did all this. Is something morally wrong?
No,
you just said
no,
like
but that doesn't right. But there is no point there. I am saying, despite the fact that I don't have an inherent absolute reason to think it is wrong, I can look at the effects of people doing that and saying, yes, it is wrong when people do that because of the effects.
I asked you, build it up. Why is that wrong? Why is it wrong for someone to be like, I want to use these pronouns and I want to dress in a certain way and I want to take cross-sex hormones? Why?
Because it's not true.
You haven't said anything.
Because it's not true.
That doesn't mean anything. I said why. That literally doesn't even follow at all. I'm saying why would it be wrong for a male to take cross-sex hormones and to dress in female clothes and to want to use different pronouns? And you just said that's not true. That doesn't make sense. That's a non sequitur. What do you mean that's not true? I'm not saying that they change their sex. I'm just saying what's wrong with that.
I'm
you
saying
can't
it to the last
answer
thing. I don't remember.
True.
So what's wrong with it is the fact that it is not aligned with reality. It is a lie. Lying is wrong.
Well, how is it not aligned with reality? Explain that. You keep asserting stuff, but you're not unpacking it at all. You just
because what do you mean? If you say you're a man and you're a woman, that's a lie.
I didn't say. I said if you want to. I'll try repeating myself, okay? Is there anything wrong with someone that's using cross-sex hormones that wants to dress as the opposite gender and prefers to use pronouns of a different gender? What is wrong with that? How is that not true definitionally? Like you're saying it's just not true. How is it not true?
You can't use.
So you're saying
people to use your pronouns.
So you're saying just the action of addressing and taking the HRT. Not the claiming of pronouns, not the effects of it, just the act of doing it. Is that what you're asking me?
Well, the act of, I said, I'll repeat it again. The three things I said. Let's say you're dressing in the clothes of the opposite gender. So again, I'm going to keep using Brandon and build on my fanfic. So Brandon is wearing female clothes. He's taking estrogen. He's taking testosterone blockers. And he's asking us to refer to him as she, her. He's asking that.
But I still date women.
Sure, he still dates women. So he's a lesbian. I'm just kidding. But like, is there anything? Is there
really quick?
Is there anything wrong with that? I guess is what I'm asking.
No,
from a Christian point of view, you could say there's a lot wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. From an atheist point of view, I can't imagine the argument if I was an atheist
because it's not coming from
any. Brandon is doing is
all right,
wrong.
I understand, but because it's not coming from anything that has to do with atheism. That is my point. It's my political position. It has nothing to do with God or not God.
It does because
no, it doesn't.
Well, let me speak. What I'm saying is I have built up the argument. I've already said all I have to do is say that God has decided that, and I'm done. I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but let's say I'm saying this, and I'm saying what from an atheist argument could you possibly say in my hypothetical related to Brandon say that he is doing something wrong? Can you come up with anything? So I'm not saying that you have to believe that. I'm just saying if you started atheism, how do you get to Brandon doing something wrong based on the three criteria I said of cross-sex hormones, of dressing a certain way, and of asking people to use certain pronouns for him?
By forcing him to partake in someone else's self-delusion, that's wrong without a God argument. Forcing someone to partake in someone else's self-delusion is just wrong.
Dude,
see, that's one of the things I
disagree with. That's what I've been saying the entire time.
I've repeated myself so many times. In any of my things, did I say forcing somebody? No, I said Brandon is choosing the clothes he wears and the gender roles he fulfills. He's choosing to take cross-sex hormones, and he's asking people to use the pronouns he wants to be referred to.
Asking other
people. This.
Yeah, the asking people to lie.
Wrong.
Asking people to lie is wrong. Asking people to lie is wrong. I don't know how many times I got to say it. Lying is wrong.
Shit.
Asking somebody to do something that is wrong is also wrong.
So you think that's insane. So you think it's wrong?
Yeah, it's insane to say that lying is wrong.
That's not what I said. I'm saying you think that a trans person just asking, be like, hey, this is the pronouns I want. I'm not saying you have to do it. They're not forcing you. They're not trying to cancel you. They're just like, hey, this is what I would prefer. You're saying that even that simple, them saying this is what I would prefer. I'd prefer if Brandon says, if he says, I prefer she, her pronouns. You think that's a moral thing. And you can build that up from fucking atheism.
Yes.
That's insane.
Why do you keep shoving atheism into it? Atheism has nothing to do with trans.
I don't know if you
just because you get to the conclusion from God does not mean God is necessary to get to the conclusion. I think the things you do for different reasons. Being an atheist has nothing to do with it.
Lutch, I feel like you're missing how we got here. I'm saying from a Christian worldview, I can build that up by simply just saying, God said this. God said that male and female, God said you shouldn't be effeminate. There's like different passages, right? There's like, if you look at the Bible, you could easily make an argument that's like, hey.
Okay, so now do it from the glasses wearer's perspective. Now do it from the glasses wearer's perspective.
Can somebody make a joke about transubstantiation?
Yeah.
Right
So
now,
what is the glasses wearer's perspective on trans?
I don't know. What do you say? Glasses? What?
People who wear glasses. People who wear glasses. What is their position on trans?
You're totally missing what I'm saying. I have built up the argument. Do you?
I hear you.
I make the argument.
I agree. I feel like you're missing what I feel like you're missing what I'm saying.
Say this. Okay, before you let me go, let me say my thing, then you can say your thing. Okay. So I'm saying, do you agree with me under my Christian thing that I have justified why trans is bad under my Christian notion? Because let's say I'm a divine command theorist.
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm saying my claim is that that's impossible to do if you are an atheist. That's my claim. If you disagree with that claim, then I want you to build it up.
I don't disagree with your claim. I disagree with the notion that the only way to arrive at trans bad is from God.
I didn't say that.
You are presenting it as such because of the fact that I'm not. Hold on. You are saying because I'm not using God, it is crazy that I end up at the same conclusion as you.
Yeah, until I see a good argument from your worldview, which you have not provided. To be clear, you haven't even provided
lying, biology, social contagion, children being trans, mutilation. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what you're asking.
I've repeated it 3 times. I think actually no. I think I've repeated it like 5 times.
Can you steel man my issue with what you're asking me?
I'm not. I want to. I don't know. I don't exactly know what you're saying because you said like
then why are you fighting me? Right. The point with the glasses wearing thing.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so let me explain. We'll go back to that. We'll go back to the glasses wearer's perspective on trans people. That is not really a sensical question because some people who wear glasses are pro-trans and some people who wear glasses are anti-trans, and there's a whole spectrum in the middle. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and in the same way, some people who don't have a God belief are pro-trans, and some people who don't have a God belief are anti-trans, and there's a spectrum in between. So the fact that one is an atheist is not relevant to their perspective. Hold on. The fact that they're an atheist is not relevant to their reasoning as to why they are anti-trans. Just because God is relevant to your reasoning doesn't mean that God must be relevant to everyone's reason.
It doesn't have to be, but then you need to give me an argument why trans is bad.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we'll go down the list again. 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 So at the very basic level, it's a lie. At the very basic level, it's a lie. Then we have mutilation. Then we have the psychological problems. Then we have the aspect of gender affirming care. Then we have for the fucking reasons. I give you the reasons, and you like gish scallop. I have 5 very clear reasons as to why trans is bad, and none of them are God. You asked me for my reasons. I'm giving you the reasons, and now you're saying I'm gish scalloping. Do you want the answers? Do you want the reasons, or do you not want the reasons? Pick one.
I don't want you to say like 6 things that I can't respond to in a row in rapid succession.
Okay, we'll do them one by one. Okay, we'll do them one by one. We'll do one by one then. We'll do them one by one.
Good morning.
We'll do them one by one.
Did you want a steelman for Lutch's position? Because I think I can build a steelman for his position.
Sure.
All right. Premise 1, the word she is a truth claim, asserting that someone's gender is that of a woman. Premise 2, someone's gender is that of a woman if and only if they are female. Premise 3, Brandon is not female. Premise 4, it is morally wrong to lie. Premise 5, it is morally wrong to ask other people to do something that is morally wrong. From premise 1 and 2, we get that from premise 1 and 2, we get that the word she is a truth claim asserting that someone's gender, that someone is female. Premise 4, together with premise 4, we get that the word she to refer to Brandon is a lie. Like referring to Brandon with she is a lie.
I'm doing something, but can you also put this in the back chat if possible? I'll be right back.
I put it in the front chat of Confluence, but I can.
I only see your.
Yeah, I only typed out the first half. Premise 3 was Brandon is not female. Sorry for the wild typing. Premise 4.
You type so German, Ivor. I know it's been said before, but it's true.
Yeah, premise 4. It is wrong to lie, and I mean morally wrong. Premise 5. It is wrong to ask wrong of others.
Conclusion.
1 and 2. She asserts that someone is female. 1, 2, 3. Calling Brandon she is a lie.
Argue that she doesn't mean
Eat
1,
it.
2, 3, 4.
Eat it.
Calling Brandon she is wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Identifying as gendered female.
Brandon asking people to use she is wrong.
Wrong. No God
That's
necessary.
my steel man.
Great job,
I
Ivor.
think
Beautifully done.
there's
Beautifully done.
It's a good steel man. I think there's a lot of points to attack though. Like premise 5, it is wrong to ask others to lie. I at least I think maybe you mistyped it, but is that what that's supposed to be? Premise 5, it's wrong to ask of others to lie.
No, that is.
It is wrong to ask other people to lie. Do you disagree?
Of 4 and 5.
Oh, it is wrong to ask wrong. Oh, okay. I misread it. It is wrong to ask wrong of others.
Yeah, 4 and 5 is it is wrong to ask others to lie.
Okay, yeah. To me, that seems like probably the weakest one because I think it depends. I think there's a lot of circumstances where we are totally fine asking people to not assert something that is like known to be true. Like if let's say I weigh like 600 pounds. I don't think it's wrong for me to ask people, hey, don't like call me like fat. I don't think, that's in some ways that's asking them to lie, but that's like a weak moral claim.
No. So this is a good example. So if you're fat and you ask people not to call you fat, you are not asking them to lie to you. You're just asking them not to bring something up. Versus if you say, please call me skinny, now you're crossing the moral boundary.
If that's the fight they're trying to win, is that she doesn't mean you're female. She means your gender is expressing as female.
Right. Yeah. I guess. Okay. So yeah, that could be actually a fair argument. I think I agree. Yeah,
I know, right?
It is different to ask something else. The other thing that I think is a problem. I'm just looking in the back chat. probably, I guess, premise one, right? Like words are descriptive, right? They're not prescriptive. So to say that the word she is a truth claim, asserting that someone's gender is that of a woman, and then with premise two, someone's gender is that of a woman only if they're a female, that's like a prescriptivist view of language that I don't think makes a whole lot of sense. Because, like, again, dictionaries,
I think it makes a lot of sense if you're not atheist.
And so Podesta's, bringing up a good point. I'm sorry. Was that directed at me? I was reading the thing. No. So yeah, Podesta brings up a good point, saying she just means identifying as a woman, not that you're female. And so that is when we get into the philosophical underpinning of what is a woman. And again, you don't need to have a God belief in order to land on the tie between gender and sex.
Well, let's focus on the steel man then. Engage with what I guess I just said, which I could be wrong on, but what is the problem with saying that language changes and that when we mean she now, we mean someone that just wants to be identified with a gender that doesn't match their born sex? Because why is that? Why is that like so immutable that we can't possibly change that?
Well, because of the importance of language itself. Of course, words change, but they have to change organically. It has to be with the usage. It can't be, oh, now we mean this.
You don't think this is an organic change?
This is
LGBT. The LGBT agenda is totally organic and grassroots.
I'm not saying something can be both astroturfed and not astroturfed at the same time. Like the LGBT is like it's grassroots and it's astroturfed.
It's a grounds up movement, though. Somebody might have stirred it up.
That's a terrible invocation of P and not B. To be clear, that's a terrible.
You literally said it,
all
though.
over the world that support the movement.
No,
That's what momentum.
I didn't you're just misunderstanding how the law of non-contradiction works. To be clear, maybe you're joking. If you're
am joking. I'm joking. Jesus fuck.
Okay. Well, I can't tell sometimes. A lot of people say some insane shit. Okay. So I guess why is it a problem if you acknowledge that other words change meanings over time, sometimes in a ham-fisted way, sometimes in an organic way, oftentimes a mix of both, right?
I sell a shirt that says end semantic obfuscation, right? Part of my core thing is the woke, it used to be the woke left, but the woke use this tactic of semantic obfuscation, which is twisting the meaning or usage of words to help their agenda. That is how we've gotten to this place where people can't answer the question, what is a woman? That's how
I
we
don't
got
think
here.
the right can answer that question too, by the way.
Adult, human, female.
What's a female?
That's right.
You can't say what's a woman by using the word female. That's a woman. What's a female?
Yeah. How do you define what a woman is?
See, I can do this. I want to see if Letch can do this. I'm going to put him on the spot.
Well, so we have two different distinct sexes, and we call one of them female and one of them male. The one that has the at least in humans, the one that has the body and organs oriented towards growing a baby is a female. The one in the opposite, with the organs towards insemination, is a male.
Oriented towards.
So how do you handle all of the edge cases?
So you just ignore the edge cases?
Nope. We just acknowledge that.
I actually think Letch's definition is actually good.
We just understand that biological sex is bimodal. That we have two categories, male and female. But that there's overlap. There's a spectrum on what it means to be a male and a female, and there may be some overlap where we have intersex people that don't fit cleanly into the two categories. But that in and of itself does not make a new category.
Yeah, just so you can't make a definition that people can just go by. You just have.
Did I not just do that?
No, you didn't. You just said oriented towards female reproduction.
Okay.
Woman with
so then I did give you. So then I did give you that definition. How did you just repeat the definition I didn't give you?
Because it's not a definition is my point. That doesn't cover all the women. I can find women that don't meet your definition.
Yeah,
I don't actually think you can. I think Letch's definition actually does cover them.
What's the definition?
Yeah, they're of the bimodal. they're of a bimodal category of people that are oriented to bear children.
What does oriented
Right,
to mean?
Well, I mean, that's a
the in line with in line with the process necessary.
And what does in line mean? That sounds like realist talk.
No, you're gonna keep asking this, aren't you, Brandon?
Yeah, because a lot of the people that I speak to on the right, when they use language like that, like ordered towards, they're smuggling in realist language, and I take that to be gibberish.
Can you define what you mean realist language in this context?
Define what? I'm sorry.
Realist language in this context.
Like something like when like a moral ought that is independent of our stances.
So how am I doing that with oriented?
Well, when you say ordered towards, what are you pointing at?
I'm saying
what does that mean?
Can do. Physically can do the thing. So physically can have the baby.
And well, if you reduce it to can do, there are people that can't have kids
that's
or bear
right.
offspring.
That's why we say oriented to. Oriented to means
well, it doesn't mean can to, because
tangentially the distance from the ability to actually do it versus the intention of the organs.
Organs have intentions.
I don't know. The intention of the intention of the order of organs, or the collection of organs. The fact that there is a uterus. The fact that there are ovaries.
But you kind of just pointed out the issue that I have with it, because you want to say intentions, right? When we say stuff like ordered towards, that's what I mean when I say people are smuggling in realist talk, because we're obviously not referring to our intentions, right? So.
Sure, and maybe people do that. I don't think and I'm sure many people do that. I don't feel that I was doing that.
I think you just need to acknowledge there are edge cases that don't fit your definition.
I already did. That was the whole bimodal thing. Just because edge cases exist doesn't mean it's a new category.
And what's the edge cases? Assuming that they already exist. We're not creating a definition that like we can build groups from. We're creating a definition that says these groups exist.
Well, what sex are the edge cases?
It depends on the depends on the case.
But like, Brandon, can I ask, just for my own edification? You're saying, first of all, I think realist language can be based, but besides that, like if you were giving a definition of like a bipedal mammal, what would you say? Because there is, and maybe I'm not understanding, but that's something that has edge cases, right? Like, so how would you define that without, in your own words, like smuggling in realist language? If I ask, like, what's the definition of a bipedal
notice how
well, if we're taking a definition,
is the lefty, so whatever. But notice how Compluence is so digging deep on
certain
a position that he agrees with, and all you guys completely understand what I'm saying, but he's unwilling to accept it because exactly.
When you're critiquing Letch's definition,
trying to find a way around it because of the fact
bunch of other
that I'm an
definitions
atheist.
that are like scientifically
because of the fact
definitions.
there's no other reason that I'm getting this pushback.
Maybe, that's fine.
That I'm getting to the conclusion
because I might be a scientific anti-realist. I have a lot of buddies that are scientific anti-realist, so that might be fine.
Right.
I might be
but
fine
I feel like we got to be clear on that though, because the way maybe I'm misreading this, but the way I was hearing this is that you have like this is like a special problem with Letch's definition, but your actual problem would apply to the category of dogs. Like, how do you define a dog? How do you define a fish? How do you define bipedal mammals? All of those would fall under the same critiques of smuggling in realist language.
Not realist language, but necessary and sufficient conditions. You can give a definition of like a dog talking about their genes or something, maybe with no realist talk. So you can still do that, but the issue I'm probably going to run into is the necessary and sufficient conditions part. So what I'm critiquing,
I don't think you could do that with a dog, by the way.
Oh, why?
Because there's always going to be some, like, you could say something about their genes, but you would have to say that usually have this exact genetic code, but they're.
But I know what usually means. That's not realist talk. Usually isn't realist talk. I understand that.
Okay, so then let's plug that into what I was saying before. That usually.
When I hear let's say oriented toward, I'm thinking like I would say it's of the type that usually produces like large gametes. That's what I usually go to, and that's what I would say is like as a female.
But then you're just saying I have. You're just saying I have edge cases, and then it's just like, well, what are those? Because
there are edge cases that are not men or women.
But if you gave that gene definition of a dog, and you
Yep.
said it usually has
I
this
know
genetic
what it's
code,
like
you
to be
lay
a
it
Christian.
out,
I know
you
what it's
wouldn't
like to
then
be an
able to
atheist.
say, oh, that
They
also
don't.
then means a cat could be a dog. What you probably mean is that there could be dogs that have slightly different genetic codes, but they're all kind of like dog coded, for lack of a better word. But like they probably the category of cat doesn't enter into this. And the same with Letch's definition, probably male doesn't enter into the female. If a female is something that usually produces large gametes or is oriented towards or whatever we want to say, right? So like,
Sure.
how could you construct the definition of dog that wouldn't include possibly cat? Because if you're saying usually that could include a cat, then maybe a cat's a dog, right? That would be the problem with that.
Yeah, if you're taking a definition to be giving necessary and sufficient conditions, but it sounds like you might be taking on my view that this is contextual and there aren't necessarily necessary and sufficient conditions, but rather we kind of have these cluster of traits that we are referring to when we say a given word. But none of them, in them of themselves, those traits are necessary or sufficient. Or maybe you could say sufficient in some cases.
I think I agree, but as long as we make it consistent that because when I say dog, then I don't mean cat, right? And then
you can have that on this view. Yeah.
And then, but in the same way, when someone says like male, they don't mean female. And so in the same with the definitions, if you're saying someone that usually produces large gametes, then you are excluding the people who produce small gametes, right?
Wait, say the last part one more time.
Like if you say the people that usually produce large gametes, then you are excluding the people who produce small gametes in the same way. I understand
because they could also produce large gametes.
They could, but I'm saying in the same way that when we're talking about the dog genetic code and we say usually, we probably don't mean it could also be a rat, it could be a monkey, it could be like any, because otherwise if we're just if that's what we mean by usually, that could apply to any fucking animal ever or anything with a genetic code, right? Like,
you talking about the light mode?
Define genetic code.
Like I say, I judge anybody who doesn't use dark mode. Like I'm on my own StreamYard, and you can see that I don't have all that white light on my face because I have it in
chromosomes. So even if you tried to do that, then you'd be getting fucked up.
If you had 2 extra chromosomes,
what was I
you'd be
saying?
dead. If you had one
dark
less
mode
chromosome, you'd be dead.
So then should the definition of human be this amount of like how you would have to be like so ultra specific, but also not specific to both exclude everything that we consider not a human, but also include everything that we know to be a human. That would be like an onerous definition that I would posit is possibly impossible because there's so many edge cases, maybe hypothetically, but it would take up like 20 volumes to like actually like properly define that. And then we're asking what's a female. Obviously we're not looking for like a 60,000 word definition of what a female is. That would just be unwieldy.
So it sounds like you're brain encoded in taking the family resemblance pill and rejecting necessary and sufficient conditions to define these sort of categories.
I'm a bit
you could, but I would say that is also lying.
A bit.
Because the people on the right that are constantly asking, well, what is a woman, right? What they're asking for is necessary and sufficient conditions, because what they want to do is, well, if you think a woman is somebody that dresses like a female, well, that seems sexist. Well, what about somebody that identifies as a woman? They don't dress typically as a female, but they say that they're a woman. Are they still a woman, right? But because they're treating that case as a necessary condition, that's what they're looking for. But if you reject the premise of their question, I mean, it completely falls apart.
I think the problem with rejecting that, though, then, is that when we move into any other definition, we are also in the same way cocked.
Yes.
Why is that bad? Why is that bad?
It's not. It renders language useless. It renders language.
What's the argument for that?
The point of language is to understand each other. If you're getting this down,
and why can't you do that on this view?
Well, I would say you can't, because then any way you define a dog, you're like, I guess.
But by define, do you mean necessary and sufficient conditions?
Well, I'm asking, like, what would you say the definition right off the dome? What would you say a dog is?
It's typically a 4-legged mammal that barks. I don't know. Maybe I would throw in some sort of gene thing that has some sort of archetype.
It has to bark?
Exactly. You just treated it as a necessary condition. Did you see what you just did?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. So that's what I'm trying to.
He said it typically does.
Okay.
But the problem is then that
I'm not trying to gotcha anybody. I'm trying to understand.
No, I didn't take it that way, but I'm just saying you literally did the thing I've been
Explain
explaining.
what I did. Yeah. Explain how did I do that?
So I started giving traits,
right?
Because when we say like give a definition, we want to give something that covers everything. But when I give these traits, I'm not saying that it must have this trait, right? That's not what I'm saying. For it to be this thing, it must have this trait.
Just like I was saying usually, or I was saying oriented towards, and Confluence came up with usually. So a dog usually barks in the same way that a woman usually has a uterus. I don't understand why that's...
Words like usually are oriented in a definition. Definition is what one person does, not what... One person doesn't usually do something. One person either does it or they don't.
Well, now you're disagreeing with Brandon.
One person fits in the
Wait,
box.
what do you say?
A definition
Say it
is what-
again, Podesta.
Might not coming through. Definition is what one person fits into the box. One person does not usually do something. One person does it or they don't. So you can't use usually in a definition.
Wait, why can't you?
What?
It doesn't define, when you
What is-
apply the definition to a person, it doesn't define them. If
And when you say
usually
define
bark
them,
or don't bark,
What is
that's
a
not that-
person?
I think when when you're saying define,
you can't
you are
define by
also
averages.
when you're saying the word define, I think you're also smuggling in necessary and sufficient conditions. I don't know why anybody would
Definition
accept
is
that.
necessary and sufficient. Definition can't be
Okay, then it's just a
non-necessary.
semantic dispute. That's not how I use definition. If you want to use it that way, that's fine.
Definition, no, you're describing, not defining. You're describing.
Yeah, but
Describing
defining, you
means
just
as
mean
many
giving necessary and sufficient
words as you
conditions.
want.
We're not
Definition
disagreeing.
is
You're just using the word
actual-
differently.
Okay. Well, I'm using the definition and describe as different words because English is useful.
Private chat.
Yeah, I agree. And English is useful.
Private chat.
Words should have meaning.
Yeah, I agree. Words do have meaning.
Definition has a different meaning.
None of
to
that.
describe.
What is that?
What is? Oh, wait. I need to get clear here because both Lutch and James have done it now. What's the argument that if you don't have necessary and sufficient conditions when explaining what a word means, that therefore it's
I'm not arguing
meaningless?
against sufficient descriptions. I'm arguing against everything that you put in your definition has to be correct. You can't use words like
Correct.
usually or
Definitely.
averages or sums or things that don't are necessary. You can't have non-necessary words in a definition.
I don't even know what you're saying. at
Yeah,
this
I don't
point.
know what- I
do
don't
you
know
do
what
you
you mean.
do you
can't say a
think?
dog? The definition of a dog is that it barks if some dogs don't bark. You
Can
can't
you give
Right,
me
so-
one
describe a
necessary
dog. You can
condition
say
and-
type dogs. Well, they usually bark. They kind of have 4 legs.
Right, and let's say you give a
Definition is
definition.
something that actually applies to all dogs.
Let's say you give right, and you could say that. Okay, so are you saying that to define a word, right, is to give necessary or sufficient conditions, and if you don't do that, the word is meaningless?
No,
Is that
I'm
what you're saying?
that you can't
No,
give
okay.
conditions that don't apply to all of the members of the set. You can't define a set by mentioning words that some of the items in the set don't apply to.
You're smuggling in necessary and sufficient conditions when you say the word define and
I'm not
definition.
smuggling in, I'm just speaking English. When you define a set,
And I understand you. I know exactly what you're doing. I know you're speaking English.
well, there's nothing wrong with what I'm saying.
Connie,
I'm not saying
private
there's
chat.
anything wrong with it. Holy shit! Do you know what a semantic dispute is? We're not actually disagreeing on a proposition. We're just using the word
I'm saying
definition
what
differently.
my definition of the word definition is.
Right.
So
Okay.
try to put that into
I'm not
practice.
smuggling
then.
anything in. I can't
We're
smuggle
literally
things into
debating
my own
words.
definition.
Can you give me one
Not
necessary
knowing that I'm
and
trying to
one
hide, sneak things in so you don't see them.
Okay, wait, Ivor,
I'm not
what are you
anything into
saying?
my definition.
Can you give me one necessary condition and one sufficient condition for a chair, and then see how much that narrows it down?
Good luck defining a
Confluence, can you
chair.
move Indian
But
Jesus?
yeah, this is exactly what I was saying.
That's a classic example. I mean,
You can't define a chair.
Yeah, so you don't want to. You just don't think that definitions.
so
You
when
just
somebody
don't think
says the
that
word, you
definitions
so you
are
can't
the
define a
same.
word chair. If you so you can't define a word chair with necessary and sufficient conditions.
can do there
When
is
somebody
describe
says
chair.
the word chair, do you know what they mean?
I have ideas of what they might mean, but I don't know. No, if I say there's a
Is Brandon
chair
sitting in
and
a
I'm into
chair?
the room, you can't tell me what it's going to look like.
Is Brandon sitting in a
Is
chair?
this a chair?
That's not what I asked. I said I've got a
No,
chair.
I'm asking.
I'm gonna put it on camera. Tell me about it. I've told you the word
Okay,
chair.
so the
Tell me what it's gonna
question,
look
so the
like. I'm
question
gonna show
was,
you in a minute.
the question was, is Brandon
I've
sitting in
given
a
you the
chair?
word chair. Tell me what I've just told you.
I mean, I ask you when somebody says the word chair, do you know what they mean? I didn't hear
Yeah, I
it clear,
just
yes
said,
or no.
I just said, I'm going to show you a chair. Tell me about what I'm about to show you.
But that's not
And
an
then I'll
answer. You
show
can't.
So is that a yes or no?
Yeah,
I
what?
don't understand.
It's a yes.
You can even say sometimes. Yes, no,
or maybe.
Yeah, that's a description. You can get a vague idea, but you don't have a definition.
So
of what
yes,
I'm gonna
then.
show you.
So
No, you can't. I'm just saying, if I say I'm going to show you a chair, now you tell me what I'm about to show you. You describe what I'm going to show you.
I am not clear on the answer. So when somebody says the word chair to
Why
you,
not?
do you know what they mean?
That's why you're not. That's the whole point, is that you're not clear on the answer.
Am I
You
ever
can't
going to
give
get a
me an answer
yes
because
or
there's
no
no
or
definition.
sometimes?
No.
So you
God.
just don't think that things have definitions?
No,
You
chairs.
just don't think that definitions
Chair
exist
is
for
like
most
the one.
concepts?
Chair is the go-to one that people bring up because there's no way to define the damn thing. Because it's
Right,
such a
but
great
but
word.
when somebody says the word chair, do you know what they mean?
So do you think that most things
if
cannot
they
be
have more
defined?
context than just chair, I will.
If
you
chair
think
can't be
that most
defined,
things-
have a
then
pretty good
probably
idea
like
what it
most
is.
nouns can't be defined.
I mean, he
is the
basically said
problem,
yes, that's
right?
fine. So he basically just said you can
Because
use a
there was like
word
a-
and you can know what it means without
Yeah.
giving necessary and sufficient conditions, which is generally speaking my view about certain categories. So it's not
I don't know what-
meaningless.
I didn't say it was meaningless. It's just to give you I might have said those words, but I meant that it doesn't.
This
it
is
doesn't really give you
so
an idea what the word
pedantic.
is. That's-
So you're
that's the main
quibbling. You're quibbling over
This
a
is where-
proprietary definition. Why are you quibbling over a proprietary
Thank you.
definition? Why don't
Thank
you just
you.
say, hey,
There
this
we
is
go. There
a
we go.
definition that I think best suits this situation. You both like state your definitions, and then the differences you can
Yes.
argue over the differences.
Yes.
But like to say, hey, you can't make this definition. You're like saying, look, I'm telling you the no true Scotsman fallacy of quibbling over definitions that are proprietary. Like, it is the most annoying fucking conversation I have heard on the internet in a while. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't know I could be annoyed that much over a fucking conversation over.
No, I agree. I mean, it literally we weren't even necessarily. Well, I guess we were disagreeing on one thing, but most of that was just like a semantic dispute to where we're not even disagreeing. We're just using words differently, which I don't care. If you want to use a word differently, I will take whatever you mean by the word. We'll use it in the conversation or vice versa, or maybe we can just use our definitions, but we know what we mean when we talk to each
I
other.
don't want to use the word differently.
You don't want to?
So I just want
I don't want to use the word
I just want to make
differently.
I just want to make
That's why
sure.
That's fine.
We're arguing about trans.
Yeah, I just want to make sure Confluence comes back and said that it is not crazy to be an atheist and anti-trans.
Yeah, I'm an atheist and I'm anti-trans.
But according to Confluence, that's crazy because why would you be anti-trans if you don't believe in God?
Because he is suffering
For very
from
many
the
reasons.
misconception- He's suffering from the misconception that just because you're an atheist, you've discarded with all forms of tradition and actual meaning of words.
Bam. That's exactly what I said to him. He's like, no, I'm not, bro. That's what so many Christians do.
Does he think that because you're an atheist, you don't have a moral framework, that you can have good and bad?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can still think trans is bad. You don't have to have God to have a moral framework.
Yeah, and that would that would have been a more interesting way to attack it. So if I'm saying I think it's bad, and he were to Andrew Wilson me and be like, well, by what standard are you using bad? And I say, well, just my preferences. Then okay, we could say that we have different opinions there. But saying that it's crazy, meaning nonsensical, to be an atheist and also be as if they're directly connected. And that's why I use the glasses wearer example, because people.
I think he was trying to argue that you couldn't justify your morals as an atheist.
Yeah, that's right. Well, if he went that way, then I would be like, yeah, you're right. We're all preferences.
Congratulations, Lutch. You and Anson are both retarded. Okay, I have no problem saying that. Okay,
but
so you guys might agree.
But you agree
because you're both, you're both a little crazy. So,
so you don't think that something can be bad without a God, in someone's opinion, not your opinion.
In someone's opinion, and yeah, anything can be bad or good, or
Okay,
yeah,
so what does God have to do with it? I should have brought it all the way back. I think X is bad. Do I need God for that?
Because even you, I honestly want you to present like a good argument like a utilitarian or some consequentialist thing, and the closest you got was a Gish Gallop, because I think there is good arguments you can use, but I want to hear one of them.
I said I was willing to go one by one.
Okay, well then maybe we should do that, because I guess, yeah, I'm just thinking if I was an atheist, I could, there's some arguments I could use to be against someone being trans.
Why would you
specifically what I said about Brandon? Sorry, Brandon, I know you just got back, but you're getting fanficked again, bitch. I'm just kidding. Okay, but for real though, again, those three things I said about Brandon, if he chose to wear the clothing that usually women wear, if he took cross-sex hormones, and if he just asked to be called a different gender, and I understand we have Ivor Steelman, I don't think it is. I think it's a good Steelman.
I'll give you this. Here, wait. I'll give you some. Hold on. I think this might help a little bit. The big sticking point for me is the asking. So if you take out the asking and you ask me if it's morally wrong for Brandon to do this, that, and the other, then I would say no. It's the asking. It's the putting it out into the world. You can think whatever the fuck you want to do, whatever you want to think. You could do whatever the fuck you want to do until.
No. Isn't there an argument that atheists would even be more against trans because
I
the
wish.
reason that we're not religious is because we feel like it's not true, and we have a particular dislike of things that aren't true.
Yeah,
It's
but
such
you're just dogmatic.
That's such a low resolution view of like trans, though. And
No,
I'm
it's
saying
not
this is
that
like
though. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's I'm not talking about you personally, Podesta, but just in general, the people who have this adherence is a dogmatic adherence in the same way religion is. So it's not Christianity, but it's still in any useful sense of the word, at least in the political context, a religion.
What is?
All right, I would like to clarify one detail about the Steelman.
Going along with the trans.
The Steelman I made was incomplete. There was a hidden premise number 6, which is to make a false truth claim is to lie, and I think Confluence successfully challenged off this premise 6 and gave reasons for why someone can make a false truth claim that is not a lie.
A false truth, so you can say something that's not true
Confluence.
and not lie. Well, yeah, you could be mistaken. You could be a moron. Yeah, that's
you can make a false truth claim.
Or you can say something in a fictional or social context, and you, like, if everyone already knows the truth, I think Confluence's argument was that if everyone already knows the truth anyway, which is that Brandon is biologically male,
Connie, I think you got someone backstage.
Then to use the word she is not a lie because it does not override the truth that people already know. For example, you can also see my profile picture. If I say that my profile picture is facing to the right, I'm not lying because I'm not overriding the truth that you already know.
No, it's still a lie. Like, you don't have to have somebody to believe you because your lie could be so ridiculous that it's unbelievable, but that doesn't make it less of a lie, right? It's an internal lie on your part.
Nobody's hating on anything. We're talking about truth and reality. I literally just stated that if you wanted to go and take HRT, that is not
interesting.
wrong.
So you think that premise 6 holds, and Confluence challenges premise 6, right?
What do we even think about, like, tell me if this makes sense or if I'm retarded, all of you, but like, wouldn't a white lie kind of like the typical thing, like if your wife says, hey, do I look fat in this dress, right? Is that actually, are we actually all accepting that you're doing some moral harm by being like, by saying, no, you don't look fat? And let's say in your honest opinion, she does look fat. Are we going to be that like, that Kantian, who's a fucking cuck, by the way? I'm just kidding. Well, he kind of is.
You can make it more extreme with the Jews hypothetical.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like, so are we really going to commit that like every single time you say something that is not exactly true that you have done a moral harm? Like, I think that would be, that's a hard pill to swallow. Although Letch is nodding, but he might be nodding at his chat actually. Yeah, he says
hold on, wait.
So he's not nodding at me.
Wait, yeah, I am nodding at you. I am nodding at you.
Morty.
Oh,
you are nodding at me. Okay.
I am nodding at you. So I do believe that Kantian categorical imperatives hold. That doesn't mean that the consequence of not holding to the imperatives is as serious as Kant would say. So it is always a lie. You know, like lying is always lying, and lying is wrong. But Just like there's aspects of how wrong it is and the context and all of that. So I'm saying that yes, it is always wrong, but that doesn't mean that we always have to like clutch our pearls or do something about it. But it is always wrong.
This is something I was just talking to Alex about this the other day. I think it's called like threshold deontology, where it's like they're like the categorical imperative holds, but there's a certain threshold where we're like, fuck that gay shit. So like the Jews in the attic would be, it's usually bad to lie, but if you're protecting someone from dying, then yeah, you should probably like lie. So there's some like threshold that we give that might be a bit arbitrary that we would say, yeah, we go against the rule.
I used to call myself a threshold deontologist.
Saying that just because something fits into the category of wrong doesn't mean that it is more wrong than the alternative. That's basically what we're saying here.
I need more.
Actually,
I need more time with tag.
In that example, in the Jews and is your wife, does she look fat?
But
in both those cases, saying the truth would either
but I need
result
more
in people dying in the case of the Jews, or result in
was
your
that
wife
you
feeling
backstage?
bad. And so we're picking the lesser.
That was you backstage, right? Is she not letting you up, or what's good?
Well, I don't think you can. I don't think you can say something is always wrong, but in some scenarios you should do that because of the consequences that will happen after. I think that would be contradictory.
Yeah, maybe the word wrong is not the perfect word. I like to think of it as a moral cost. I think that some decisions have a moral cost to them, which means that there is some morally negative, something that's
French, are you still waiting backstage?
But there can still be a morally least negative option.
So you gotta give me one of these, brother. Backstage, you have to give me one of these.
So
there we go. Okay.
I think we're really close to pointing out the fact that there are more virtues than just honesty, and sometimes virtues compete with one another, and you have to have the context of the situation: who's involved, what time is it, where are you, how long have you been in this situation? There's a whole lot of parameters. Morality is not universal in terms of its individual application on a micro level, right? On a macro level, sure, you can.
Holy fucking shit! Trench looks exactly like my brother.
Categorical imperative.
Not like he looks like he could be my brother. He looks like
real world situation.
My brother.
More difficult, right? So you have to ask yourself, what are the competing virtues involved in that situation? And in the example that you're providing, where there are people whose lives may be ended because you are honest, the competing virtue is it virtuous of me to cause someone else's death? Right?
Base pluralism. No.
So no, it's context-based virtue ethics.
Oh sure.
So I mean, it's not, so y'all are adding. So if you remove competing virtues from the question, then yes, you should tell the truth. So you have to list what competing virtues it is that are making you have to lie.
And what is making Brandon lie about his gender?
Yeah,
just the fact that he wants.
No.
Yeah.
To go back to that. To go back. I think to I think explain that with what we've talked about, at least with the threshold deontology. I think the argument would be Brandon is requesting in this hypothetical that we use she, her. He's not demanding, he's not forcing, he's requesting. And then
in real life.
This is fucking obnoxious. There's no way to.
It could be worse. Let's say for Brandon's mental health, if he did not request that, maybe he is fucking retarded. If I was to call him a he, so it is better off for him to at least request it. He's not harming me because it's a request. I don't have to follow it. But Brandon, let's say, will feel a degree of gender dysphoria that is extreme harm to him. So it makes sense for him to ask, and he's not demanding; he's just asking. Is that not the same as like the wife wanting the husband to say that she looks not fat in that dress, right? That's a fair thing for the wife to want, in the same way that it is fair for trans Brandon to want that. Is there like and this is just me asking, is there a problem with what I'm saying? I'm honestly not sure.
And it annoyed so many people that they ended up voting for Trump, so it's bad.
Well, you could, possibly.
No, that's a fair question. It just sounds like you're asking for like a symmetry breaker.
Yeah. Anyone have one? W confluence. I'm going to take that silence as a W confluence. I'm just saying.
That's a W.
No, lying to someone, like simply because they feel like it would hurt their feelings, is not a sufficient cause for me to impair my virtue on their behalf. You've not given me any sort of competing virtue. Your feelings aren't a fucking virtue. Fuck you.
Okay, so Anson, so you would if you maybe this is.
Sorry, I'm just trying to sign into my fucking Twitch so I can get rid of
I was
this.
about to say a joke, but I'm not going to say a joke. But it was still a joke. Anson, you know what I'm talking about. If you were married, hypothetically, would you then? Do you think it's wrong to give a white lie to your spouse?
It depends on the context. As someone who's been married and white lied and not white lied, there's like a cost benefit associated with that, right? So
sure,
if you mislead a woman into thinking something she's not for long enough, she'll become a fucking terror. So no, I think it's better to tell them the fucking truth because it doesn't give them a delusional sense of self-perception.
But in some cases, yes.
No.
But Anson, okay, we talked about this earlier. We were talking about like age and stuff and biology. And if someone and you and Alex were going at it about like, is your wife more attractive to you at this point versus this point? And you were like, well, no, biologically speaking, she's more attractive when she's younger.
Yeah.
And so is that like, you think that if your wife asks you this, let's say your wife is 30 versus 24, she's like, hey, am I just as attractive to you now? You think you have to be like, no, actually, you're a little haggard right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is that actually like the best thing?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're talking about self. So your perception of someone who you are like physically attracted to, right? She can still be a fat cow, but you want to fuck her, and you know, yeah. I mean, what's the fucking difference there? I mean, you can say, hey, yeah, you're a fat bitch, but more cushion for the pushing. Let's go. Come on.
I don't know if most women like would want to hear that though. I guess it would be my counter argument.
They fucking love that shit.
So some of them perhaps, but I think you have to, when someone asks you a question, I think you have to interpret it in the correct. That's why I guess I don't know if I would say it's lying. It's like if someone, like let's say someone asks me if their life is worth living, and let's say I'm like, no, your life kind of sucks in my mind. I don't think I would ever be like, you know what? Yeah, your life's not worth living, actually, you know, to be completely radically honest. Like, because what they want is they're not asking for an objective, like you have to, there is a degree of intuition where it's like, if your wife is asking you honestly about the dress thing, you have to give an honest answer. If you truly think in your heart of hearts, she wants to know, does this dress make me look good or bad? Then give the honest answer. But a lot of times when someone asks a question like that, just like with is life worth living, they want just like hope, they want like affirmation. So you have to interpret the question not in its verbal like absoluteness.
For affirmation, that's the dumbest fucking shit. Unless I'm trying to manipulate them, like there's no fucking purpose for me to lie to somebody just to make themselves feel better.
It's not a lie. My argument is that you can't look at the words they're saying. You have to look at the intentions.
They fucking need tough love. I'm not gonna lie to them. If
words are trying to express some intention, and I'm saying sometimes you can't look at the literal words.
Because somebody else feels bad.
It's not impairing your virtue. It's correctly understanding the question they're asking.
What I'm gathering is like pro-trans.
You can be honest with people without being mean to them in like every single case. Like you never have to lie to people.
There's no reason to be cruel. But it's also kind to tell people the truth when they're accustomed to being lied to.
Wait, Keelan, I disagree with you. Why don't you ask that? If your wife says, "Hey, are you just as attracted to me as you were 3 years ago?" And let's say in your heart of hearts, you're actually like less attracted to her now. How do you say that? Like pretend I'm the wife, Keelan. Tell me in a way that I'm not going to take that in an offensive way.
Well, you're not the type of woman I would normally date. Sorry. But yeah, like the people I normally talk to, if they ask me such a direct question like that, are you as attracted to me as you were so many years ago? And I'm not, I would answer it directly saying, I am not as attracted to you as I was so many years ago. And then we have a tough conversation.
No, but
okay, so I thought you said, Keelan, that you could say it in a way that's like not going to be hurtful. That would
So
be
this is
hurtful
like-
to like the vast majority of
Yeah,
women,
this
right?
is like that whole
Just
Jordan
quit.
Peterson on Jubilee thing where he's like, I would never be in that position to lie about the Jews.
Yep.
You
Yep.
putting a
Yep.
lot of
You've
meaning
committed
into-
so many sins that nothing you can do. It's not a
Yeah,
sin.
yeah. I would never be in a situation where a woman would ask me that question without me having proactively been like, we should break up.
Yeah, I would have turned the Jews in myself. I mean, hell.
Yeah, the funny
Don't
thing
make me
is
now. I
that
have to pull
the
If I hadn't done,
If you hadn't what? You muted yourself. Sentence, Ivor.
if I hadn't done it, someone else would have.
Unfortunately, there's only one. But hey, maybe you're just better than I.
Oh, I've summoned Marilyn with her own gift. Marilyn's
Hey.
here. I've summoned her. W. Marilyn. So anyone, does anyone have a response to what I said? Because like,
yeah, you're just
Keelan, you have
shouting nonsense.
But is it even a lie though? Because you're using a pronoun. You're not even using a pronoun because pronouns are something you use about somebody, not to them. If you meet a trans person, you just talk to them and call them by their name. You don't. If you're saying she, you're talking to somebody else about the trans person. So
I mean, you could be talking in a group where they're present.
Right.
I understand.
Like, for example, you could be playing Blood on the Clock Tower where there's 10
I usually
people
just get their
present,
name,
and-
so I can just use their name, then I don't have to make that decision.
Because that's
That's
not how we
also
talk.
possible, yes.
That's not how we
Everybody
talk.
gets
Like
along,
English is
society
based
goes
on
along like that.
English is based on using pronouns to refer to proper nouns. That's.
I disagree with the whole.
Wait, no, that's not true. That's not true.
So confidence. Every time you're in a group and you talk about somebody, you directly address them, and when you see, I just did it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
So I'm saying we use
are always
pronouns.
used to address proper nouns. I'm saying that's. I'm
Well,
not trying to be pedantic, but that's not how. That's not. Because you could use a pronoun about, like a dog.
I just meant
use a pronoun about.
Right. I didn't mean like capital P. I just meant like an actual noun versus a pronoun.
Like a legit noun.
I have
Fine.
I have an adjacent question that's much lower stakes.
Because they is the pronoun you use when you don't know someone's sex. And then you're not lying.
I always got, and this pisses me the fuck off because I've gotten so many papers. I'm not calling papers, but assignments when I was in language arts in like 4th grade and whatever, and I would use they as a pronoun for an individual, and you say no, that's incorrect. It's he or she. They refers to multiple people.
If you see somebody walk by and you
now
don't know
it's
what sex
changed.
they were,
Now
then
it's
you can call them
changed,
they.
which I also hate that.
No, it was
IJ.
always-
But I do think that
I
part
hate
of it
that.
is organic. That part of it is organic because when you're talking, like, let's say we see people, a group of people walking, you would say, let's say you see somebody walking doing something weird. You don't say, "What the fuck are they doing?" And like that is an organic change.
What do you say? If you see somebody walking, you didn't
Hold
say there's a guy or a
on,
woman, and you say,
hold on.
what are they doing?
I was in the middle of a sentence though. So that is an organic use of how we use they in the singular. But I don't think that equates to, because we now can refer to an individual as they, that it becomes a legitimate, I don't know, identity or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
It does show that it can be used as singular. You're just
Okay, but
saying
I
that
think
you don't the context is
if I'm
strong enough.
understanding Letch correctly,
I'm saying
like,
yes, but it's not supposed to. Like that's a perversion
like-
of what the word intended.
So this is what I would say. Letch, tell me if you agree with this. I would say if you don't know the gender, then it's totally fine to use singular they in an oral context,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
But if you do know it, then I would say it becomes incredibly cumbersome. If I actually for me to actually try to talk to Brandon and say, "Oh, I want to hear what they have to say," that is incredibly unwieldy to me because I know what Brandon is.
This fucking person.
I have a question.
Do you agree? Do you agree with that, Letch?
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Is it that deep?
What if you know the gender, but the person you're talking to isn't supposed to know the gender? Would you then use singular they? Like, for example, if I said, I was talking to a friend yesterday, and here's what they said, and I'm not disclosing the gender of the friend that I talked to. I know the gender, but I'm not disclosing it. Would that be fine?
basically the same example.
Yeah, and then I would say they, if you're asking what I would say, because that now to me it's a I don't know that person, so I would use they because
yeah.
I don't
but even if
know
you
them
know the
specifically.
gender and I did not know the gender, you could still use singular they.
Yeah, so we can.
All right. Well, a quick PSA.
Quick
PSA.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Real quick.
That's true.
Quick
That's
PSA.
true. I don't know why. I don't know why that is though.
Quick PSA, guys. If you stream on Twitch and you block somebody, and you have your StreamYard chat, then it still shows up in your StreamYard chat. So just be aware of that.
I have a question. So, like, how do we know that Brandon was born a man? Like,
I could
why?
share some.
No,
don't do it.
don't do it. No.
If you guys want,
I'm wondering. I'm wondering, like, why are you calling him him? Do you like know from experience that he is a he, or do you just say that based on his appearance?
Yeah, I say it based on his appearance, right? Yeah, I'm totally fine with that because I'm a conservative, Christian-based, red-pilled person. So yeah, I'm absolutely totally fine judging people on that.
It's deeper. We evolved the ability to determine the difference between the sexes because it's how we determine who we can fuck and have children with because we're biologically required to have that knowledge.
Yeah, and we can't fuck Brandon.
But Anson, sometimes we can be wrong about that, right? Like
Yeah,
I was
but
just watching. You guys know
you're
Caleb
wrong doesn't
Hammer, the
mean
guy who
that
does financial audits. He had a trans person on. I wasn't sure for like 60 minutes of the episode until they said I was like, it could be a trans male, and it ended up being the opposite. It actually was someone who was born a man. I thought it was a trans male.
Just
I would
because
spend a lot of money
Before-
on that.
wait,
mean that you should buy into their deception.
So wait, before we move off of the specific word thing, I want to go around and just a quick yes or no compliments. I want to see if this will work. So you obviously will go last. The question is conversate a proper word? Vanessa?
I've never used it. I think I've heard it before, but I couldn't say if it's a real word.
Like in relation to conversation, is it converse
Yeah,
or conversate or both?
I don't think so. I wouldn't use it.
All right, Ivor, what do you think?
I could be wrong.
I'm gonna go with no.
All right, Keelan?
No, because the shoe brand is Converse.
There you go. Not fat. I'm going to assume that's Anson.
Yeah, so words are a social construction. It depends on whether or not someone thinks that it is a word. And since I think that conversate is a word, I'm going to say that it's a fucking word.
We're not going to.
Well, and that is precisely. I'm not.
I'm sorry. Do I not get to say? Are you skipping me? Are you skipping me?
With the
I would say conversate is a word because the words are descriptive and dictionaries are not prescriptive. And so enough people have said conversate that now it is a word. And IJ, I'm just going to say, you said earlier, you said the word sensical. And because I'm such a gentleman, I didn't call you out. Sensical is not a word. Nonsensical is a word. You can't take away non. In the same way that conversate doesn't exist, sensical doesn't exist.
Okay, well then, you can't. You just made the argument that you understood what I said. Therefore, it is a word. So if you can say conversate, I can say sensical.
I agree. They stand and fall
So what is
together,
the
though.
So what is the opposite of nonsensical?
together.
What is the what is
you can't do an opposite in the sense of just removing the non.
That's not what I'm asking you. What is what word? That's no. Yeah, I understand that you can't just take it off. So what is the word that is the opposite of nonsensical?
Probably like sane, reasonable.
I don't know about that. Hold on one sec.
I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying it's not a word. I'm just saying it's not.
But maybe it should be.
So they stand and fall together. It should be a word in the same way that conversation should be a word.
No, it shouldn't, because we already have converse. But hold on one sec.
Sensible.
How do you refer to one of those?
Warehouse Juggy! Thank you. So very much.
Right, I gotta go.
Oh, much appreciated, and of course, we'll give a nice big little pile for the 99. You've been so generous tonight.
Mini skirt.
That's very much appreciated. Oh, he slapped that. He's like, fuck yeah, baby.
Imagine you.
Oh, thank you.
And
so very much
legally, but he comes up to you and he's like, "My name is."
There we go.
Are you against?
Very much appreciated. You have a fantastic night. And I'm sure I will
don't
see
have a
you
choice,
again.
usually.
Have a good one, brother.
A lot of people just don't know how to
Or I
follow
assume you're a brother. You know, I don't want to assume your gender. Before we head back in, what
my
do we,
friend
what else
Colin,
we
and
got
after
here?
40 years, he decided to change his name back to Arthur, which is his actual real
what's it
name, but
called?
nobody would call him that, so he had to go back to Colin.
I think
Yeah,
this is,
I use different names
I'm
to
missing-
describe me as well, depending upon social context too, so I can identify where people know me from.
yeah, right.
It's like,
People don't know how to
you're
fucking
kind of
read.
trans.
No, I'm not
Well,
trans.
I'm joking. I'm joking. with
Trans,
that.
trans
He water
adjacent,
stamp-
perhaps.
He water stamps all his information so he can see who spread it.
Well, no, it's more like I have.
I'm not going to put you. I'm going to move you over here.
The
so
only
no one
reason
can-
I love college is because of
What?
the partying
Affluent?
and the social aspect.
And
That's
this
it.
terrible photo you insist on using.
What, the photo of you from 2 weeks
Is that
ago?
true? Holy
Sorry, what are you-
shit!
I've had a glow up. If that was me 2 weeks ago, I've had a glow up. At least you
God
would
damn.
be able to admit that. I hope.
I feel like we need to ask you your pronouns.
Yeah, Confluence, what are your pronouns?
In
Make
college
it
or in
the
high
good
school?
trans confluence at least, okay?
'Cause
Don't
college,
make it
that's
the
pretty,
weird. I don't even know
uh,
what this is. I don't know.
And that's
why
what I'm
full
saying.
screen
That's
is
why I'm
for
asking.
me.
Kids today, they're like
Same
5
balls.
paragraphs, 5 paragraphs in the whole hour.
French in the back,
Alright,
Confluence. He didn't do anything to you.
I didn't. He dropped. Trench, give me one of these. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Holy
Okay.
shit! Did you, I don't know if you saw it in the back, but Trench, holy fuck, you! I need to find a picture of my brother because you look like a spitting image. It's
Can
crazy.
we remove that picture?
What's that?
Can we remove that picture to the right of me?
I wish we could. We can put it on the bottom, but unless Anson changes it, because I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't like it.
No one hates it more than I do. Okay.
I'll change it. Hold on. Y'all don't get the panties on a twist.
Make it the good
All right.
trans confluence at least, okay?
Here we go.
Well, joking.
Don't make it
on the
the
table.
meth fluence with the bikini on.
It's gonna get worse.
Damn.
So what was our position
Okay,
on premise
probably
2?
Yeah,
Premise
you
2
can
was
bottom up
that
his
someone's social gender is that of a woman if and only if they are biologically female.
Well,
What's our take on premise 2?
I think that men and women have different ontologies.
Yep. Well put.
Wait. I think I agree, but say,
what I was,
say a bit more.
What I was trying to chime in on earlier was like I don't. Where's the harm? It's like the argument of why we've got to rush these people through
Bro,
treatment. And
we fucking
conversion
I went off.
is
Where am I?
built
I went
upon-
off. I'm like, bro, it's
if
not
they're gonna
conversate,
be-
it's converse.
There's a
Look it up.
trauma
Look it up.
that
They
ends
put it
being
in the
believed.
dictionary. They put conversate in the dictionary.
Prepubescent rush. To
I'm
do
not
it before they've gone prepubescency in the wrong text.
Just the transition at gunpoint, so to speak.
I think that only happens prepubescent because
Sad.
What's still the end game? Like you're talking about a people who have, in most cases, lost the ability to orgasm. That's kind of an important like life feature.
well, the ones I've known a few trans, especially in computers. They seem to, I don't know, seems to be a hotspot for trans people, but they live their
I mean,
life
again,
and
it is
they go
now.
to the end. They're usually quite smart.
It is now because
Probably a
y'all
little autistic.
fucking
Yeah, I took care of one for a couple of
And-
years, and it's super autistic.
and so that's the
Like, too
argument.
Smart for his own
Like
good.
enough
Brilliant.
stupid people, enough stupid
Seem
people
to live and they seem to like living that way.
use the
and then
word
they
conversate,
die eventually of old age or
and
whatever
now
kills them.
it's
So
weird.
There's any
like
huge purpose to it.
So there's like what a
Did you see this, Lindsay?
46% post.
They fucking added it. They fucking added it. What are we doing?
.6% completion rate. Like
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
think
like
46%
suicidality and
complete throughout
attempt,
What does that mean?
maybe. but not actually like game ending for real.
But on the flip side of that is,
if it's 46%, that
there's
probably
more-
includes the
there's an
time
important-
times before they started.
It's higher
transition.
after.
There's an important caveat to this though, because there's like a 98% mortality survival rate for psychotherapy.
Okay, hold on. We got a chat from Sticker Johnson. Steal.
Don't say it. Say it.
What do you think is the Democrat Party in Germany?
Always makes me say gay shit. He says,
You know who the Social
"Vote
Democrats became
Democrat,"
in Germany?
immediately after hate.
Disavow.
That. Thank you though to Sticker Johnson.
Yeah, the
for
Social Democrats, but who are the Democrats?
Yeah,
Does Germany have Democrat?
Yeah, and
It had
that's the
Social
argument.
Democrats in
That's the
since
argument.
they
That
became
if
another
it becomes used
No,
enough,
Australia
and
doesn't
you
have
understand what
Republicans.
people mean,
We go to all Republicans.
it's a word. But the point is that we
right-wing
change that.
Republicans.
The reason
German
conversate
Republicans are tiny.
Hold on, I think
the reason conversate is a word is because
Indian
enough people
G-Bus
misused
is muted.
He's talking to his
No,
chat.
he's
the word converse
streaming as
and
well,
put it
so he's
as
talking to his own
conversate.
chat.
Okay, I'm
And so now,
I thought I was tripping.
like that's just an understanding. And I agree. I agree that that's an organic thing. But we have to have some type
It's not our
of
job
like
to try and
issue
perfect their
with
lives.
the
It's just whether or
moving
not
of things
their
that quickly.
path infringes on us enough that we want
It
to get
shouldn't
involved.
be a matter
That's why it
of
usually comes down to the
people
kids,
misusing
because when
words.
it comes
It should
to
be
kids,
of people
then we
a
feel
matter
like
of people
society should get
appropriating
involved.
words
But when it's just older people deciding to do
more
weird
succinctly.
things, unless you got a reason why it's making your life painful, you just go, well, those people have got problems either way, no matter what they do.
Yeah, it's not something that you like. I've seen it firsthand. It's not something I'd wish on people, to be honest with you. And
That's why I was laughing when people try and
like-
make those arguments like they're going to fake it or something. Nobody fakes being trans. It's
Yeah,
like,
well, it's very clear in the self-deletion rate.
I actually don't know about that. I don't know
And
about
that's,
that.
and that's the number one argument for.
What was it? Can you see that? It's telling me the screen share. Is this working? Actually, I'll just redo it.
and shit on all the time. But then
There you
trans
go.
came along, and now when you're being effeminate, they start pushing you to being trans. You go, no, I'm not
Okay.
a woman. I'm a
you're
guy who
you're
likes
trying to
effeminate
get, you're trying
stuff.
to get your boy George on and shit. you
No,
know?
funner.
Yeah, boy,
That's
George
not
shit.
come a word.
Y'all are hitting on actually a really important aspect of this that you're not allowed to talk about, which is enforcing cultural norms to prevent maladaptive behavior from becoming normalized. And being trans is a maladaptive behavior because
It's totally maladaptive. It's like giving when you transition somebody, it's like giving a heroin junkie heroin.
Chum is like fish. Isn't that the fish
I
food?
have a controversial opinion about that.
Giving a junkie heroin is killing them. Giving a transition, trans
I mean, with
makes them have a weird life.
as high as a self-deletion rate post-op there exists, and this being the number one reason to transition somebody, or else this person needs to transition, or else they're going to do X to themselves.
Yeah, they
or
say you can have a
society.
trans kid or a dead kid.
I'm a bit libertarian. I don't care if people.
I'm a recovering libertarian myself, so I get it. I mean, once upon a time, I believed that gay men should be able to grow their weed fields armed to the tooth, and I still feel that way. But like, there's got to be things that are outside of social health, because we're also talking about the health of the superorganism of our society and culture. And
it sounds like we just have a disagreement about the facts and like what the actual statistics on the
What is it?
attempt rates.
What's the?
Well,
yeah, I don't think that it's.
You can't.
My understanding is that it was less.
They always say like democracy is three wolves and a sheep deciding what to eat for dinner or something like that.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that
republic.
if the numbers were the way that you described them, then we would be here agreeing with you. And if the numbers were the way that I've read that they are, then you would agree with me.
We had a study come
It's
out
just
from
a factual
the Ivy Leagues here.
If the facts were the way that you think they are, then we would agree with you. And if the facts were the way that I think they are, then you would agree with us.
Okay, so there was like a Harvard study that came out, and it ended up ultimately buried.
All right, I'm losing steam, guys.
Reviewed and all that jazz.
Losing steam.
But ultimately buried by the surveyors themselves, because their exact answer was, we don't want this to become a political thing. And the data that was released was pretty shocking. And it seems that if there is an ought to be,
When I get a chance, I'm going to bounce out the panel. I'm going to read what you guys have in the chat, and then I'll call it a night.
With themselves, with their body, having them deal with the trauma, whatever trauma, because that is the universal diagnoses. Is there's this trauma. So let's address the trauma. Let's address, hey, maybe you're gay and you have this trauma, and then, you know, if this is a continued thing that has to happen, it's done at a mature age. I don't even think you should be in your, younger 20s. While you can reproduce, I think it should be like the bare minimum 25, 26, to be honest.
Okay, I wanna ask a question, I think, to everybody, or at least the people. No, I think to everybody, or at least the people who are anti-trans to some degree, however you define that. But this is punting on what Ivor said. Like let's say we did have like a study that we all believed that said if you have sex reassignment surgery, let's like go the full thing. Let's say we found out that depression goes down by 80%, suicidality goes down by 80%. Would we, if we're anti-trans, would we all of a sudden switch and actually be like, no, okay, now we're actually pro gender reassignment surgery? So I will start with myself. I would say the reality is no, even if I found out it had the best outcomes, I would still not support it. And then going around to Podesta. Podesta, you're a pro-trans?
Trans. I think the trans is a bit of a stupid idea, but I'm fiercely libertarian when it comes to it. I think you should stay out of people. Their doctor and their parents should look after it, and the rest of society should butt out.
Line for line, though, with the parents thing, what about people who have like had their parental rights stripped from them and like under threat of like serious jail time?
Before that, we'll go to that. But I want to hear, I want to hear each. So Lutch. So if you heard my question, if would you change your mind if we found out that gender reassignment surgery changed things? Like, so it made gender reassignment surgery, let's say let's say it was clear in the studies, suicidality drops 80%, depression drops 80% post-op.
Yeah,
I would change your mind at all.
I would change my mind for adults.
I mean, okay. I would have a taco that a unicorn shat in front of me. It's just not going. I mean, yeah.
What?
I would have a taco. It's a unicorn.
But engage with. You can imagine a hypothetical. Imagine a hypothetical.
Yeah, I would take part in that taco most likely. But again, with the caveat of
pause.
26, 27. There has to be time to consider childbirth.
I'm also for raising the age of like everything to 25. So that's a whole
fair enough.
But you're over 25 when you said that.
Yep.
Okay, Ivor, you wouldn't change your mind because you're already fine with this, right?
But it's
like if we found that it reduces negative outcomes by a factor, I mean, I might change my mind. I might say that maybe it shouldn't be, like maybe the surgery itself should then not be 18 plus, but 16 or 15 plus, if it really was an 80% confirmed reduction.
Can I ask what's confirming the reduction though? Is it like passability?
And again, I'm
No,
not
let's
ignoring
just
you
say
guys.
we know that
I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just gonna find a way to dip out,
let's
and
just say
then
we have,
we'll see
let's
what you
just
guys are
say
saying.
we have solid
don't leave yet.
evidence that all of us agree on, that it's an 80% reduction in attempt rate, completion rate, depression, everything. Then I would probably want the minimum age for the surgery reduced from 18 to like 16 or 15, with puberty blockers and hormones unchanged.
Okay, Keelan?
I wouldn't change my mind because I don't at this point really care about the issue. I think that transgender people likely largely come from societal failures, and we need to solve those societal failures to prevent the symptom of the problem, which is trans people.
Wait, but Keelan, to press you, you're fine then with someone over 18 getting bottom surgery?
I am totally okay with people doing whatever they want to solve the symptoms of whatever problems they have.
I'd want to put a caveat on my yes, though. That would come with like society and laws can't bend around these people. Like there's no being a 215-pound fullback and then you're on the girls lacrosse team the next year. There's
just the moral point.
We're not asking that.
None of that, and you can't mandate society and the culture also play along with somebody.
Yeah, we're not asking that. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I also think that like Olympic rules should not be dictated by the law. They should be dictated by sports committees, and the sports committees have
one that let that dude beat the shit out of that chick.
Okay, well, that's a good topic.
Yeah, that's a cisgender woman who might have had Swire syndrome and was definitely not trans, but might have had Swire syndrome.
We'll go to that. We'll go to that.
I don't even care about that. I don't even care about that.
Hold on. We have to complete. We can't leave Anson out unless Anson wants to be left out. But Anson, would your opinion change?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't change because actually, I'd probably be even more vehemently anti-trans. Because if we're making decisions under threat of someone deleting themselves, the premise is I'll delete myself if you don't let me mutilate myself. Then I think that the answer is actually a padded cell and a straitjacket.
I mean, when you say it like that, it's super.
No, I don't think that's engaging, honestly, with the hypothetical.
It is absolutely. I think they should all go in straitjackets.
Wait. Why would someone? Wait. Anson, why would somebody need to be in a padded room if they weren't suicidal?
Well, the premise is that they are.
Do we put insane people in padded rooms though that aren't necessarily
without being a drag on society? You'd rather pay for keeping them in a padded cell than just
So does that
it would keep them away from normal people too, which is an added bonus.
You're gonna pay for that as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Isn't this an enormous waste of money? You want to have as few in prison as possible.
We'd have a lot less of them if we did that. That's all I know.
I think if we went back to like the early 90s,
Gentlemen,
this has been going on. It was going on before.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna take my leave. It's about 2 in the morning here on the East Coast, so I will dip. But thank you for letting me hang out. A pleasure as always. And come subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications. Don't just hit the subscribe. You may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party live ever again. Got it down, right?
Goodbye.
Peace out, guys.
Peace out.
All right. So let's see what you guys are doing here. Or saying, doing and saying. Oh. All right. I'm gonna go back a little bit. It seems like Agus was saying some good stuff. Let me see. Oh man, you guys were going at it. All right. So I'll start here. The Bill of Rights are permanent restrictions on government powers. They do not have the rule of law clause that authorizes their change by Congress, which, I wasn't talking to the mic, which only one can change the law itself through the legislative process. You'll not find the Congress shall have power to anywhere in the first 10 enumerations. Penn State Congress is forbidden which shall not be infringed. I'm trying to catch on to what exactly we're talking about. We can add amendments. Okay. So Andre said, I want my individual rights protected. I won't force my life on other people. Don't force your life on mine. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. So yeah, we have our representatives. You're going. I missed the novel here. I missed the novel. I appreciate it, but yeah, we have the Republic. Are you genuinely asking how this all works? Gotcha. Okay. And then yeah, kids are definitely not ready for that, and I think it's another thing of before when he wasn't accepting my notion of being anti-trans. I wouldn't necessarily anti-trans. I'm just not pro-trans. But either way, he wouldn't accept that I could be anti-trans and also atheist. Like, people only think about trans in a different way because of their dogma. Just a different kind. Just a different kind. Yep. What about Trump? Has he been brainwashed to believe that there's no difference between a republic and a democracy? Yeah, okay, so you really were asking. Okay, cool. Yeah, so representatives are a big thing. Made how most modern democracies set up, and we made the rule a lot. Yeah, you got it. The idea is democracy versus republic. Random selection. Yeah, anybody could vote for anybody, whereas we have the primaries and everything is set up that way. Hell yeah, that constitutional republic. Oh, Jim's back. Holy shit, circle jerk, but baby Jesus left. What? I too am glad that we do not live in a democracy. Because nobody would pay us. What do you mean? Also, we live all across the fucking world. Mr. Ellicott back. The counter hypothetical is if there was a pill that changed someone so they were no longer trans, would they be okay? Would they be okay with children taking it? I still think that's a good point. I still think no, because the principle isn't about the principle of the child is consent. So even if you could go back on it, there's other things that like yeah, right, alcohol fits this, right? I think alcohol fits. That the reason we don't allow kids to drink is not because their parents say no, but it's because maybe it doesn't fit. But certainly if you want to get into, nasty stuff like PDF stuff, the reason that it's not okay for a 13-year-old to do that with an adult is because they can't consent. And I think it's the same thing with trans, with tattoos, with any of these things. You can't consent to them. All right, for real. For real. All right, let's be nice. Let's be nice. And there we go. Full circle. Redefining words to fit that's how we got conversate. Thankfully, we don't have funner, but I'm sure it's coming up. I just want to join the military. I swore to protect the constitutional republic, not a democracy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So, all right. Some dumb beats said you're not accepting it. A system of government by the whole population or all eligible members of a state, typically through elected representatives. The system of government by the whole population or all eligible members. Oh, wait. Did I just read this? Yeah, I just read it. Right. Okay. But you're still. Oh, you got it. Got it. Expanded. Yeah. Rome was a republic for thousands of years that burned down under 10 in a democracy. There's a major difference between the two systems. So So what you're applying here is that we don't have it's not that there's no democracy. Like there's capital D democracy, meaning the system of government that is democracy. Just like when we say constitutional republic, we capitalize that. But we have democratic processes within the constitutional republic. So I think that might be where you're getting confused. Dexter's back. Welcome. Unfortunately, I'm just shutting it down. I'm a little tired. I was judging a debate, so check out the replay of this this stream. It was an interesting intellectual rights debate. Anybody who wasn't here earlier, and then we got into some religious stuff. Yeah. Alcohol is addictive, right? But okay, so I think you're agreeing with me that it doesn't fit. We should. I mean, all the laws. There's some dumb laws. There's some dumb laws out there. Sinister Footage said, "I am not gay." Well, that makes two of us. All right. Well, and on Mr. Alley Cat. Democracy is ruled by the people, but yeah, most places are not true democracies, but representative ones. A true democracy is a shithole. Yeah, and I think that's where we're talking past each other in the same way we talk about libertarian, being more libertarian in your thinking versus being part of the Libertarian Party. Two very, very different things. But let's shout out all of the donations. Warehouse Junkie, Trench came in. Warehouse again. We had Andre and Warehouse again. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much for hanging out, guys. I really do appreciate it. I wasn't sure if anybody was going to show up and be interested in seeing me judge, but they did a pretty good job of debating, and I'm glad that I was part of it. Again, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. So make sure you hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Once again, guys, I am your host, Lutch, aka, well, let's where is he? This is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.